we have an announcement for you. So we would like to ask you to bear with us a minute, please. So, honorable attendees of the Turkish Academy of Sciences World Conference on Energy, Science and Technology, I would like to inform you that with 1 hour delay, the opening speeches will start at 10 a.m. Turkish time. So we would kindly ask you to wait for an hour and come back for the opening speeches, please. Thank you.
Turkish. Academy of Sciences, TÜBA, is an autonomous apex body for the development and promotion of sciences in Turkey. The origins of the academy go back to Encümeni Danis, Society of Scholars, which was founded in 1851 and known as the first Turkish science academy in the modern sense. TÜBA is the single national academy in Turkey, and it comprises all fields of sciences which are grouped under three categories, namely A. Basic and Engineering Sciences, B. Health and Life Sciences, and C. Social Sciences and Humanities. TÜBA contributes to the promotion of sciences through its working groups, grants and awards, scientific reports and collaboration with sister academies in the world. TÜBA has awards programs addressed to both Turkish, national and non-Turkish international scientists. TÜBA awards are given to the awardees with the ceremony held under the auspices of the President of Turkey. TÜBA Academy Prizes were launched in appreciation and encouragement of eminent scientists in 2015 and open to all scientists in the world. TÜBA Academy Prizes are given to those scientists with original, leading and path-breaking works in their fields. Awards for outstanding young scientists, TÜBA Gebib, were launched in 2001, and this award program is one of the first of its kind in the world. The objective of TÜBA Gebib is to foster young, outstanding scientists who are at the stage of establishing their own research programs and networks in Turkey. TÜBA supports these scientists for a period of 3 years and helps them set up their own research groups at a stage when they are in need for incentives. Awards for Best Books, TÜBA TESEP, were launched in 2008 in order to encourage the writing and publication of qualified Turkish scientific works. The Academy working groups are engaged in various scientific events and publications in important and current issues. The project for Dictionary of the Scientific Terms in Turkish is being carried out in 4 main areas of social sciences, natural sciences, health sciences, and engineering sciences. The project for Turkish and Islamic science classics is aimed to make accessible the 100 classical historical works for the present and future generations. TÜBA has undertaken to complete and publish Andreas Tietze's famous work on the historical and etymological dictionary of Turkish, and so far published the first 4 volumes. It is planned to have the entire work by Tietze, the late Turkologist and TÜBA member, by the end of 2018. TÜBA cooperates with sister academies and inter-academy organizations in the world. TÜBA is the member of 12 inter-academy organizations and has bilateral cooperation agreements with over 30 academies. Rabi Madrasa, located in the Süleymaniye Kulya in Istanbul, hosts the national and international activities of TÜBA. As Turkey's national academy and being a member of the world scientific community, TÜBA will continue to remain in the service of science and general public by upholding the principles of scientific excellence and science ethics.
Honorable attendees of the Turkish Academy of Sciences World Conference on Energy, Science, and Technology. Welcome to the opening session. Being established in 1993, Turkish Academy of Sciences, TÜBA, continues its academy activities as being an autonomous national science academy covering all fields of science. For over a quarter of a century, the Turkish Academy of Sciences has carried out many activities, mainly with the contributions of its members and other scientists, in line with its founding purposes. TÜBA, through awarding honors and accolades, supporting projects and immense efforts of its working groups, contributes to scientific progress in Turkey. TÜBA has assigned a working group to the following field of research: science and education policies, information technologies and communication, food and nutrition, cancer studies, stem cell studies, sustainable environment and finance, and lastly, energy. I believe you would be joining me in thanking the TÜBA administration and the Energy Working Group for their immeasurable efforts in the realization of this prestigious conference. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Muzaffer Şeker, President of Turkish Academy of Sciences and the General Chair of Conference, to the floor in order to give his opening speech. Professor Şeker has graduated from Uludağ University Veterinary Faculty. In 1995, he received his PhD in Human Anatomy at Leicester University, Faculty of Medicine in England. In 2000, he became an associate professor, and in 2006, he became a full professor. Besides his academic achievements, Professor Şeker served as the head of the Department of Medical Education and Informatics at the Meram Faculty of Medicine in Selçuk University. From 2008 to 2010, he served on the founding board of trustees of Istanbul Medipol University. He was the founding rector of Konya University. Professor Muzaffer Şeker, who has served in various positions in Turkish Anatomy and Clinical Anatomy Association and Basic Medical Science Platform since 2002. Honorable President of Turkish Academy of Sciences, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Dear Minister, High Excellency Mustafa Varank, distinguished scientists and audience, I would like to start my speech with an issue that concerns and sorrow of our entire country. We have encountered many forest fires above the annual average in a wide area because of global warming and different unexplained reasons so far. All state institutions and civil society are working in a harmony to protect the natural life and forests. I give my thanks to them. I wish mercy from Allah to those who died in the firefighting. I hope we get through these difficult days together. Now, some members of the cabinet are on the field and struggle to stop the forest fires in different regions of the country. Because of the reason, unfortunately, Minister of Energy and Natural Sources, High Excellency Fatih Dönmez, couldn't attend the conference. Dear guests, welcome to TÜBA World Conference on Energy, Science and Technology. On behalf of Turkish Academy of Science, I express my greetings to all you. This conference has a scientific program which started yesterday morning and will continue till Thursday. It is being held after a long preparation process within the difficult term, as you know. Many topics related to energy, from economy to engineering, from security to sustainability, from technologies to biodiversity, etc., will be discussed and presented in 3 parallel sessions at the same time during conference days. TÜBA, as the National Science Academy of Turkey, conducts projects, research activities, scientific meetings, and reveals books and reports with working groups in an interdisciplinary manner. TÜBA Energy Working Group and other thematic working groups, which consist experienced scientists in related fields, continue science-based activities in line with the needs of society and innovative in technology. Energy is one of the subjects that TÜBA focuses on with a holistic approach. The developments such as increasing consumption with high population, rapidly rising industrial production, and technological improvements have increased the dependence of countries and societies on energy. The gap between requirements and available sources cause a big dilemma and very heavy competition in management of energy supply. This emerging need has brought along studies on the concept of energy security and sustainability of alternative energy sources. Energy has been always at the forefront throughout human history and shaped modern times. Energy is common value of human beings. Humanity has been introduced to the concept of global warming and climate change in the 20th century as a result of our ongoing habit of using wood, coal, natural gas, and oil as a primary energy resources, which are limited on the earth. The clean energy transformation programs have been initiated and widened to a global scale at the end of the last century due to increasing environmental risks. The methods of energy production are very important for a sustainable environment and welfare of the world, of course. Hence, use of fossil fuel in developed and developing countries has gradually decreased. We hope and consider that societies are taking from step towards a carbon-free future as a result of scientists' persistent warnings, especially via Science 20 declaration to G20 leaders summit every year. For Turkey, energy is one of the biggest import items, and energy production with domestic resources is vital in terms of reducing current deficit and increasing the welfare of the citizen. Creating alternative energy sources not only provides sustainable energy, but also reduce energy costs and ensures energy supply security too. These policies should be considered as a development strategy that will contribute to the economy and economical growth and employment of country, as well as to bring our country to more competitive position in the world markets in the production sector. The continuation of natural gas exploration and production activities in Turkey, Black Sea offshore makes us all proud. Recently, we developed new management on this Black Sea region. We wish to natural gas reserves 540,000 billion cubic meters found so far to increase with new discoveries. The most important indicator of our country's determination in the search for alternative energy sources is new investment and incentives of solar power plants, wind power plants, hybrid structures, and nuclear energy. In addition, Oruç Reis, Fatih, Yavuz, and Kanuni ships, which are drilling in the exclusive economic zone of Turkey, are an indication that every opportunity and potential is used for domestic energy production by state. Meanwhile, the production of useful and sustainable energy sources, including increasing carbon-free consumption, is helpful and vital instrument for health and welfare of our country and peace in the region and international affairs as well. Turkey will significantly decrease foreign dependency and ensure energy security with all these efforts. The realization of all these studies in the light of scientific data and based on academic indicators makes us more stable and determined. This conference also will deal scientifically with many issues under the energy. Finally, I would like to thank all our colleagues in TÜBA, especially TÜBA Energy Working Group Chairman, Professor Dinçer and his team, who contributed to the organization of the conference with great efforts. I would like to express my gratitude to esteemed Minister, His Excellency Mustafa Varank, for their participation and contribution. As Turkey's National Academy of Science, I would like to inform you that we will continue scientific studies on strategic areas of Turkey and international developments. I hope the conference will be fruitful, useful, and productive for decision and policymakers on the subject. With all respects and greetings, thank you all, best wish and regards.
We thank Professor Muzaffer Şeker for his opening speech. At this point in our program, His Excellency Mr. Fatih Dönmez, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, was going to be here with us to address the honorable attendees. However, due to the unexpected circumstances in the form of forest fires and wildfires that tested our country in the recent days, His Excellency the Minister, although he intended to participate in the opening ceremony, had to send his regards to the honorable attendees and apologized for not being able to be here with us. Now, His Excellency Mustafa Varank, the Minister of Industry and Technology, will address the honorable attendees. The honorable Minister completed his undergraduate education at the Department of Political Science and Public Administration at Middle East Technical University. He completed his master's degree in computer science at Indiana University in the USA. After starting to work in the Prime Ministry in 2005, he was appointed the Chief Advisor to the Prime Minister in 2011 and Chief Advisor to His Excellency the President in 2014, respectively. He received the title of Ambassador in 2016. During his duty as Chief Advisor, he was particularly interested in advanced technology, computer technologies and applications, defense industry, and research and development fields. He has been serving as the Minister of Industry and Technology since July 10th, 2018. His Excellency, the Minister, the floor is yours. His Excellency, we cannot hear you. Thank you.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
We do.
Okay, thank you so much. Distinguished scientists, researchers, and professors, dear participants, I am very pleased to get together with you at the World Conference on Energy, Science, and Technology, organized by the Turkish Academy of Sciences. This important conference brings the energy community together to address critical challenges in sustainable energy systems. The presentations of internationally recognized experts from all around the world will enrich the program and make it very distinct. I hope this event will be beneficial to strengthen the momentum that the energy industry has already gained. Dear participants, the path to strong and sustainable growth is directly related to how efficiently and competitively we combine the inputs. In this sense, energy emerged as a critical component. We need production for growth and, of course, energy for production. And as the industry develops, the need for energy rises. For countries like Turkey, dependency on foreign energy resources increases the risk of current account deficit and external fragility. Therefore, renewable energy is an important alternative to reduce the foreign dependency and accelerate industrialization, especially for developing countries. As you know, the low cost and environmental advantages of renewable energy make it important in terms of sustainability. When we look at the trends, we see a structural transformation in the energy sector. The analysis shows that 85% of the energy produced in the world in 2050 will be met from renewable energy sources. And wind and solar sources are expected to have the largest share. In line with this trend, there are $1 trillion of wind and solar investment committed by the public and private sectors over the next decade. These figures show the importance of the sector and the need for the industry to adopt the change. From this point of view, as Turkey, we want to turn the disadvantages of being dependent on foreign oil and gas into an advantage by making maximum use of renewable energy. My ministry plays an active role in the development of the domestic industry by providing support to the investors. While we are at it, I would like to briefly mention the supports we have given. Since 2012, we have issued more than 7,000 incentive certificates for renewable energy investments. Thanks to these certificates, many valuable projects have initiated. The integrated solar panel production facility, which was opened last year in Ankara, is one of them. Solar panel production, as you know, consists of 4 phases: crystal growing, slice cutting, cell production, and module production. There is no other integrated facility in the world that can do all of these under the same roof. Another support we provide for the industry is the establishment of solar energy zones. As the ministry, we provide world-class infrastructure in these zones and allocate space for investors with generous incentives. When they are fully operational in the near future, we will reach a capacity of 6,000 megawatts solar power in those zones. Dear participants, research and development and innovation investments in energy technologies are important for the development of the sector. Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, TÜBİTAK, is the leading institution for such R&D activities in Turkey. It implements landmark programs to support the platforms and projects that address both high technology areas and European Green Deal priorities. One of the high technology platforms that is supported by TÜBİTAK is the Turkish Photovoltaic Technologies Platform. This platform is developing photovoltaic technologies with high efficiency and cost effectiveness, including new generation solar energy technologies. It supports what we call co-creation based approach for the interaction and the acceleration of R&D processes. Innovative technologies that are developed within the scope of TÜBİTAK research centers are further contributing to sustainable energy technologies. MAM Institute of Energy runs research projects in the field of clean and renewable energy technologies. The institute has a pilot plant for hydrogen production from biomass gasification. It also carries out R&D projects focused on wind and hydraulic energy. We successfully developed a monitoring and forecasting system for the wind power plants. With this system, we can monitor the electric production and make reliable forecasts about wind speeds and turbine outputs. Dear participants, I state with great pleasure that the R&D-based improvements in our ecosystem started to attract leading researchers from around the world. In the first call of our International Fellowship for our Outstanding Researchers program, 127 scientists have joined our ecosystem, moved their research from Turkey, from 21 different countries to Turkey. All of these researchers are pioneers in their fields. Each of them is implementing projects with groundbreaking contributions on sustainable environment and digital transformation. New generation of energy storage and new chemical transformation for clean energy are prominent topics that they study. With this regard, I also invite the participants of this conference to come and study in Turkey. You can benefit from our programs. Dear professors, I would like to express that I find the thematic scientific meetings of Turkish Academy of Sciences very meaningful. It is also very important that these meetings turn into publications. I closely follow TÜBA in this respect, especially their work during the COVID-19 pandemic have become one of the leading publications in the world in many aspects. Before ending my words, I would like to underline that it gives me honor to welcome researchers who are dedicated to advancing new opportunities for energy science and technology. I hope that the conference will lead to fruitful discussions and collaborations, new advances and solutions for a sustainable development. I would like to thank again the Turkish Academy of Sciences for the organization of the conference, as well as all attendees for their valuable contributions. Thank you so much.
We thank His Excellency the Minister for his opening remarks and his kind extension of invitation. We also thank all attendees of the opening ceremony. And on that note, we will be closing the opening session. I would like to remind the honorable attendees that the following session, the plenary session, will start at 10:45. The plenary session will be chaired by Professor Ibrahim Dinçer. On behalf of the organizing committee, we wish you a very productive conference. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Rakos.
Good morning.
I'm glad you have got on with no issues.
Yes, seems so, seems so.
Excellent, excellent. So in a couple of seconds, we'll start.
That's fine.
You want to make it really timely? Good morning, everyone. We are now in our first plenary session, and we do have two distinguished speakers. The very first one is going to be Dr. Christian Rakos, who is a champion, by the way, in the area of renewable energy. But let me give you a bit about his bio. Dr. Rakos is a managing director of the Austrian Pellets Association and president of the World's Bioenergy Association. Dr. Rakos is a physicist by education and has spent his entire professional life dealing with the use of renewable energy and promoting it in every possible way. First, at the Institute for Technology Assessment or the Austrian Academy of Sciences, then at the Austrian Energy Agency, and finally as a managing director of the Austrian Pellet Association. Dr. Rakos was also the founding president of the European Pellet Association and a board member of the Forum of Austrian Scientists for Environmental Protection and the Austrian Society for Environment and Technology. Dr. Rakos is an active member on the board of the Austrian Biomass Association and the Umbrella Association for Renewable Energy Austria. So in closing, we today have Dr. Rakos here in the conference as a recognized champion in the field of renewable energy, and the presentation which is going to be delivered by him is going to be on transforming bioenergy use in the developing world, a key target for sustainable development and net zero carbon emissions. So, Dr. Rakos, the floor is yours. You have about, let's say, 40 minutes, and then I will allocate a couple of minutes for questions and comments, and I will follow the chat box. Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to talk to you today. I will try to share my screen right now. Let's see if it works. Professor Dinser, is the screen visible?
Yes,
properly?
Quite visible. Yes.
Okay.
Very nice. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I'm going to talk about a specific aspect of bioenergy use that is not very often paid attention to, but I think it is a relevant one. You probably are aware that bioenergy is at the moment the largest contribution of renewable energy we have. On a global scale, 70% of all renewable energy is provided by bioenergy. So it does play an important role, but we need to change this role, particularly in respect to bioenergy use in developing economies. Let me first introduce shortly the World Bioenergy Association. We are a small association, to be honest. We are a global umbrella organization. Our headquarters are in Stockholm. We have about 250 members. Our members are associations, are industries, and what makes us very proud is that we have representatives of more than 50 countries worldwide. In our webinars, often we have participants from 70 countries plus. So it is really a global association, and that makes it very interesting to work because there are so many different aspects that come in from different countries, things we can learn from, and that is the main goal of our association. So I would like to really invite you all to think about joining our association. Our activities are quite widespread. We're publishing global bioenergy statistics. We publish annual reports, fact sheets. We used to do, I must say, mission trips and study visits. Obviously, in the last 2 years, that was not possible, but we will, of course, hope to do that in the future. The main means of communication at the moment are our webinars. And you can also look at them in our website. They are recorded and can be looked at also still now. We do cooperate with a number of different international organizations like IRENA, International Renewable Energy Agency, IPCC, REN21, etc., etc. So I won't bore you with that anymore, but I would like to cordially invite you to consider to join our association. The point of departure for my presentation today is a really significant report that was published by the International Energy Agency just a few weeks ago. It's the Net Zero by 2050 report, the first scenario the International Energy Agency has produced on how to decrease our carbon dioxide emissions to net zero by 2050. And that report also sheds a very interesting light on how bioenergy should contribute to this profound transformation of our energy sector. The key statement of the International Energy Report regarding bioenergy is that 40% of current bioenergy use is traditional use, for cooking mainly, for lighting and heating in developing countries. So a lot of this is old-fashioned, you could say, bioenergy use. And as the International Energy Agency emphasizes, this form of bioenergy is in many ways unsustainable. And I will go more into detail about this aspect. And it should be replaced by modern forms of bioenergy use by 2040. So what that means is that a very large part of the biggest contribution to renewable energy must be transformed. And how this should happen is the topic of my speech today. This figure from the IEA report shows you basically how bioenergy supply in the net zero emission scenario should develop. And I have put a red arrow to the left on the situation in 2020. What you can see is that there are a number of different forms of bioenergy use, but the big chunk, the brownish chunk on the top, this is the traditional use of biomass in domestic appliances, in open fires, basically, for cooking and heating. And what you can see is that this chunk, which is actually more than 40% of all bioenergy use, should go to zero by 2030. So within a very short period of time, we should replace the traditional way of using bioenergy in billions of households to more modern forms of doing so. I would like to also draw your attention to these pink points, to these violet points here. They relate to the scale on the right side, and they show the overall contribution of bioenergy, of modern bioenergy, to global energy supply. And if you look at that, you can see that at the moment, modern forms of bioenergy only contribute about 5% to global energy supply. And this should increase gradually to almost 20%. So bioenergy is going to be almost 20% of the total energy supply in 2050 in a decarbonized energy supply scenario. So the role is going to increase enormously. If you look at the sources of bioenergy, you can also see a significant transformation. Here in 2020, you can see this part here, conventional bioenergy crops such as corn or sugarcane for ethanol production play a relevant role, a much bigger role, again, traditional use of biomass, which is mainly firewood that is being collected or harvested in the forest. You see organic waste streams, the yellow bar here, still relatively small, orange, forest and wood residues, blue, short rotation woody crops, and green forestry plantations. And you can see that there is a big transformation going on that will see the role of organic waste streams becoming the most important source of bioenergy use in the next decades to come. Organic waste streams, that is on the one side harvesting residues, all types of straws, husks, etc., but also, of course, residues from animal husbandry, manure, etc. These residues will become the main source of bioenergy. The role of conventional bioenergy crops will decrease. The role of forest and wood residues will also increase. And we see a very strong increase in short rotation woody crops. So short rotation forestry is going to play a very important role. So that's the type of structural change that the International Energy Agency sees in its scenario that, of course, is based on the assumption that bioenergy use is sustainable. So we use bioenergy in a way that does not put any question mark into the long-term sustainability of this process. Let me shortly explain to you the size of the challenge of transforming traditional biomass use in the world. For the moment, 3 billion people are using traditional bioenergy for cooking. It's an enormous number of people. That is basically all population in Africa, large parts of the population in Asia, and also in Latin America that are doing this. And the consequences are quite significant. Currently, estimates believe that 4 billion premature deaths are associated with the air pollution from cooking on open fireplaces. And it is particularly women and children that are affected by indoor air pollution. And I guess if you have ever been sitting to an open fireplace, you know that it is producing a lot of smoke. If you do that indoors, obviously the situation is much worse, and it's really having a very serious health impact. Also, the efficiency of bioenergy use on open fireplaces is extremely low. It's 10 to 15%. So it's a very wasteful way of using bioenergy. And if you think about charcoal, which is widely used, especially in urban areas in the developing world, the situation is even worse because you need 5 kilograms of wood to produce 1 kilogram of charcoal. A lot of valuable energy is actually wasted, and it is both in terms of production very, very polluting, as even in terms of use. So this is really, these are very serious issues. And on top of that, traditional cooking contributes significantly to deforestation. And I will show you an example for that, how impactful that can be. So this is the challenge we are up to. And the question is, what kind of modern bioenergy use can replace traditional cooking? And there are, in fact, 3 approaches. One is biogas. Biogas production is a very nice and sustainable way to produce energy in a rural context. If you have manure or other organic wastes, you can put them into a biogas fermenter. You will be able to use the gas for cooking. And this will be, of course, much, much better than the traditional way of cooking. However, this is a very investment intensive activity. It's not so cheap to build a digester and the technical means to control the process. And that is why it's not very easy to distribute this type of technology. Even though there are some very interesting approaches with relatively simple technology that seem to work well. Ethanol is another option. Ethanol is burning absolutely cleanly, has very low emissions, there are ethanol cook stoves available, and there are even very innovative and interesting approaches to distribute ethanol in rural areas through distribution, automated distribution terminals, you could say. So there is a lot of activities going on. The downside of ethanol is that it is significantly more expensive than traditional fuels, and that is obviously a barrier because people are very often not in the economic position to buy ethanol. Finally, pelletized solid biomass can be another solution, and this is the solution I am going to talk about. And this solid biomass could come mainly from agricultural residues or from residues from wood processing. The fact is that the most economic choice are pellets from agricultural residues, simply because the technology is less investment intensive than biogas, and the running costs are significantly lower than for ethanol. And that is what I want to explain more closely to you. First, let me tell you that pellets is at the moment the fastest growing form of upgraded biomass. You can see that within the last 20 years, this technology has been increasing very much in output. 2 million tons of pellets were produced in the year 2000. And now we're close to 40 million tons. And this doesn't even include the figures from China, which probably is at the moment already the largest producer of pellets with a production of over 10 million tons. The statistics are so poorly understood that China doesn't figure in this graph, but we may expect that it is a very, very important contributor to global pellet production. Why, you might ask, why is pellet production so successful? There are many other technologies for upgrading biomass. Could be transformed into a gas. A biomass can be transformed to liquid biofuels. Biomass can be transformed to all kinds of, could be carbonized. Why is it pelletizing that is so successful? And basically the answer is because it requires a fairly low amount of energy to convert. About 2% of the energy content is needed for densifying dry biomass. So particularly if you have dry feedstocks, this is a very, very low energy amount that is needed to produce a good fuel, a fuel that has a high energy density, that it is easy to store and to transport, that's very clean burning, and it is useful in different scales. You can use pellets actually from domestic use for cooking all the way to use in large scale power plants. So it's a very versatile fuel. And that is why it has been very successful, expanding in many places in the world, but mainly in Europe. So Europe is now the continent where most pellets are being used currently, both in domestic and industrial applications. And my belief is that this is going to change, and there will be new markets for pellets developing in areas that have not seen a lot of development in this field yet. The new star in the bioenergy sky, from my point of view, is clean cooking with pellets from agricultural biomass. And you can see here a picture from a South African product from the Fab stove. You can see there are two gasifiers basically that provide a gas type of fire, very clean burning. You can put there 2 pots and you can cook on them and regulate the intensity of the fire. The technology this stove is using is called microgasification, and I would like to briefly explain that to you. What you are seeing here on the left side is the so-called gasifier, and the concept is that pellets are transformed by pyrolysis into a combustible gas that is subsequently burned. So you have a small amount of primary air that leads to a bed of glowing pellets, and you have a preheated hot air that enters here on the top of the gasifier that leads to a clean combustion of this combustible gas. And that is how emissions can be minimized to a level that's comparable with cooking with natural gas, for example, or with liquid petrol gas. That's a way to burn solid biomass without any relevant amount of smoke generation. And that's very, I think that's very exciting. There are a number of products already on the market that use this technology. On the top here to the left, a Chinese product, Mimimoto. And you can see here in the center, the gasifier. You can see there on the bottom, there is small holes for a little amount of primary air that is just enough to have the pellets to glow and to smoke, so to say. And on the top, you can see the secondary air holes that provide the oxygen for a clean burning flame. The left, you have the ACE model was developed in the Netherlands for the African market, and to the right again, the Fab stove. And there are a number of other products in the market of these microgasification cook stoves. We had a very interesting project in Austria where we used state-of-the-art technology to optimize gasification cook stoves. And if I'm talking about state-of-the-art, I'm talking about computational fluid dynamics, CFD analysis, a technology where you actually calculate the chemical reactions, the temperature, and the flow of matter in all kind of spaces within the gasifier. And that allows you to optimize the geometry of the combustion system in a way that leads to significantly lower emissions. So CFD emission analysis is extremely interesting and a very useful tool, and in fact, the most modern tool we have to optimize biomass combustion. And here you can see the result. The improved gasifying cook stoves are now, in terms of emissions, by a factor of 100 lower than a three-stone fire with open firewood cooking. So a factor of 100, that's very, very, very significant reduction of emissions. And of course, also in terms of efficiency, this is about 40% efficiency compared to 10 to 15% efficiency of an open fireplace. So this is extremely exciting. Also because where you show this on the right, where you show this arrow, this is based on rice husks, not on wood, but on rice husks, a fuel that is normally just wasted. It's thrown away. It has a very high ash content of about 17%. Nobody is using it normally. It's just waste dumped or even incinerated. And you can make this product to a wonderful fuel that is absolutely clean burning. I think that's really exciting. Let me talk shortly about the economics of pellet cooking. We calculated these economics for the example of Uganda, a country in Eastern Africa. The pellet need of a household is about a little bit less than a kilogram per hour for cooking. So if you consider 2 hours of cooking time, you need about 1.8, maybe 2 kilograms of pellets per day, or about 700 kilos per year. And now please compare the costs. If for 2 hours of cooking day per day, you would pay 4,300 shillings, Ugandan shillings, for liquid petrol gas, 1,300 for pellets, and 2,000 for charcoal, which is the predominant fuel. But there is a lot of marketing now for LPG, because obviously it's much more convenient than cooking with charcoal. But it is so much more expensive that very few people can afford that. So you can see also in economic terms, the incredibly interesting potential to bring this product onto the market. And this is assuming a pellet price of $200 per ton, which is significantly more than the production cost, which may be probably around $100 per ton. So you can see there is even a significant profit to be made in producing pellets in a context where people are using charcoal as reference fuel. This shows you how the amount of forested area in Uganda has been declining over the last 25 years. And that is really a sad story. In the 1990s, you still had 25%, so a quarter of the land of Uganda covered by forests. And today it is only 9% left. So the decline is really dramatic. And an important part of this reduction of forest cover is related to charcoal production for the big urban centers such as Kampala, which is using 1,000 tons of charcoal per day, every day. The interesting thing about agricultural residues is that they are available almost everywhere, and there are a wide range of agricultural residues that can be used. I was talking about rice husks before because that is the case we're currently studying in Uganda, but straw, all kinds of straw can be used for pelletizing. And again, straw has the advantage of usually coming in dry. So there is no energy needed for drying this residue. Shells of nuts can be very suitable. Peanuts, palm oil shells are already used widely as energy source, but also bagasse of sugar production. Sawdust is, in fact, today the most widely used raw material because it has the lowest ash content, the best combustion properties of all biomasses. But it is only one feedstock that we will be using in the future. And there are, of course, all kinds of processing residues from coffee production, from plant fiber production, etc., that are all possible to use as a feedstock for pellet production. So that allows to really base this on the locally available fuels. And to me, the greatest surprise when I was experimenting with these gasification cook stoves was that they were readily available, able to use all kinds of different feedstocks. So there is little need to change the technology. Whereas in a typical normal combustion unit, Most of the agricultural residues are quite difficult to process, to burn, because the ash is melting. The gasification cook stoves, the ash is not heated to such a degree, so it is more easy to be used. Of course, there are challenges in introducing this technology. Basically, there is a chicken and egg problem. Is there a supply of fuel? Then people can use it and buy the stoves, but they will not buy the stoves unless the fuel is there. So there is a risk that the fuel producer has in setting up a plant because initially there is no market. Another big issue is the cost of gasification cooked stoves. We might believe that $50 to $100 of cost is very little, but of course in traditional communities, a charcoal stove is only $5. So it is much, much cheaper to stick with your habits, even if they are not sustainable in a bigger context. The main opportunities I see is the trend to urbanization. I mean, we have now mega cities developing in many developing countries where charcoal is the only fuel for cooking, and people are used to purchase this fuel. So if you can offer them something that is significantly less costly, the likelihood of changing is becoming more and more high. We can also see that in some countries in Africa, for example, charcoal use has been actually banned because of the lack of resources, unsustainable forest use. And in Kenya, for example, it's now not allowed to use charcoal anymore. Obviously, it's still being used, but there is a threat of really seeing government action against charcoal use. And there is a possibility to co-finance the stoves by the sales of the pellets, and that could really create a sustainable business model. Finally, carbon credits is a very interesting aspect. If you think about unsustainable use of wood for charcoal production that is being replaced with such a gasifying cook stove, you can save up to 5 tons of CO2 per year. And if you just consider that in the European Union, the emission trading market for CO2 is now at a price of 50 euros per ton or even more, you can see that there can be a very relevant economic contribution from carbon credits that would be able to easily finance the stoves or co-finance the stoves. Here's a picture from the pilot project we are currently involved in Kampala in Uganda. There actually is a rice husk pelletizing machine that has been built there, but that is running idle because there is no market for the pellets. So we are now trying to convince local stove producers to change from building charcoal stoves to building pellet stoves with a gasifying principle. Yeah, another initiative the World Bioenergy Association took was to publish a website, pellets.africa, that is dedicated to those persons that are interested in developing pelleting plants. Because developing a pelleting project is a quite complex thing. And we have been visiting pellet plants that were just really poorly designed and ended up in a disaster for the investors. And we thought by educating investors on how to properly develop a pellet plant would be a contribution to get more traction on the market. So coming to a conclusion, I believe clean cooking with gasification stoves and pellets is extremely interesting option for the future in developing countries, but even in developed countries. Like, I mean, we are using in Europe a lot of charcoal for grills that could be replaced by pellets. We are using a lot of LPG in camping cookers that could be replaced by gasification cook stoves. So even in more developed countries, this principle could really make a difference. The interesting thing and the opportunity is that all kinds of locally available residues can be processed, that air pollution is significantly reduced, that even the costs of energy for households are reduced, and the local economy can be built around producing and trading the pellets. But what we do need is investment into pellet production. It needs investors that take the risk to develop the market. And it will need financial support for the cook stoves because, as I mentioned, the cook stoves are just too expensive at the moment for the local populations. Overall, clean cooking with gasification stoves and pellets is a very interesting business opportunity. And those of you who are entrepreneurs, I invite you to look at this opportunity and to engage. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm very open to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rekos, for such a nice presentation in the area of bioenergy. We have one question here, and I will have actually two follow-up questions. One question from one of the attendees, really thanking you first and then asking you, do you have any cooperation with the international green building certification communities such as LEED to increase the use of bioenergy in the smart and green building projects?
We do not have such cooperation, but we are open for such a cooperation. Obviously, for green buildings, energy supply for heat and hot water is an important aspect. In fact, in Europe, the use of pellets, 50% of all pellet use is going into so-called, what you could call green buildings, buildings that do not emit any CO2. So it is a very common technology. It's also a technology that's expanding very rapidly. In Germany, the sales of pellet boilers for domestic use have doubled last year, and this year they are going to double again. So we see a very steep increase in transforming heat supply into buildings in Europe at the moment.
Thank you. And I have another question here from another attendee. Really asking about whether or not there is a threat for forests, when there is such a high demand for pellets, especially in underdeveloped or developing countries.
I think that was the point that I wanted to make. If you would pelletize forestry wood, there could be a threat, but the idea is not to use the wood, but to use the agricultural residues that are burned in the field in the moment and not used at all. And if you look at that approach, it is actually saving the forests, because at the moment the forests are being cut down to produce charcoal or firewood. If we don't use charcoal and firewood anymore, what we are doing is we are actually protecting the forests by using a different type of biomass.
And I see another, thank you. I see another question, most likely left half. How to provide a fab stove, I think meaning your, micro gasification type of stoves. And I think that is the key, maybe it's a commercial availability.
Yes, in fact, these stoves are commercially available. So Fab Stove is one of the brands. It's a South African product. And if you just Google Fab Stove, you will find the website, and it is possible to purchase these.
Excellent, thank you. So I have another, actually, a kind of eye-opening type question. Asking, really about the pelletization. So asking that pelletization requires additional cost in the gasification industry. Would you particularly recommend pelletizing municipal solid wastes? Is it possible to recycle such wastes without pelletizing? Is there that kind of option?
I would
without.
Yeah, I mean, in Europe, the most common way of using the energy value in municipal solid waste is to directly burn it in suitable incineration plants. And such plants can today be built in a way that they do not produce any relevant air pollution anymore. Like here in Vienna, we have a flue gas, an incineration plant in the middle of the city. And you can look at the chimney, you cannot see anything coming out, but it's working day and night and burning 200,000 tons of biomass and other residues. So I believe processing the municipal solid waste to produce pellets will most likely increase the cost compared to direct combustion.
Thank you. And let me see if additional, okay, I don't see any more question. I myself have one question. This is really coming down to bioeconomy. And we know that, really in the bioeconomy, people are trying to ramp up the production of advanced biofuels. So what do you think about their future? Some countries have already strategized this, to come up with their roadmaps. So how do you see their futures?
Advanced biofuels, I mean, there are different approaches to producing advanced biofuels. I assume that what you're referring to...
I mean the cellulosic base.
Yes. I was just going to mention that. So I thought that you were going to refer to the production of ethanol by using cellulosic feedstocks. I think that is a very interesting technology to produce from these feedstocks ethanol that can be very useful even as aviation fuel, for example, or for shipping. And if you recall the figure I showed from the International Energy Agency, the International Energy Agencies puts a significant importance to liquid biofuels in the future, because there are some sectors that cannot be electrified, such as aviation or shipping, etc. So there is definitely an important role for that. I see that role mainly in more developed countries because that technology is quite sophisticated. It still is not competitive at the moment, but there is a lot of research going on, and eventually we hope it's going to be successful. It will be a good way of utilizing those residues that are not properly used also in our economy. So we don't use straw and other agricultural residues properly. Typically, we put them into the soil again. Sometimes they are still even now being burned in the field, which is causing pollution. It's totally useless form of getting rid of these materials. So there is a lot of potential, I believe, in that. But in the developing countries, I see the pelletizing is so much cheaper and so much easier, and it produces a fuel they need for cooking, that I don't think they need to go through this complicated process of producing ethanol to be just using the material for cooking.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Rakos, again for such an eye-opening presentation. And we have really enjoyed it. And thank you for your kind contribution to the success of this conference. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the invitation. Bye-bye. Have a good conference.
And as mentioned in the beginning that, we have two distinguished speakers. I am now going to introduce Professor Feridun Hamdullahpur. Good morning, Professor Hamdullahpur. Since you are connected from New York, very early morning. So let me introduce Professor Hamdullahpur. Professor Hamdullahpur is a professor of mechanical and mechatronics engineering, and has just completed his 2 terms for president and vice chancellor at the University of Waterloo in Canada. Professor Hamdullahpur has about 35 years of university teaching, research, and leadership experience. Professor Hamdullahpur has spearheaded several initiatives and pursued many projects focusing on student experience, success, and teaching and research excellence in various areas. Professor Hamdullahpur was able to place Waterloo on a trajectory to meet its 6th decade goals. Finally, keep in mind that Professor Hamdullahpur is a recognized champion in university education and a recognized advocate for clean energy and sustainability. So very delighted to have you today. And it is almost afternoon in Istanbul and morning time over there. And thank you for joining us. And the topic of his talk will be an overview of the role of universities on energy and sustainability, really bringing those 3 key components into a kind of live presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction, Ibrahim, and I'm delighted to be able to participate in this conference. Just before I start, I was listening to the previous presentation with a lot of interest, and you may know that I had a lot of work done in fluidized bed gasification of agricultural crop. When we tried to transfer this technology to a West African country, they refused to use the gas because they said the food tasted better when they used wood from the forest. So there's an important social element of what we think. While things are technologically possible, social acceptance is a different thing. I thought I would just mention that. What I'd like to do today, first, let me share my screen and see how I could do this. Okay. All right, I'm assuming that you can see the screen now. I want to acknowledge 2 of my co-authors for this, Dr. Munir Sajid Herdem and Dr. Burak Güler, who contributed in the preparation of this presentation. It says, as our chairman indicated, it's a synopsis, quick overview of the role of universities, specifically on energy and sustainability. We'll all recognize that universities have played a very important role on various things, but specifically when it comes to energy and sustainability and understanding some of the big challenges we have ahead, the role of universities has amplified significantly. There's an urgency in accelerating and widening this role. So this is what we're going to talk about today. To be able to do that, I think we need to understand why there's a need for this urgency, and there's need more intense focus on the role of universities that they should play. So to understand that, I think we need to just touch on climate change. I'm sure that many of you are well aware of the challenges and issues. And then the little bit about what we mean. We talk a lot about a net zero study, but what is it? Let's understand this a little bit more, and then we can zoom into the role that universities should play. I don't want to go too far back. Just recently, last month, in Western Canada and the United States, we experienced kind of temperatures that we had never ever seen before. Temperatures went up to well over 44, 46 degrees, caused a lot of deaths. It kind of devastated life because it was not possible to be able to cope with that. And of course, caused forest fires to many other issues. If you look at the temperature changes in these areas, again, they were record-breaking, absolutely record-breaking. So if anybody is doubting, well, was this a fluke? Was this a coincidence? No, I think there is a direct connection to how the climate is changing, and there should be no doubt what kind of role we played as human beings in bringing us to this situation. What is that? It's simply we have, right from the beginning, the humankind, our quest, our thirst for energy has grown significantly, and it's still growing. Therefore, energy production, the use of energy, and the situation we are in terms of climate emergency, climate change, they're quite related. So we need to understand what that relationship is a little better. And as you can see, three very obvious things that we are seeing every day. And unfortunately, we are seeing part of this in Turkey as I speak, with forest fires, with droughts, and incredible intensity of hurricanes everywhere in the world that we've never seen before. So to introduce this particular concept, of course, we've been aware of this in 2015. Many countries came together and said, well, we need something to address this. So that was the Paris Agreement, and then and hopefully in November this year, excuse me, as Abraham said, I haven't spoken to anybody yet, so my throat is still dry. And how do we position the world energy system to transition to net zero base? And to understand that, we also need to recognize that there are many pathways to get to that net zero. The question is, how fast can we do this? And then what will be the key findings? In saying that, I should mention that many countries in the world, they have chosen 2050 as the target year to achieve that net zero target. Some countries are more ambitious, some indications of 2040. There are some halfway marks at 2030, but nevertheless, many countries are in agreement that it should be in 2050. Some are aiming for carbon neutral status to net zero. What you have here is a study done, a very comprehensive study done by international energy agencies. And this is a very busy slide. I'm going to show this again, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it now, but shows how complicated it is and how many different pathways we may have getting there. What we see from the as key findings from that, there are technologies available today that it may take us a long time, but just using these technologies, but nevertheless, it could be there. We can also think of technologies that are not commercially available today. Either they're there as concept, they're in labs, or they're in pilot study stages, but acceleration of these technologies, development of them, and bringing them to the marketplace will be significantly important. If you take 2030 as a quick target, that we could see it in 10 years, in less than 10 years, 9 years, we will be seeing a larger world economy. What larger world economy means larger energy usage or energy intensity. Yet, is it possible to use less energy by being a lot more efficient, and that we're accomplishing the same tasks for everything that we need the energy for, but using less of it because we are more efficient. Few things we can see from this study that by just a comparison between 2020 and 2030, that we will be adding a lot more capacity on the renewable side. If you can see it on this slide, I don't know if you can see my arrow here, but here, just on the just for solar photovoltaic cells and wind, we will be able to increase significantly more capacity. At the same time, you look at the second one, the sales of electric cars versus internal combustion engine cars will increase by 18-fold. This is, again, significant, by realizing that, of course, the source of electricity will have to be, sorry, I don't know how I wasn't finished, is important. And we, as I mentioned, if we could decrease our energy intensity of our gross domestic product, then that will also contribute significantly. So the next one, the one on the right, is how do we deal with also on CO2 emission savings? And it is very clear that that is also possible if we are to invest in new technologies that are under development. I emphasize on this one because the greatest participant factor in acceleration of these developments will come, or right now is coming from universities mainly, or research labs, some other places. Now, I hope you can see this a little bit better. As you can see in this picture, there are various scenarios. It goes from the technologies using current, future technologies, but also policy decisions. For example, whether there will be at various stages renewal of licenses for either oil or gas exploration. When will many countries, for example, in Canada, there are no coal-fired power plants, but when will other countries stop using it? So, and at the bottom here, you see this is more on the side of how do we actually capture carbon dioxide, and how do we continuously invest in hydrogen technologies, especially in the form of how many electrolysis plants will we have for the production of hydrogen. I should quickly touch that this study, or what I'm covering here, I'm specifically not touching on nuclear energy. I should. It would have complicated things a little bit. I would have focused on especially small modular reactors, of course. Right now, everything I'm talking about is within the economic feasibility, cost feasibility umbrella. And right now, as I speak, hopefully that will change and can change, should change. But right now, as I speak, they have not passed that cost efficiency, cost affordability barrier yet. So again, everything that we see in our scenarios, in whichever way we use, it requires massive investment in clean energy technologies. There is no doubt whatsoever. Governments will play an incredibly important role in two folds. One is every government, they have to have investments to either support or commercialize clean energy technologies. There has to be a lot of incentives to do this. Secondly, as I'm going to touch on later, even though individual governments may take some very decisive actions, governments will have to collaborate, like in the form of Paris agreements, in other forms, to ensure that they're not alone, they're not working alone, and they're doing this in the coordinated fashion, because climate change is a universal issue, is a universal challenge. It affects all of us, regardless of which country we live in. Therefore, investment by governments, but at the same time, without private sector participation, we can't get anywhere. And I believe they are also very heavily investing in several countries, not in all countries, to do that. If we did this, you can see from this graph how this will change from low emission fuels to electricity generation to energy infrastructure and to the end use, showing a great possibility by 2050 if that happens. I have a different slide coming up. Maybe I will, in the interest of a little bit of time, I should show this, but nevertheless, you can see just oil. We won't see it diminishing at all, but you will see that by 2050, a lot. It will go down significantly, oil usage. And a little later, I'm going to show specifically where natural gas stands in this issue. But we need our critical minerals in support of our technologies, especially from panels to some energy storage materials. Critical minerals will become incredibly important, so their exploration will have to be increased. And finally, again, you can see just solar and wind, their participation, share of electricity generation will have to increase significantly. That is not the case right now, but it will have to. There's no other way we can meet the 2050 targets otherwise. This is what I was referring to. You can see that this is from a different study. Coal has reached its peak usage in 2014. Many countries are working on it, even though it is still very heavily used in some other countries. We can expect it's reaching a minimal point in 2050 under various scenarios, but not going to zero for sure. Oil is same, but reaching its peak in around 2029, 2030, and natural gas will reach its peak in 2037. It's important to understand this because everything that coal will leave and then oil will leave will have to be picked up by natural gas until we have a more renewable, especially from solar and wind and other sources, further developed. Until then, our needs for energy and heat will have to come from gas, and unfortunately, of course, not as much as coal and oil, but some CO2 production will result from that. Again, here it's very clear where we will be in terms of CO2 emissions at 2050. Various scenarios. If we delay our transition, this is where we're going to end up. It's quite bad. We will never meet our 1.5 Celsius temperature limit. Even accelerated case will not give us this. The only way we can do this if we plan everything according to a 1.5 Celsius limitation of global temperature increase. That pathway will give us the best, lowest CO2 emission strategy by 2050. This shows a different version of this. Simply, again, what I said before, the role of governments, if we have low international cooperation for ideological, political, economic reasons, if we don't have that participation, this is where we'll end up. It will push our target to 2090, whereas by 2050, meeting this target will require significant intergovernmental collaboration. So, sorry, it took me a little while to get to this point, but I think it was important to understand what it is that we're dealing with, what it is that we're talking about, so that we can talk about what role the universities should play. So, on the left side, this is the summary of what are the issues that are occupying our agendas at our institutions. Energy efficiency. We still need to spend a lot of time and research on how we can be more efficient, therefore use less fuel per kilowatt energy. Important element, I touched on it earlier about the previous talk, that behavioral changes will be very important. So there's an incredibly important social aspect of this issue, as much as, of course, technological aspect. Electrification of everything from transportation to end use is something we're talking about. Renewable investments of time, research, money on renewables, hydrogen-based fuel, bioenergy, again, it was touched on, and carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So these are just quickly summarizing some of the things that you can find these subjects, topics, being either as an academic program or research programs at many institutions, either as a whole or part of it or in a collaborative way. So these are the pillars, as I said, key pillars to decarbonize our global energy system. How do we do this? Of course, we do this by doing four things. Research and development. We've been at this for a while. It's been expanding. It's been deepening over the years. We will continue doing this at our institutions. Everywhere, not just universities, but many other places. Innovation, innovation, innovation. We have to, in our thinking, we have to think outside of the box, because that is the requirement. As you could see, as from my previous points, that current technologies will not get us where we need. We need to think beyond that. That will require significant innovation from startups to big companies, again, thinking beyond what they're doing today. Collaboration will be extremely important, not just collaboration among researchers, collaboration among institutions, collaboration among governments will be quite important, and as many important policy decisions that will require even nationally and internationally. Moving forward then, what will that boil down to? Universities, of course, we are known as finding solutions. We will continue exploring new solutions to all of these problems, and even more than that. We will need to ensure that we are providing a proper platform and environment for educating our future leaders. They are the ones, they will pick up the baton and run faster than what we are doing today. So education of these, our students, our future leaders, will be incredibly important in a way that I could expand a little bit more. Mobilizing our knowledge, again, I'll talk about it in a minute more. We generate a lot of new knowledge, a lot of data, and what do we do about this just beyond publishing? And of course, we have to practice what we preach. As each institution, we are our campuses like little cities, and what is our own corporate footprint? We talk a lot about things, but do we really? How do we apply these ourselves? Just to give you one example, how many institutions, many universities bring in many of these aspects together. These are some examples that I was able to put together. Different universities have different centers to bring many aspects of these subjects together. An example from my own institution, for Waterloo Institute for Sustainable Energy, it builds itself over 6 key pillars: conserve, improve, deliver, bridge, enable, and transform. So it is not just one subject. To be able to reach, again, our goal, and our goal, again, the best way to describe is of carbon neutrality, is we need to make sure that we are working on all aspects of the spectrum. So, as I said earlier, the role that universities play, I put them in 4 different categories. Finding solutions that require significant investment in research. This is growing more and more by working in multidisciplinary areas, making sure that we are going into a lot of depth, but expanding that depth. So we are finding solutions, and we are probably playing a key role in finding those solutions, getting us towards that goal. Educating leaders, and again, I mentioned that this educating leaders it goes beyond our own students, whether they're undergraduate students or graduate students. We have responsibility educating public, educating policy makers, decision makers. So we need to, one of the responsibilities is taken beyond our campus walls and ensuring that we are expanding this education away. Mobilizing knowledge is well beyond. I understand the importance of dissemination of knowledge, new knowledge, and we will continue doing this. We will make sure that the world is benefiting from our generation of knowledge, but it has to be well beyond that. We need to promote as much as possible small scale, large scale commercialization possibilities. We need to ensure that we are sharing our knowledge with key participants so that they could also accelerate that mobilization. It should be done in a way that policymakers, decision makers, again, will have our knowledge that is new information created at our institutions to base their critical decisions on. And finally, again, I touched on this, our corporate footprint will be very important to bring verification and integrity to what we are saying, what we are preaching. So, to give you one example, I listed here the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and I picked 3 of them: affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, and climate action. And the bars here show a number of faculty members at the university working on each one of those. Just to show that these 3 that I picked that are more pertinent to the topic that we're talking about, 480 faculty members just at the University of Waterloo working on these. It shows, and I'm sure that there are similar numbers at other institutions around the world. It shows the intensity of attention and focus given to these subjects. And you can imagine connecting these, just like the way we're doing this, creating this forum for discussion and expanding our network of collaboration. Those are the ones that will give us a much faster and a steep curve of development. A very quick example of how we are approaching this. Again, if you're talking about finding solutions, Again, I put a couple of interdisciplinary centers. Various disciplines, many disciplines will have to come together. We cannot find solutions in one isolated disciplinary area, so natural sciences will have to come together, technology will have to be part of it, policy and governance and business will have to form a very important interdisciplinary approach to our outstanding research strengths by bringing them all together. Educating the leaders, again, a quick example from my own institution, again, 527 courses. There's just focused on environmental sustainability. It's an incredible number. We were nowhere 5 years ago, not even 3 years ago, near that number. It is growing not because it's good to offer them, because of the need for everything that we talked about. First time ever, I had the pleasure of getting this approved at Senate Master of Climate Change Program in Canada, because again, there's a lot of need for it, demand for it, and establishing new programs that will address these challenges in one way or another. How do we mobilize our knowledge? Again, networking. For example, Sustainable Development Solutions. Canada, SDSN, of course, is a global network established by Jeffrey Sachs, but doing it nationally and connecting many other dots is important. Bringing people together, convening like we are doing today, and how we will decarbonize our economy in a way that will be sustainable and long-term, and engagement of youth especially. This is incredibly important, because even when we get to 2050, game is not over. There will be many other challenges that we are not even aware of now. So we cannot be as irresponsible as we have been before. I will not use it in the negative way as being irresponsible. I will say we'll be more responsible in a positive way. I know that I'm fast running out of time, so I will speed it up a little bit. Our own corporate footprint, again, we need to make sure that we have the strengthen our own credibility and reputation, so that what we are saying, what we are teaching, what we are sharing will have more credibility. At the University of Waterloo, we did this study for our own contributions. It was in 2018. We haven't done this since then, but it shows various sources of carbon dioxide emissions. And as you can see, the largest percentage comes from natural gas. And to only right now way to ensure that this is reduced is to make everything more efficient on our campus. Of course, buildings will take the lion's share. The other thing I should emphasize on business travel. During COVID, of course, we saw a significant reduction of this. And I think if we can keep this down, it will be, again, a significant contributor. So we identified 4 ways. We published a report called Shift Neutral, gives us a long-term map about short and medium-term targets with specific 46 list of 46 action items, and we have undertaken more of them. It involves energy efficiency, no ifs and or buts. We have to make sure that everything we are doing has to be more efficient. Low carbon energy, and from every fleet, the university will be transferred to electric, with the exception of very heavy machinery that we're not able to do this, from snow plows, some other machinery. Again, indirect way of reductions, the scope of where we spend our energy, and carbon offsets will be important. So just a quick way of what we do and how we will achieve that again. Last thing I want to say on this part, what we are practicing at our own campus, and how we are achieving that will also be provided to our students to participate in that and making a living laboratory for our students. So 3 main things: we find solutions. How do we achieve it? Through 4 elements: R&D, innovation, collaboration, and policy. And our own corporate role is how do we make sure that we are doing all of these in a coordinated and collaborative fashion. I rushed it a little bit, but Ibrahim, I exceeded my time by 3 minutes. So thank you so much for listening and your attention.
Thank you, Professor Hamdullahpur. In fact, you have got a little more time. It was up until 5:15.
I'm sorry, I thought I had 30 minutes and then time for questions.
We'll have sort of Q&A session to fill it up. And I have one. Thank you, by the way, for such an impressive presentation. And I see one question here, really asking about what do you think about the role of social science in the promotion of sustainable energy?
Absolutely. I cannot think of doing anything without bringing social scientists into the picture. Again, the example I gave in the beginning on the gasification one, if I can expand on it a little bit, we went there. The country I mentioned was Sierra Leone, and had developed this fluidized bed gasification technology. We had developed it for cereal straw, but in Sierra Leone we were using there were like mountains of rice husk, and instead of incinerating it, we used it as a gasification agent. They were spending a lot of money, 1/3 of their GDP, on imported oil. We said, you won't have to do this. And the deforestation was at its really, really bad stage, because that's where they were getting all their fuel for cooking. We failed for the acceptance of this for the reason that I mentioned. They simply said, food tastes much better if you use wood instead of this gas. What is this gas? My recommendation, going back, this was a Canadian International Development Agency project, that every project from there on had to have a social scientist. We needed to ensure that we understood social behavior and also acceptance of new solutions. So if you don't understand the behavioral aspects of it, and also the human aspect of it, societal aspect of it, regardless of how good the technology is, we will fail.
And just another follow-up, do you have any specific recommendation to increase the number of studies and people in this particular area?
I think it is the more we openly discuss this at our institutions, and especially outside of our institutions, because there are people still, from politicians to just members of society, denying whether there is a climate change, or whether it's natural and it's happening on its own, it was to happen, or it is the humans may play a significant role. I think we can present this, and we have been doing this in a very neutral way, that, look, in Turkish, there's an expression, you'll know, if you can see the village, you don't need a guide to take you there. And this is as clear as that we have this. To talk about this and understand that one day, doesn't matter how technologically well we're doing, how our economies are doing, the quality of life, the quality, our future will be very bleak because we are seeing, I just tried to give a few examples of what it will be look like. Can you imagine, you will have all coastal areas, flooded. We're talking about saying goodbye to Winter Olympics because there may not be proper sites for, for the venues. These are just quick examples. Therefore, I don't think that the entire world should start working on this, but the entire world should have the same level of understanding and urgency. And there has to be significant support for the people from research to dissemination to commercialization to policy to be involved in this. So there is a room for a lot of participation in different ways, but in a coordinated fashion.
Thank you. I see a couple of more questions quickly, since we still have time. And is it expectable that the pandemic will merge the localized universities in different countries around the globe to be more centralized, universally integrated universities? So becoming more.
Yeah. I think there are, well, we started with, there were a lot of movement in terms of collaboration among universities. I don't know how many research agreements I signed with various universities, from Canada to China to Europe to Turkey and all the places. I think what the pandemic, however, accelerated, and I will summarize this in one sentence. Last summer, the World Economic Forum brought a number of university leaders together, and we used to meet once every 3 weeks or once a month together. This same question came up, and the response from the president of MIT was, the universities will continue to be competitive, but the nature of competition has changed. We will compete with each other to recruit absolutely the best faculty and best students. But after we have done this, we need to collaborate like crazy. We need to work together. And the origin of the question was, would university rankings be still meaningful? The answer was no, because we need to collaborate so intensely and so badly that nobody will care about, here are the spotlights. My university was the first doing this. This is the researcher from my university. After we've been able to compete in those two areas, I think collaboration is a lot more intense. What's going to happen, Brian, is it depends on the scale of contributions. It will still require a lot of resources. Those institutions that have access to those resources, that can invest in their own particular area of research, they will be key players. And if there will be various levels of collaboration, but we don't see all of them gathered around one institution.
Thank you. As a follow-up question, now we are in a pandemic, and definitely this COVID-19 has changed the educational dimensions. And now the question is going to be, obviously, how do you envision the future of post-secondary education?
If you will recall, we touched on.
Yesterday we had some, most likely there might have been some people who didn't attend. So giving them a kind of a spectrum, near term, mid-term, or long term, where this is gonna be evolving to.
Yeah, I think these are, again, things that we were talking about. We spent a lot of time before the pandemic. What the pandemic said kicked us in the rear end and said, well, get your act together. A a lot of deniers. A lot of people said, no, I can't teach. We won't teach online, whatever. That happened. We talked about participatory learning. That's a reality. We talked about hybrid or blended learning. It wasn't a new concept. A lot of universities, including my own, we were experimenting this. All of a sudden, its scale has gone up. So going forward, again, Ibrahim, I think it was you who said that just forget about going to a class in front of 40, 50, 60 students and giving them a 50-minute lecture and expect them just to not to fall asleep and follow you throughout the whole lecture. So it's over. We need to make sure that we are doing it in a different way by really intensifying and making our teaching and learning experiences a lot more effective. This is going to happen. Absolutely, but we should not. There will be some institutions, there have been, that they offer full online, and there will be need for that. There will be demand for that, okay? But don't put everybody into the same basket. There will be students who will want to be in an environment that they can interact with other human beings, other fellow students, with their faculty, our researchers. As a teacher, we always learn as we are teaching. We learn from our students. We look into their eyes and we see a question mark. We learn something. We have an unexpected, accidental conversation in hallways, this and that. Anyway, going forward, every institution will need to really seriously re-examine how they deliver programs, what those programs are, what the nature of those programs are. Will have to be a lot more interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, collaborative, and as I mentioned again yesterday, experiential aspect of learning is also significantly important. So there will be a big shakeup. If I can finish it, as you can see, this is a very big subject. Those institutions that are there because they just want to issue a degree to a student, and students who are there, they just want to get a degree. It doesn't really matter how they got their degree and what they're going to do with it. They're going to vanish because there will be insignificant, irrelevant. There will be no need for that. If they somehow continue, their graduates will become either unemployed or underemployed.
And thank you. Do you think there will be more thematic type universities in the future? Maybe just a closing question.
Possible, especially in the business area, that there could be such institutions. I completely am against establishing new universities just putting in a box of science and technology. We need to understand our world a lot better. We need to understand our society much better. So regardless of whether it's science, engineering, computer science, you have to have a very significant, strong social sciences, humanities aspect within there. So it has to be a key integral part of what our students study. So yeah, there will be some for-profit institutions that will be formed along those lines because there's a need for them. Some companies will say, look, I don't really care what you think about this and that. I need programmers. I need, specifically these kind of credentials. And which may not require a 4-year university degree. They could be based on micro-credentials, which will be another way of doing things.
Great. So I guess it is now time to finish the session. Really, I like to take this opportunity to thank both plenary speakers. It has been really fruitful and eye-opening type, and sincerely appreciate your contribution. Have a fantastic day and enjoy the morning time in New York, and looking forward to meeting you soon. All the best.
Hey, bye-bye. Thanks, everybody. All the best. Bye.
By the way, we have a break up until 1:15 p.m. and there will be parallel sessions, including keynote, invited talk, and their general talk sessions in a parallel mode. So looking forward to welcoming back to you.
So welcome to everyone. Just a few minutes waiting for Professor Sovakul and Richard Toll. And then we will start with the session of keynote speakers. So 2 minutes and we will start.
Hello there.
Welcome. Welcome, Benjamin.
Thank you. I am here.
Okay. So we have to wait for Richard and then we will start.
No problem. It's too bad we're not able to visit Istanbul in person. I miss the tea and the baklava. Many other, oh, Turkish Delight. How could I forget about Turkish Delight?
Oh, yeah.
Is that where you are? Are you in Istanbul? Are you in Ankara?
Okay. So 12:14, 1 minute. Just a few words before starting. I'm Adolfo Giulianelli from the National Research Council of Italy. Today, I'm proud to be the session chair of this keynote session. Professor Benjamin Sovakul and Richard Toll, both of them from the University of Sussex, will be the keynote speakers. I'm proud to be the presenter of this keynote speaker and introduce them. And just let me say a few words to thank the organization and Professor Dinzer for this kind invitation. So, Professor Benjamin Sovakul today will present the decarbonization and its discontents and critical justice perspective on for low carbon transition. Professor Sovakul is professor in energy policy at the Science Policies Research Unit at the University of Sussex Business School, the United Kingdom. He serves as director of the Sussex Energy Group, and I'm really proud to present and to introduce Professor Sovakul. He was endorsed by US President Bill Clinton, the Prime Minister for Norway, Gro Harlem Brundtland, and the late Nobel Prize Elinor Ostrom, among others. And he's played a leadership role in winning collaborative research grants worth more than $28 million, managing funds from US Department of Energy, US National Science Foundation, MacArthur Rockefeller Foundation, and so on. So Professor Sovakul is a quite important scientist. And today, it's an honor I may introduce him in this keynote session. So, Benjamin, the virtual floor is yours. Please start.
Thank you very much. And it's an honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And it's a pleasure to be here with Richard Toll, who's also a professor at Sussex with me. My talk is going to be very much qualitative. So I think it should go very well with Richard's, which I'm sure is more quantitative and focused on economics. At the start, I presume you can see my beautiful slides with their purple font. You'll notice the European Union flag at the top because the talk is largely based on a research grant funded by Horizon 2020 called INNOPaths, Innovation Pathways for Decarbonization. So we're very thankful to the European Commission for helping support our research. I thought it would be good to start with groups like this, very broad interdisciplinary groups, to start with kind of the basics of what energy justice is, because you may have seen these terms already, energy, but with justice. And you may have seen other terms like climate justice or environmental justice or social justice or corrective justice. And maybe we think, what does this have to do with energy? So at a very high level, this notion of energy justice has evolved to capture four key things related to energy systems and technologies and policies and transitions. The first of those is probably the most common, and that's the costs. Who suffers from our energy choices? What are the hazards or the externalities or the disamenities or the disbenefits, the risks that energy systems create and distribute throughout our society? And there's a whole school of distributive justice that looks mostly at these types of costs. But energy justice isn't only about costs. It's also about three other very important things. It's about benefits and how fairly those are accessed. Things like electric vehicles and wind farms and hydroelectric dams or clean air are not accessed fairly, right? There are disparities in access. And another element of this is who owns our energy systems. Is it corporations or communities or households or individuals or governments? So there's also notions of fairness and equity in how those benefits and ownership structures emerge. It's also about governance, or if you want to, in justice terms, procedural governance issues, procedural justice issues like planning, permitting, policymaking. Are these following free, prior, informed consent? Is there due process? And finally, it's also about this notion of recognition and vulnerability. What about the most vulnerable groups in society? Maybe people of color, maybe indigenous communities, maybe ethnic minorities, maybe the homeless, maybe the disabled, maybe the poor, chronically poor. And how do we engage with them in our energy planning and technological transitions? And because of this unique approach on those four different spectrums, energy justice is a very, very complex field. If you want a kind word, it is holistic and comprehensive. If you want an unkind word, it is messy and interdisciplinary. And you can see here on the left how energy justice intentionally sits between discussions of sustainability, security, availability, carbon, and poverty. And if you want to look at it from a disciplinary perspective, you can see on the right how it also sits between economics, politics, policy, and the environment. So it is a socio-technical interstitial look at energy that by definition demands multiple foci and multiple disciplines. Usually, so far, energy justice has been applied in the field in two ways. The first way, for lack of a better term, is the tenets approach. So this takes four different tenets of justice: distribution, recognition, procedure, and cosmopolitanism. You can add other ones in as well, like corrective justice or restorative justice. And you can see that it's meant to then guide different evaluative questions, like where are the injustices or who is ignored, and also normative and prescriptive elements, like what do we do about it? How do we solve the injustices that we identify? What new processes might we need to create more just and equitable outcomes? And as a great starting point, I highly recommend this review from Kirsten Jenkins, which teases out these different tenets across a variety of cases. The other way, for lack of a better term, is called the principles approach. Rather than taking these kind of general tenets of justice, the principles approach takes up to 10 distinct principles of justice. They're qualitative principles, and it uses them to evaluate whether a given technology or transition or country is more or less just. Now, as you can see, these principles are complex. The principles are not hierarchical, so the idea is all of them matter, and it becomes somewhat difficult to think through energy decisions that meet all the principles. So the more principles you include, the more difficult it becomes, because usually justice trade-offs occur. So the principles are quite nice because they're there to help us guide our own decision-making when we reflect on the technologies and the practices and the policies that we might endorse. A very new phenomenon in energy justice research has been moving towards multi-systems or whole systems multi-scalar frames. So that means rather than just look at the wind farm, you look at the whole supply chain, or what Noel Healy and colleagues call the embodied energy justices or injustices. And their critique, they look at fossil fuels in their study, they look at coal. Their critique is that way too much work only looks at the power plant. Way too much work is in this box of site of combustion and production. And that's where we do our environmental impact statements. That's where we do our permitting. That's where coal use is most visible. But in looking only at where coal is combusted in a coal-fired power plant, we may miss all of the other hidden levels of the system, like coal extraction or coal processing or coal transport or coal disposal, things like fly ash and pollution that become obscured. So we need a whole systems approach to capture the embodied energy justices. Healy looked at coal. So we read this study and we thought, that's excellent. But what about renewables? What about nuclear? What about pro-climate interventions? What might be some of the same hidden injustices to the low carbon options that we want? So to answer this question, funded by the Innopaths project, we looked at 4 very big European low carbon transitions: nuclear power in France, solar energy in Germany, battery electric vehicles in Norway, and smart meters in Great Britain. And these technologies get you, these case studies get you 2 supply side technologies, solar and nuclear, and 2 demand side technologies, EVs and smart meters. They also get you 4 very different temporalities, starting at different phases. The Mesmer plan accelerates French nuclear power in the 70s and 80s, and Germany starts its first feed-in tariff for solar in the 90s, and Norway starts promoting EVs in the 2000s, and the UK smart meter rollout is in the middle. It's supposed to finish by the end of 2024. All 4 of these transitions are also exemplary because you can make a claim they're world leading in some way. France still gets about 3/4 of its electricity from nuclear power, making it one of the biggest suppliers in the world. It's also the biggest single exporter of nuclear power in the world. Germany, as of 2020, still has the highest per capita adoption of solar energy in the world. They're ahead of China and the US and Japan. Norway is the undisputed king of electric vehicles. 66% of new car sales in Norway are EVs. They have a per capita market share 50 times higher than the second largest market, which is China. And the smart meter rollout in Great Britain is also one of the largest infrastructure projects of our generation, where you will see 56 million units offered to every home and small business in a span of about a decade. So they're also world leading transitions in their own right. Because the International Energy Agency and other groups like the European Commission don't have an inventory of justices, right? We had to build our own data set for this project. So we undertook a mixed methods research design, the first phase of which was expert interviews, where we spoke with extremely influential actors. I'm still amazed that the Atomic Energy Commission, or EDF, spoke to us in France because we were open about the goals of our study, noting we were looking at the injustices. Same with the Ministry of Economic Affairs in Germany, or the Ministry of Transport in Norway, or BEIS here in the UK, or Smart Energy GB, which is the official government rollout spokesperson. So our access to the elite institutions behind the transitions was exceptional. However, because we're talking about injustices, it's a bit sketchy to only talk to experts. We also wanted to get perspectives from communities and from what you would say laypersons. So we also ran focus groups as a nice complement to our expert interviews. And because a lot of these interviews happened in the capital cities of Paris and Berlin and Oslo and London, we intentionally made our focus groups rural areas like Lewis and Colmar and Freiburg and Stavanger. Because the focus groups were geographically fixed, we did them in one location, we only had about 50 to 60 participants overall. So we wanted a final method that could also capture the public views over a much broader space. And so our final method of collection is we joined prominent internet forums that had more than 2 million members of the public. So in theory, millions of consumers could have contributed to our input, and we repeated our research questions there. So we get you a nice mixed methods design that's interviews, focus groups, and public statements on internet forums. What's interesting is we didn't start each interview only by looking at injustice. To get people warmed up and also to be a bit more fair to the data, we also asked about benefits. So the first question out of the gate was, for each of these transitions, tell us who wins. And we were able to catalog. This shows you the perceived benefits from nuclear power in France. We did frequency counts. You can see how often it comes up. These are in order of most to least mentioned. And you can also see the evidence base that supports them. RI is research interview, IF is internet forum, FG is focus group. And we were able to catalog a healthy 128 distinct co-benefits to these transitions. Many of these, as expected, were economic, and many of these, as expected, were environmental. However, the rest of them were compellingly not economic or environmental. They were social benefits like pride or prestige or avoided feelings of guilt. They were technical benefits like learning and technological coupling and innovation dynamics and spillovers and employment. And they were political as well. Things like political posturing or reducing energy independence or dependence or maximizing energy diversification. You can see that these co-benefits were pretty evenly distributed across our cases, all between 26 and 42. And you can also see that no single technology dominates. It's not like only smart meters had benefits. You also see benefits with nuclear and solar and EVs. We use the same exact approach to catalog and document the injustices. And in our studies, we use the tenets approach. So we organize them by distribution and recognition and procedure and cosmopolitanism. And again, this also sees the coding for frequency in order of the most to least mentioned. And the good news is, thankfully, we had more benefits than injustices. That's good. However, we still cataloged an extremely large number of injustices. We were expecting to maybe get a few dozen, and yet we had 120 distinct injustices. By distinct, I mean we didn't double count. It had to be analytically separate from another injustice. If you look at it by tenet, distribution dominates, but we were very concerned that recognition came second, that 32 of these injustices were hitting the most vulnerable groups, which we found very problematic. We probably would have guessed that procedural issues would have come second. It's also interesting, again, that smart meters has the most number of injustices, even more than nuclear power. And rather than treat this as absolute truth, this is, of course, filtered by the data. It could be that our British respondents, as you may have seen earlier, had more benefits mentioned, so it makes more sense they also mentioned more injustices. Maybe they were just more articulate. It could be that smart meters, because they're in the home, are viewed as more intrusive in ways that like distant centralized nuclear power isn't. And it could also be cultural. Maybe our British respondents felt more comfortable critiquing smart meters, where French respondents didn't feel as comfortable critiquing nuclear power due to historical reasons there of nuclear being associated with security and modernity. One dimension of our injustices, we asked our respondents to tell us what level of injustices occur outside of the community. So we're able to capture, like Healy, the embodied energy injustices, the multi-scalar whole systems injustices. And we used a framework here that tracked injustices across different scales. So the local, the national, the global, but also different parts of the transition itself, like the manufacturing, mineral extraction and production of the technology, the consumption and use of the technology, or the afterlife, the disposal, the recycling, and the waste streams of the technology, creating a matrix of potential whole systems injustices. And what's fascinating, you see this top scale, macro, global. We cataloged all these injustices in red that result from the 4 European transitions. So this really underscores the globalization of injustice and how even European transitions are affecting jobs for coal in the US, viability of tar sands production in Canada. They're depending on lithium extraction in South America, or mineral extraction for cobalt and copper in sub-Saharan Africa, or they're interrupting LNG exports in Australia, or they're depending on forced labor to make solar panels in China, or they're interfering with Gazprom's profits in Russia, or they're seeing old conventional dirty cars leave Norway and go to places like Eastern Europe, right? So we really get a fascinating sense for the multi-scalar issues that these transitions invoke. And once you do that, you can start to see there are some very specific communities that are threatened by these transitions, right? And in our data, in our research, we've done work looking at electronic waste and things like scrapyards, e-waste workers, and how they're threatened and poisoned by smart meters and EVs. We've looked at mineral supply chains, how artisanal scale miners are threatened as they mine gold, graphite, copper, and lithium, and are exposed to mercury, mine collapses, silicosis, black lung disease, radium exposure. French winemakers, which I'll talk about, are being devastated by nuclear power production in France. There's even connections to modern forms of slavery and forced labor in things like mining supply chains and the manufacturing of solar panels. Women and children are being victimized by many of these transitions. And there are also some pretty negative impacts to workers and unions and labor supply, especially within the solar energy supply chain. And this becomes quite stark if you do high-level reviews like this one, where I reviewed 20 years of scholarship across 332 case studies of climate action. This was looking at climate mitigation. So renewables, hydroelectricity, nuclear power, biofuel, energy and climate smart agriculture. And you can see on the right how often these actions and policies actually interrupt or kill or destroy non-human species, or hurt the communities that host them themselves, or at least a third of the time, hurt farmers or the rural poor or wage laborers or future generations. Another compelling finding from this review is the significance to which indigenous communities are harmed. So we tracked more than 60 indigenous groups around the world that were being negatively impacted in some way by some low carbon energy system. And you can see some communities here, like those in Bolivia and Chile, are under siege from multiple transitions at once. They're being harmed by EVs and smart grids and storage and wind and hydro all at the same time. And what's quite stark about this table, this is just a bit of it. The table goes on and on and on to really demonstrate the severity by which our low carbon transitions are interrupting and interfering with indigenous communities. So with that in the back of our mind, we undertook a final phase of the Interpaths research project. Rather than getting you a long list of an inventory of injustices, we did this study the other way around. We identified 4 communities that were at risk of dispossession or vulnerability or injustice, and we visited them. And those 4 communities were French wineries, connected to French nuclear power, German solar workers in Eastern Germany, connected to solar energy, electronic waste, connected to smart meters, because it turns out that 70% of e-waste in the UK goes to a single site in Ghana. And then for electric vehicles, cobalt mining in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Sticking with our proclivity for mixed methods design, we also did an intensive amount of data collection. We did expert interviews with each of those sectors, talking to winemakers and wine traders, talking to solar energy workers and laborers and union leaders and mayors, talking to scrapyard workers, talking to those who are experts about mining at the Ministry of Mines in the Congo. We did community interviews. So we traveled to each of the places and talked to the wine growers. We talked to the solar workers themselves. We talked to the e-waste workers. We talked to the mining teams. And we complemented all this with intensive site visits and naturalistic observation. My poor French research fellow, Bruno Turnheim, had to visit 7 vineyards and a wine trading fair. He also visited 3 nuclear power sites. We visited 8 solar manufacturing sites in Bitterfeld-Wolfen. We visited 20 scrapyards throughout Ghana, including Ogbaglashi, and we visited 30 different mining sites in the Congo, including mining depots, but also processing centers, underground mines, overground mines, and mines owned by a variety of different entities, along with cobalt traders. We found with French wineries that they have, in the Rhone Valley, where they make Côte de Rhone, been negatively impacted by nuclear power because there's concerns about changes in the microclimate. There's concerns about pollution. There's concerns about water, and also changing the temperature and quality of water that nuclear power needs for its cooling cycles. And so one winemaker told us, it's a mistake. It has been a mistake to believe that we could cohabitate with nuclear in a profitable way. Or in this particular case, one particular region said that they lost 40% of their sales after incidents at Trisketon. And remember, these are small and medium enterprises that are running at the margin. So to lose 40% of your sales puts half of them into bankruptcy or foreclosure. And one winemaker kind of joked, this is their vineyard. And look how close it goes up to Trisketon's nuclear facility. They said, imagine if this was on the bottle of wine, no one would ever drink it. Right? And so there is obviously the potential to see further dispossession between the land use for nuclear power and the land use for French winemaking. In the case of German solar energy, we have this quote from an expert who said the real vulnerable group in the solar transition is not coal workers or nuclear workers in Germany. It's actually the 108,000 people who've lost their jobs in the solar sector who weren't unionized. Which makes the workers themselves in Germany a vulnerable population, a finding that we never would have guessed had we not embarked on our data collection. Or if you want an even pithier quote, as one mayor told us, Berlin got the electricity, we got the ashes. And you can see all across Bitterfeld-Wolfen, these now abandoned factoryscapes, which means the communities have lost tax revenue, they've lost pensions, they've lost jobs, they've seen extreme boom and bust cycles, and they even have to spend their own scarce municipal resources patrolling and maintaining these abandoned facilities to stop vandalism and corruption. And I put this photograph here of Sun Park because it's very telling. In 2008, this was the world's leading manufacturing cluster for solar because it's where Q cells used to be. Now it's completely abandoned. Unemployment rates were more than 50%, and they've lost about half of the workforce in this community. Our third case was Ghana, where we talked to electronic waste scrapyard workers, more specifically in Ogbaglashi, which is near Accra. And again, here's another quote. Hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of people live here in abject poverty. You have children as young as 6 who drop out of school and go to this slum where they look for scrap, process scrap, collect scrap, and even shorten their lives. And I saw some of these children when I visited Ogbaglashi, sleeping on bricks with no blankets, working 20-hour shifts, getting paid less than a few dollars a day. This shows you at the scrapyard the open burning of e-waste. Why do they open burn? Because that black smoke is very carcinogenic. They do it because it's an easier way to get to the melted down copper or gold within the electronic devices. This actually shows you one worker who's not wearing any protective gear, walking through smoldering hot e-waste to look for bits of melted copper and gold. Gold comes from many of the microelectronics. And if you actually have really good eyes, you'll notice this kind of smidgen, this white smidgen in the middle of the photograph. What is that? It is a cow. And that cow is full of milk, and the cow's milk will be drunk, and the cow will be slaughtered. You can also see behind the cow a river. That river is used for drinking water. Also, when I visited the site, I saw chickens and pigs and other things all eating the waste, which means you have multiple exposures for toxicity into the local population because they're eating contaminated food and water and air. And in fact, this means that the Ghanaian Environmental Protection Agency estimates that life expectancy for those living near this site is 50% shorter. They live about 40 years old compared to the average of about 78 or 79 for all of Ghana. So it is literally killing and poisoning the communities that are having to handle our electronic waste streams from things like smart meters and other things too, like solar energy and electric vehicle batteries. Our final case goes all the way the other way. So Ghana was, of course, the extreme back end of the supply chain where waste goes. This is the extreme front end where you have material extraction, metals and minerals and rare earths. We visited this part, southeastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, more specifically Lubumbashi and Kolwezi. And again, another quote, ASM, that's artisanal scale mining for cobalt. It's not living, it's dying. The moment you step inside a mine, it's like a clock starts ticking. And there are all these ways in which you can get harmed. Silicosis, mercury poisoning, drowning. You can even get the plague because these mining teams have to stay in the mines for 5 to 7 days at a time, and they bring in animals, or they defecate or urinate in the mine, and that brings in cockroaches and rats. And then you get bit by a rat. This respondent called it an underground circus full of human excrement. That's what's waiting for you inside these mines. And even if they don't kill you, the occupational health impacts can be quite severe: dismemberment, disfigurement, permanent illness. Many undisclosed people even bleed to death in the jungle. And this shows you how low tech much of this artisanal mining is. This young artisanal miner is so poor, you notice they don't even wear shoes. He's mining barefoot. Those are his flip-flops in the bottom of the photo. Notice he doesn't have a shovel. He's mining with his hands. Notice there's no structural support or ventilation. Notice there's no adequate lighting. Notice he doesn't even have a ladder. He's literally climbing into the rock in a rope to get down into the mine. So it is literally blood, sweat, and tears as these communities are mining cobalt, which is also partially radioactive and also very unsafe, because the way that you mine it in cobalt seams, as like coal, you can cause a whole collapse of a room as you go from mining segment to mining segment. Another troubling connection in this case is also to child labor. And so here you see young children picking through mine tailings at one of the industrial mining sites near Kolwezi. Again, barefoot, not wearing any PPE. And yes, there is trace amounts of uranium, cesium, and other radioactive elements in these mine tailings. You also have examples of children like this sneaking into mining sites at night to steal cobalt or to steal equipment and machinery and getting killed or beaten or drowned by security guards. This lastly shows you a 7-year-old cobalt trader who's coming to deliver a half sack of cobalt at one of the trading regiments along the road to Kolwezi. It's been estimated that more than 1 million children are engaged in mining, not just for cobalt, mining as a whole in this region of the Congo, as they mine for 3T, gold, tin, copper, cobalt, and other precious metals. Okay, so what do we make of this really depressing presentation about justice and transitions? I think the first one is, and this is with a nod towards Richard Toll, I think the energy studies and energy economics communities have got to come up with more sophisticated ways of capturing a lot of these elements, because you can't model them, right? Especially the non-economic impacts like guilt and pride. How do you account for those? Because they're important to people. How do we also account for the coupling of innovations? Because our research looked at smart meters by themselves and EVs by themselves, but these can become coupled. You can have smart meters and solar PV at the same house. You can have EVs with storage, like a Tesla Powerwall. So maybe we need to move beyond individual technologies to entire systems, which it gets more difficult. It also means, if you like our results, that many of the domains of co-benefits are social and political, then it surely means we need to move beyond economic incentives, because it also means we need social incentives and political incentives to capture that domain of benefits, yet we don't have any policies for them. A carbon tax may not be the most effective way at affecting someone's sense of pride or guilt. I think our findings about injustice remind us that even though I still support European decarbonization, and I still support even the 4 transitions that I probably analyzed, they're not benefiting everyone. There are situations where these transitions create toxic pollution. They exploit labor. They result in patriarchy. They discriminate against ethnic minorities. They destroy the air, the water, the land. And it's fascinating to me that these injustices were not dominated only by evil centralized nuclear power. We see pernicious and wicked injustices arise with things as mundane as a smart meter or an in-home display or a battery. And what's very ironic is we're using many of these technologies here in Europe to fight poverty. but they're actually exacerbating poverty in other parts of the world. In addition, the procedural injustices remind us it's not only about the technology, it is also about policy and governance. How these technologies are being implemented can have just as much of an impact on their justice as, say, the design of the technology. So, for instance, is it that nuclear power is always unjust? Or is it the way in which it's been done in France with secrecy and lack of transparency and authoritarianism? Is it that smart meters are bad, or the way that the UK has done a supplier-led rollout that's been very inefficient and created all sorts of difficulties if you change suppliers? So the governance aspects can create injustice as much as the technological aspects, and it's hard to untangle them because we coupled them together in our analysis. These cosmopolitan concerns really remind us about the whole systems nature and how these European transitions cascade to affect the whole world, right? I didn't go into all of these. Nuclear power also connects to things like uranium mining. French nuclear power relies on uranium mines in Niger and Kazakhstan and Australia and Canada. I also didn't talk about things like high-level nuclear waste or permanent nuclear fuel storage, all of which become pressing issues for a nuclear power transition. For solar, I didn't talk so much about low-wage manufacturing or forced labor in China or things like waste streams themselves at the solar manufacturing facilities. For smart meters, they also connect to the Congo case because we have to make materials. Lithium and cobalt and copper all go into smart meter designs. And for things like electric vehicles, I didn't talk so much about cheap and dirty cars that leave Norway, because once you displace a conventional car, it doesn't just disappear, it goes somewhere else. So it leaves Norway, enters Poland or Estonia, or goes on a shipping container to sub-Saharan Africa. So all of these really show each of the 4 European transitions is not only about Europe. And I'm worried that as much as I'm an advocate of clean energy and decarbonization, I'm a big fan of SDG 7, which is universal energy access, which I think is a human right. However, how we currently secure it trades off with too many other human rights. It leads to green on green conflict or poor on poor conflict. That is very troubling in terms of equity and justice. And I think this means we need to fiercely recognize and avoid the potential for our existing climate pathways to create a decarbonization divide, a divide where Europe and North America gets decarbonized and cleaner, but only at the expense of outsourcing and reifying the pollution and the dirtierness that African and Asian countries have. We need to include a just transition and decarbonization where everyone benefits. And with that, I'm very happy to open it up for questions. Thank you.
Benjamin, thank you for your great speech. I will remember this presentation because when speaking about the energy production, we forget, or we prefer to forget, how this energy is produced and how this may involve the respect of the human rights. So I thank you a lot for this kind and great presentation. So we have time for more questions. First of all, the question of Professor Dinser. And he said, you have covered many dimensions in energy injustice. How about ethics or integrity?
Yeah, well, I mean, we had ethics approval, which is one aspect of that. And we also partnered, especially for the Congolese and the Ghana cases, with local research teams. They helped us collect data. They were offered the ability to be authors in some of the studies that we did. So I think in that aspect, we tried to be ethical in how we did the research. We did not seek to innovate conceptual notions of energy justice other than just looking at whole systems and multi-scalar approaches. So our real innovation was that matrix you saw of the kind of 9 different quadrants of injustice. So I think it was more of an empirical and an applied contribution. We didn't create a new theory of justice or a new ethical system of justice, talk about philosophy at all. So it was more applicational novelty rather than conceptual novelty.
Thank you, Benjamin. Professor Dinser also added Regarding Turkish delight, coffee, tea, etc., no worries. I will next time invite for an on-site conference in Istanbul.
Fantastic. I look forward to it.
Fantastic. Okay, the second question is this one. Some people are using high technology production of energy such as renewables, solar, etc. And some are using other sources like wood. What is our position as academician in this dilemma? How can this be balanced, in your opinion, Benjamin?
So I think the first reaction is that bioenergy and wood as an energy source is still widely used around the world, and you have some economies that are completely dependent on biomass and wood, like Bangladesh. It's like 70% of national energy there comes from these very traditional sources. I think you can apply a similar multi-scalar approach to wood energy and bioenergy. It will help unreveal like where's the wood coming from, who's trading it, who's benefiting, who's not benefiting. Are the forest managers benefiting? Are indigenous forest communities participating adequately? What happens to the waste streams? Charcoal is interesting as well because you make it from wood supply chains different ways. So this whole notion of kind of charcoal, wood pellets. You also have industrial scale wood like paper and pulp manufacturing, and more artisanal scale like people who just scavenge for trees or pieces of lumber to help heat their homes. So I think that it's a very important area that billions of people depend on for their energy. The second thing is I think there's a very important discussion to be had about cooking, because it turns out that many forms of biomass relate to high rates of indoor air pollution and 3 to 4 million deaths a year. I mean, it's a huge burden on women and children who are combusting wood or biomass or dung or charcoal in the home. And you can put these wonderful kind of cost abatement curves together that show you for a community like Bangladesh what they should do. And it tends to be a mix, tends to be like, well, for a country like that needs wood, the solution isn't get rid of wood. It could be have more efficient wooden stoves that have better chimneys, better insulation. So they maximize consumption of wood. Or it could be you have better wood lots and forests that manage wood so that you don't deforest areas and that you rotate different ways of production with minimal use of pesticides and fertilizers. So I don't think the solution is we eliminate it, but I think there are all sorts of clever tools to make biomass consumption better as we also electrify society so they no longer need to use wood unless they really want to, as you move towards liquid fuels and electricity. It's very interesting, by the way, the final point here is if you look at the projections from the International Energy Agency about universal energy access out to 2030, only about half of it comes from grids. So grid extension only gets us half the way to universal energy access. The other half will be distributed options like cook stoves and solar home systems or mini grids and microgrids. So that also tells you that this is an area where we'll need to see hundreds of millions of installations in this sector to help us reach our goals for clean energy.
Okay, thank you, Benjamin. I have a couple of questions and just a funny comment. First of all, you brought in a dedicated table at the beginning of your presentation. Countries should respect due process and human rights. Sometimes it's difficult to observe how the countries may respect the human rights. So I would like to ask a dedicated comment, a particular comment on this task.
Yeah, it's a good comment. Not all countries enforce human rights protections. I'm an American, and my country is known for being particularly hypocritical about some human rights issues. I think you also see conflicts between human rights. Like you could have like the right to, say, the environment or the right to education conflict with, say, the right to something else, like the right to a job or another type of civil and political right. Human rights are also a very Western notion. So I have seen some critiques that say that we should resist notions of human rights in cultures that don't pursue or believe in human rights, those different cultures. And so I think this is where you could switch from human rights notions of justice to things like social contracts, where communities themselves can create their own justice contract and then abide by it. As John Rawls himself said, you shouldn't impose liberal principles on illiberal societies. And so those illiberal societies can work out on their own what justice might be. I personally find human rights compelling because the way it treats every human as being dignified and worthy of protection. And I think that we should be able to find options that maximize human rights protection. Like, it shouldn't have to be a choice between the right to life and the right to clean air. But I agree that all countries could do much better at meeting their human rights obligations. I think this is why human rights are more goals, right, that we aspire to achieve, rather than some empirical benchmark that we've all realized.
Thank you, Benjamin. And the second question, my question is related to hydrogen energy. What about your point of view in terms of justice of hydrogen energy?
Great question. We thought about hydrogen, including it as one of our cases, but when we did the study, 5 years ago, that's when we designed it. It hadn't really taken off yet, and hydrogen still isn't quite there, right? It's especially with electrification of transport, it seems to be kind of getting pushed further out. I've seen some good work. I edit a journal called Energy Research and Social Science. Richard edits Energy Economics. Both have published good studies on hydrogen that reveal many of the similar justice issues. So my guess is that it would be fairly similar to the solar and smart meters cases. You would have a host of benefits that communities could have from hydrogen: cleaner air, more resilience, jobs, et cetera, and also some potential impacts on the negative side, like fossil fuels used to produce the hydrogen and who recycles the fuel cells, and what about hydrogen leaks and accidents. So I think it probably expect to see something similar. I've also seen good work on the geopolitics of hydrogen. And there have been provocative study from my colleagues, Thais van der Graaf and Mike and Indra Overland, that say, is it the new oil? Because if hydrogen becomes the new oil, then you could have whole blocks of countries compete, and it could upset our entire geopolitical structure of energy. So there's also thinking through, if we do a hydrogen transition, there could be a lot at stake. So I think, in short, it's a very ripe area that could use great justice or political economy scholarship.
I'm happy to hear these words, because I work on hydrogen, and so it is good for me and for the hydrogen community. And the last comment, funny comment, is related to the wine. I observed that you spoke about the French wine. I suggest you to make some investigation about Italian wine. Okay.
Excellent suggestion. I agree.
Okay, Benjamin. I really thank you for your nice presentation. Thank you for the contents of your presentation. And now it's time to say welcome to Richard Toll. Okay. Richard, good morning, Richard.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Okay, Richard is a professor at the Department of Economics of the University of Sussex, and the professor of the Economics and of Climate Change, Institute of Environmental Studies, and Department of Spatial Economics. And previously, he was a research professor at the Economic and Social Research Institute of Dublin. And Richard ranked among the top 150 economists in the world and has over 200 publications in learned journals. He specialized in the economics of energy, environment, and climate, and is interested in tourism and science to metrics. So today, Richard will speak about the economic impact of climate and weather. So Richard, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. I hope you can all hear me. I must apologize because I'm nursing a very bad cold. Most of the world at the moment is very hot, but England and other parts of Western Europe are extremely cold. And it got to me, as well as extremely wet, by the way. Maybe, of course, for those in Turkey, you wish you had some of the rain that we are having. I'm not going to do a traditional keynote. Instead, I'm going to present a paper. I'm a bit disappointed with keynotes in general, and they just waffle about lots of stuff. I thought you'd be much more interested if I just present a paper, hopefully a paper that appeals to most of you, or a paper from which some of you can learn some new methodologies, or at least sort of get up to speed with some of the things that are going on. I'm going to talk about the impact of weather shocks and climate change on the economy. That's an ambitious title, but I'm an ambitious guy. I'm going to start with what in some circles is a controversial statement, namely that climate matters and climate matters to the economy. If climate would not matter to the economy, then climate change would not matter either, right? And obviously, well, today is the release of the first installment of the sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So there's a lot of media attention, and generally people worry about climate change. And it also matters to the economy. I hasten to add that when I say that climate matters to the economy and to human societies, that is not the same as climate determinism. Climate determinism, of course, has a very old history, going back to the ancient Chinese, Guangzhong, but also the ancient Greeks, Hippocrates and Aristotle, all the way through the Arabs, Ibn Khaldun, until present times. Huntington, of course, has been dead for a while, but Jared Diamond is still alive. And all these characters argue that climate and geography are destiny, that the character of a people and hence its economic and political success is determined solely by the prevailing environmental and climate conditions. That is not what I believe. And I think there's strong empirical evidence to show that this is just not true. But I will argue that climate matters. And as I said, this is a controversial statement, at least in some circles, because if you take your mainstream economic science, people interested in growth, long-term growth, or the people interested in the income distribution across the world, there you would find that climate does not matter. The prevailing wisdom is that climate is irrelevant. And there's a couple of papers that say so very explicitly. The paper here referenced by Roderick is entitled Institutions Rule. Similarly, Bill Eastley wrote this paper where I essentially show that climate is irrelevant, right? There's a few people who have a slightly more nuanced position within mainstream economics. Darren Ajimolu is one, Marcella Alsan is another, and they essentially argue that climate helped shape the institutions, rule of law in universities, those sort of things. But that was sort of complete around the year 1500, and ever since climate has been irrelevant for the economy. If these people are right, then we should not worry about climate change in the long run, because if something that is irrelevant changes, then nothing has changed that is relevant, right? Although, of course, climate may matter, climate change may matter in the transition from the old climate to the new climate. I think this position in mainstream economics is untenable, because climate obviously matters for such things as agriculture, determines what plants grow where, what animals do well where. It matters for energy demand, it matters for tourism, it matters for human health and for human productivity, and so on and so forth. If you just look at these sectoral details one by one, then you find that climate is important. And if climate is important for parts of the economy, then you cannot maintain that it does not matter for the whole economy. We've also seen a number of more recent studies where they look at the effect of climate on the subnational distribution of income. And what they find is that, yes, climate matters if you look at the income distribution within the United States or within India, within Italy, or places like that. Large places where institutions are more or less constant, right? You have the same government and the same governance throughout the country, but you have a very different climate from east to west and from north to south. And what these people find is that climate explains in part the income distribution within countries. Now, The problem with these, and these are essentially statistical studies, the problem here is causality, or as an economist would call it, identification. And the reason is that climate varies very slowly over time and has then very, very much over the period over which we have good data, the last 50 years or so. And there's many confounders that also explain the income distribution and economic growth, and they also change over time. Climate varies much more strongly over space than it has over time. But again, there's many other things that may confound the analysis. So it's very hard to pin down and say this income difference must be due to the climate. So these studies are just econometrically suspect, not because the authors do not know what they're doing, but it's a very tough problem to solve. Over the last 15 years or so, there have been a large number of studies where people do not look at the effect of climate on economic activity, but rather look at the effect of weather on economic activity. And by now, there is a large literature that establishes that unusually hot weather, unusually dry weather has real effects on a whole range of economic activities, including total economic output. And those are the studies that you see referred here. From a statistical perspective or an econometric perspective, weather is great because essentially a weather shock is random to the economy. Some meteorologists would argue that weather shocks are inherently random, but definitely from an economic perspective, what happens in the weather has nothing to do with what is happening in our economy. And that means that it's very easy to say, well, this weather shock came unexpected, it's orthogonal to our economic activity, and therefore I can readily say that this weather shock caused, in the proper sense of the word, the change in economic activity that I have observed. I think that these claims of identification are a bit overblown because by now we have documented impacts of weather on so many economic activities that we know influence each other, that I think we should take this all with a grain of salt, that this is a well-identified effect. But that aside, by now we have documented that the weather matters. What has also been documented is that weather shocks affect economic growth and can do substantially so. There's two strands of literature here. One strand of literature says that poorer countries are more vulnerable to weather shocks. And another strand of literature shows that, or argues that, hot countries are more vulnerable to weather shocks. And you sort of understand the econometric problem here. Most poor countries are hot and most hot countries are poor. And therefore, to make a distinction within sample between hot countries and poor countries is very difficult. There's essentially a handful of countries that are pretty hot but rich. And you need to look at the Gulf for that. United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, places like that. And there's also a few countries that are cold and poor. That's Mongolia and Nepal. But other than that, it's basically hot countries are poor and poor countries are hot. So it's very hard to distinguish in sample, is it the heat or the poverty that makes you vulnerable to weather shocks? That is true in sample. Out of sample, it makes an enormous difference because the projections for the future are that we will have a hotter world, but a richer world. And if it's the case that richer countries become less vulnerable to weather, then the problem of vulnerability to weather shocks more or less goes away. Whereas if it's true that hot countries are particularly vulnerable to weather shocks, and of course with climate change, the problem will get worse in the future. So out of sample, there's an enormous difference between these two literatures. And that is one of the things that I'm going to talk to. The other problem with these studies that look at the impact of weather on the economy is that they're actually not interested in the impact of weather on the economy. They're interested in the impacts of climate change. And the extrapolation from weather to climate is problematic. And essentially, as a meteorologist would tell you, climate is what you expect, weather is what you get. And that means that your response to weather shocks is limited. Essentially, our ability to forecast the weather is limited to 5 days with a bit of luck. And that means that you can do very little about it, right? Essentially, you can put up an umbrella when it rains, you can close the floodgates when it pours. That is roughly what you can do against the weather. Adaptation to climate, on the other hand, is extensive. You can buy an umbrella, you can build those floodgates, you have time to adjust. An economist would call this the difference between a long-term and a short-term elasticity. Weather gives you the short-term elasticity, where the capital stock is fixed, where your institutions are fixed, where your technology is fixed. Whereas climate is the long-term elasticity, where you can invent new things, build new stuff, and so on and so forth. So people who have studied the impact of weather on the economy have simply looked at the wrong thing to understand the impacts of climate change. And there's now 2 papers out there that show the exact conditions under which weather impacts, or the study of weather impacts, are informative about the impacts of climate change. And the first paper is by Tatiana de Yugina and Solly Xiong. And they show that the conditions under which you can learn something from the weather about climate are essentially the same as the conditions under which a market is optimal. That is, you have to have rational agents, you have to have well-informed agents, you have to have non-lumpiness in investment, shouldn't be any externalities, and there shouldn't be any public goods, and so on and so forth. And all of these conditions are immediately violated. If we think of the fires in Turkey and Greece at the moment, this is not a private response. This is the state that is responsible for taming the forest fires, in this case, largely failing, and all the health effects and so on and so forth go through publicly provided hospitals and so on and so forth. So there is very clearly a public role in there. Now, Derek Lemoine takes the work by the Yugina and Xiong and takes it a step further and say, well, actually a lot of adaptation to climate is in anticipation of future weather. So if you invest in irrigation, for instance, you don't do that to respond to this year's drought, but you build a reservoir, you build irrigation canals for decades. And not for decades of the past, but for decades of the future. And Lemoine shows that you actually need to know the future perfectly in order to have efficient adaptation, and therefore also in order to learn something from the weather about the climate. You need to model people's expectation in their response to the weather events that they have, to learn something about how they would respond to climate change. Now, those conditions are obviously not met. The authors put on a brave face and say, well, these are the conditions under which I think it's an impossibility theorem. It just shows that it can't be done, right? You can't learn much from looking at weather shocks about climate change. So what I'm going to do in this paper is simultaneously model the impacts of climate and weather on economic activity. So there's a literature that looks at the economic impacts of climate. There's a literature that looks at the economic impacts of weather, and I'm going to join those 2 literatures. And the basic thought is simple. I like cows. Climate impacts the production potential. If you want to have milk, your best bet is to have a Holsteiner cow, because they're simply the best at making milk. compared to all other types of cattle, Holsteiners are simply the best. Now, as the name suggests, Holsteiner cows are from Holstein, which is the area that sort of sits in between Germany and Denmark, right? It's all the way in southern Denmark or all the way in northern Germany. That is where these cows are from, and they don't like heat. So if you want to grow milk, go to Denmark, right? Of course, you can take the cows out of Denmark and put them elsewhere, and we've done that all over the world. But they simply produce less milk, or, and these are pictures from South Carolina in the United States, you need to cool the animals. And what you're looking at here are water cooling that is needed in summer for the cows to essentially keep on producing milk. Which of course comes at a cost, right? In Denmark, you can just leave them in the field. In South Carolina, you need to build air conditioning for the animals. So climate affects how much milk you can produce. Now, vice versa, if you want to grow rice and you want to grow jasmine rice, which some people say is the best rice there is, Denmark is absolutely hopeless, right? And jasmine rice grows best in Thailand. But Thailand is pretty bad for milk production. So climate determines what you can do in your economy, not just for agriculture, but also for energy, for health, and so on and so forth, right? But I won't take you through every single example. Weather shocks do not affect what you can do in your economy, but how close you are to your potential. You may have the perfect climate on average for growing rice, but if the monsoon stays away, your crop fails. There is a weather effect. It does not take away the fact that this was ex ante in anticipation a pretty good place to grow this rice or this crop. It just did not work out this growing season, right? So weather shocks are lost potential, as an economist would call it. Alternatively, you can also think of weather shocks as disruptions to production and transport. If you have a flood, then you can't, and the road is washed away, you can't get your stuff to market, right? Does not mean that you produce silly things and that this market was not the right one for you. It's just that during these days or weeks or months, this did not work out as you had planned, right? So climate affects your production potential, and weather affects whether you realize your potential. So essentially what you would do in econometric terms is stick climate in the production frontier and use weather as a source of inefficiency. That is, we're going to use stochastic frontier analysis. The dependent variable that we're going to use, what we're going to try and explain, is output per worker, nationally aggregate. And it's taken from the Penn World tables, and the time period covered is 1950 to 2014 for about 160 countries. In the frontier, we're going to put capital per worker, obviously, and then the 30-year average temperature and rainfall. And this is taken from the gridded data from the University of Delaware and then aggregated using population weights to the countries. And then in the inefficiency term, we're going to put the actual temperature and rainfall, or rather their anomalies. I'll show you the exact equation in a minute. And this model is a stochastic frontier model. For those of you who are not familiar with this, stochastic frontier analysis finds its origins in Micro 101, where one of the three conditions for efficiency that a market is in an optimum, in a Pareto optimum, is production efficiency, which essentially means that a firm is production efficient if it cannot rearrange its inputs to make more outputs, right? So that essentially a firm makes the most of what it can with the resources at its disposal. Then we call a firm production efficient. Of course, Micro 101 will tell you that all firms have to be efficient, otherwise they go bankrupt. We never observe an economy in its equilibrium. So what we see, if we take a snapshot of the economy and of firms' productivity, then what we would find is that some companies indeed seem to be doing pretty well, but other companies are lagging. They seem to be doing things in a bit of a silly way compared to their peers, and they could have just upped their production without increasing their costs, for instance. Now, economic theory predicts that this cannot happen. And then the assumption, the justification is that these producers are either on their way to go bankrupt, or they're on their way to reform themselves, or perhaps be bought up by the competition, right? So that is the basic thought behind this. And the way to model this is through a composite error term. So the frontier, what is possible, obviously cannot be observed with precision. So that is an idiosyncratic error that is two-sided. But there's also a one-sided error that essentially tells you how far you are away from what would have been possible, right? So that is essentially the technique we're going to use. And you can see that here. So we're going to use the true fixed effects model by Bill Green in 2005. In the frontier, what we explain is the log of per capita output in country I at time t. That is a function of the 30-year average temperature and its square, the 30-year average rainfall and its square, and then the cross product of this, so a second-order Taylor approximation. We have the capital goods, the machines and stuff, available to each worker, or to the average worker. We have a time trend, and we have a country dummy. Then we have the idiosyncratic error, the standard IID normal, and we have a second error term, the inefficiency term, here denoted by U, which we assume follows an exponential distribution with a parameter lambda, and lambda is both the mean and the standard deviation. And this lambda is a function of a country fixed effect. So inefficiency differs systematically between countries. And then the temperature, the standardized temperature and the standardized rainfall. So that's the temperature in that year minus the 30-year average of the 30 preceding years divided by the standard deviation of the 30 preceding years, right? So we standardize temperature, we standardize rainfall, and this is the weather shock that we observe. And then we take the absolute value of this value, right? So hot and cold, wet and dry have the same effect. So this is the model that we estimate. This is a hideously nonlinear model. And it is very difficult to estimate, numerically very complicated, which will explain some of the things that I'm going to say later. So there's all sorts of issues of convergence in the maximum likelihood estimation, and it's a numerical maximum likelihood. We use Stata to do this, more specifically SF model in Stata, and we have a whole bunch of robustness checks. Instead of the exponential, we use a half normal, we use squared anomalies and asymmetries and so on and so forth instead of the absolute value. We're also, when I talked about it before, going to look at heterogeneity in the response. Key concern is non-stationarity, and I'll come back to that at some length. So this is, let's just jump into the results, right? This is what we find. And this is what is happening in the production frontier. Inefficiency is on the next slide. I'm losing my voice, sorry. So this is the effect of temperature and temperature squared. What you see is that it's highly significant. Rainfall, highly significant. Interactions, this is rainfall times temperature. What you see is if we include that, it's highly significant. So what you see is actually that rainfall is not significant unless that interaction term with temperature is included. This may explain some of the differences we find with previous literature, where they did not include this interaction term and rainfall always dropped out. And we also find that the interaction with poverty, that's the P that you see here, tends to affect the results. That is, poor countries respond differently to these things than do rich countries. So this is what is going on in the frontier. And this is what is going on in the inefficiency term. Here we have our temperature and rainfall anomalies, and you can see that they are significant. They are significantly different in poor and in rich countries. And somewhat to our disappointment, we did not find that either Dell was right or Marshall-Burke was right. Those are the two main characters arguing for hot versus poor. We actually find that both are correct. If we include both the poor dummy and the hot dummy, we find that everything is significant. Yes, that's what we find. My face was in the way of my slide, so I wanted to double check that what I was saying was indeed what I was showing. Now, these are a whole bunch of numbers. There's temperature effects, nonlinear. There's rainfall effects, nonlinear. There's what's going on in the production frontier. There's what's going on in inefficiency. We have interaction terms. You can't make any sense of these numbers, right? So I put them in a plot that will tell you what is going on with these impacts and what is the order of magnitude. So on the left-hand side, we're looking at the effects of the frontier. This is climate. On the right, we're looking at the effects of weather. On the top, we're looking at the effects of temperature, and at the bottom, we're looking at the effects of rainfall, precipitation. And in the frontier, there isn't a clear pattern in rainfall, but we see roughly the same pattern for temperature and rainfall in the inefficiency term. There's three groups of countries. There's the hot, the cold and rich. There's the cold and poor, and there's the hot and poor, right? And you see that the hot and poor are particularly hard hit by weather shocks. Same is true for the rain. And this is all as a function of the current weather variability. So what you also see is that if you're used to a very variable weather, essentially the horizontal axis here is the standard deviation of the temperature and the standard deviation of rainfall. If you're used to a lot of rainfall and temperature variability, then a bit of a weather shock actually doesn't hurt you that much. But if you're not used to that, if you're used to a very steady climate, then a shock actually hits you much harder. So that is what you see here in this pattern. Obviously, poorer countries are hit hard. Poor and hot countries are hit hard. Poor and cold countries are hit not so hard, whereas rich countries actually benefit from this. And you see the same sort of pattern here. This is as a function of the current baseline temperature. You see positive effects of warming in cold countries and negative effects in hot countries. And you see much larger effects in poor countries than you see in rich countries, right? So there's a lot of heterogeneity going on. So this is what I just said, right? Warming has a positive effect in cold countries, negative effects in hot countries. Wettering is mostly a positive impact. We like rain because it makes our crops grow. Temperature and rainfall shocks are negative in poor countries, very negative if the country is also hot. But they are positive in rich countries, which is a bit of a puzzle. How can that possibly be? That if you have a very hot summer, or a very cold summer for that matter, a very cold winter, or you have a flood or a drought, that has a positive effect on GDP. One of the possible explanations that unfortunately we cannot test with our data is that this is Bastiat's window. This is gross domestic product versus net domestic product. GDP measures economic activity. So if you break a window, that's not an economic activity, right? And you lose part of your capital stock. But if you then replace that window, GDP goes up because you buy a new window and you pay for the guy or girl who puts the new window in your house, right? So that is an economic transaction, and that increases GDP. Now, the solution that economists have forwarded for this particular problem is to use this thing called net domestic product, where we subtract from GDP the reduction in the capital stock. And the problem with NDP is that we don't have a lot of data for that because it's hard to measure. And therefore, this study relies on GDP. So it may be that what we're measuring here is that we do not measure the damage done by floods and droughts, but we do measure the immediate, in rich countries, immediate response in the repair activities. And that may explain why weather shocks pop up as positive in our study. That's one explanation, not entirely satisfactory. And as I said, we cannot test this because we don't have the NDP data. So that's that. Then what is the impact of climate change, you may ask? Well, that is shown here in red. We're looking at rainfall and temperature in blue, looking at rainfall, warming from 0 to 6 degrees, and probably not going to get there. In the frontier, we see sort of steady negative effects. For 6 degrees, that goes up to 12% of GDP. In the inefficiency term, we see generally positive effects, unless, for the world as a whole, unless we use equity weights. In these lines here, what we do is essentially we measure the economic impacts in dollar terms in every country, and then we add them up to the world as a whole. But we do not correct for the fact that the dollar to a poor woman is not the same as the dollar to a rich woman. If you do introduce that correction, we use equity weights, that is, you see that the results in the frontier slightly change, and the results for the inefficiency term flip sign, essentially, and we see very large negative effects. And the reason for the flip sign is, of course, that a few rich people benefit from more severe weather shocks, according to our model, whereas a large amount of poor people suffer consequences, right? And in these equity weights, we essentially put much more weight on that. So that is temperature. In the rainfall, we see very similar patterns. Again, fairly large effects, positive effects if the world would get wetter. This is up to 30% wettening of the planet. So that is what our base model predicts. Then we did a whole bunch of robustness checks, and I will spare you those. We put squared anomalies, linear anomalies, asymmetric anomalies. We used a half normal distribution, put weather in the frontier. We played around with poverty dummy, shifted it around who we called poor and who we called rich. Results are very much the same qualitatively, and quantitatively they're the same as well. I started off by talking about institutional determinism versus climate determinism. I sort of set myself up there because I don't really have a good answer to that question. And the reason is that good data on institutional quality, rule of law, ease of doing business, quality of education, and so on and so forth, good data is available only for the last 15, maybe 20 years. And our sample starts in 1950. So we cannot directly test climate against institutions because we simply do not have the institutions' data. Now, the solution that we opted for is to use polity 2, which is an indicator of democracy and autocracy. And the good thing about this indicator is that it goes back to the year 1800 for basically all countries in the world. And for the last 2 decades, this democracy indicator is very highly correlated with our standard institutional quality indicator. And if you assume that if this recent correlation then holds for our entire period from 1950 onwards, then this is a test for institutions. So that is what we do here. We extend our model by including polity into the frontier and interacting it with temperature and rainfall. And what you see is that it doesn't do anything. It's not significant, which suggests that Danny Roderick is wrong. Institutions do not rule, climate does. And another test that we did, instead of using a silly dummy, poor, rich, we included capital death. That's what you see here. It is significant because the poverty dummy was also significant, but it does not really affect our climate effects. So it seems to be that our results are robust. There is one big worry, and that is non-stationarity. Because the dependent variable, output per worker, trends over time and trends upwards in most cases. And capital per worker and temperature and rainfall may also be trending variables, right? Now, both our error terms, both the idiosyncratic error, two-sided, and the inefficiency term, are assumed to be stationary. Their moments do not change over time. Our first worry was, how would you test this? Because there's no tests for this kind of model for stationarity. Now, fortunately, Rob Engel had a look at our paper and said, well, I would just apply the standard test for this. I would not worry too much about this. Not quite sure that he's right, but that is what we did. Hiding behind a Nobel laureate is always a good strategy. The bigger worry in all this is that because these stochastic frontier panel models are so difficult to estimate, you can only estimate a fairly simple model. And here I show the model again. So we have a joint time trend for all countries that is constant over time, and then a country dummy. So essentially what we assume is that all countries grow at a constant rate over the entire period. And if you know something about their economic history, then you would say, well, that is perhaps not true. Start in 1950, from 1950 to 1980, the Japanese economy grew like gangbusters, and the Chinese economy was basically stagnant. And then from 1980 onwards, the Chinese economy grew basically like gangbusters, whereas the Japanese economy has been stagnant. And we assume not only that these two very different economies have a constant growth rate over the entire period, but also that that growth rate is the same. Right? That is what we assume, not because we think it's a good assumption, but because it's the only thing we could assume and could estimate. And as a result, as you may have guessed, we do not co-integrate, right? What you see here is your IPS test, the panel stationarity, where essentially the null hypothesis is that your model is stationary for every country. We failed that for output per worker. Output per worker has been going up. We failed it for capital per worker. And if you look at our error terms, we reject the null hypothesis of stationarity for every country with quite some margin, right? Now the interesting thing here is that if you look at our temperature and rainfall variables and our standardized weather shocks, they actually are not non-stationary. They're actually stationary. That is, our problem with co-integration is between output per worker and capital per worker, rather than with our weather variables. And that should reassure you. If it does not, then we recast the model as an error correction model, which has a similar philosophy, but is different in the details. So what we assume is that there's a long-term relationship, an equilibrium relationship between per capita output, or per worker output, I should say, and climate variables. Again, capital is in there, and we actually can claim, because this model is much simpler to estimate, we can play around with this particular specification here, and we actually have, I should have added an I here, we actually have country-specific time trends here. That is a long-run variable, long-run equation, and then in the short run, we say, well, there's weather shocks, where the economy is away from its potential growth path, and those shocks to those output gaps are explained again by the temperature anomalies, right? If we estimate this model, the good thing is that we pass all our co-integration tests. So this actually satisfies the econometrician. A good thing for those who are a bit bewildered by all the results that I've shown and the complexity of the result, this model is actually much more parsimonious. So rainfall drops out, it just doesn't pop up.
Richard, 1 minute more.
Yeah, I know. We have a simple parabolic relationship with temperature, which is different between poor and rich countries. So here is what we look at. Rainfall doesn't matter. This is the effect of climate change. This is the effect of climate change in rich countries, no effect in poor countries, an effect that dampens as they're better used to weather variability, positive effects in cold countries, negative effects in hot countries. A much simpler model, still fairly large results, right? This is an 80% increase, 50% decrease in output. And this is if we aggregate it to the world, where a lot of the negative impacts, well, you see actually fairly large negative impacts there. So to wrap up, climate affects the production potential of economies, weather affects economic activity, and this effect is stronger in poor countries. What does this all mean? Well, the first implication is that the Shannon conjecture holds. And actually what we find is what has been found in previous studies, that economic growth reduces vulnerability to climate change. So there's a real trade-off between spending money on growing your economy and spending money to reduce your CO2 emissions. We also find that if our model is correct, then the entire previous literature is wrong, because those climate studies that regressed income on climate should have accounted for weather-induced heteroscedasticity, as we do, but they did not. And if they have a short panel or a cross-section, as most of them did, there is a good chance of bias because of ignoring this particular heteroscedasticity. And studies that regressed growth on weather should have accounted for lagged variables, because if our specification is correct, then the effect of a weather shock is instantaneous, but the economy bounces back the year after. And if you don't include that, you overestimate the effect. So if we are right, everybody else is wrong. And with that uplifting conclusion, I end. Over to you.
Okay, Richard, thank you for your nice presentation. I personally learned a lot about the climate change. And on the contrary, it seems that the climate change affected your health today. And I have the first question of Professor Dinser. Do you see climate versus weather like chicken versus egg? And furthermore, the Professor Dinser added his comment. My view is climate is more global while weather is more local. So climate change globally results in local weather change, which more affect the economies. What do you think about?
No, that is simply wrong. The official definition is that climate is the 30-year average weather. So climate is a long-term phenomenon and weather is a short-term phenomenon. And it doesn't matter whether you're looking at the world as a whole, the global average temperature, or whether you're looking at the temperature in your town or city or village, wherever you live, the distinction is the same. You have your day-to-day temperature, or rather your hour-to-hour temperature, and you have your 30-year average. And it does not matter whether you're looking at this at a global scale or at a local scale. Climate is climate and weather is weather. And there's nothing to do with this. It is, of course, the case that nobody cares about the global climate or the global weather, because what we experience is the weather in our immediate surroundings. As I said in the beginning, in England, we have had a miserable summer, and that is what matters to us. At the same time, of course, I know full well that most of the world is particularly hot this summer, but that does not help me one bit, because it has been cold and wet and cold and wet and cold and wet for months on end now. So what we experience, and therefore what drives our local economic response, is the local weather. Of course, it's also true that our local economies are connected to the rest of the world through trading and so on and so forth. So we are affected by what is going on around the world, also in our economy. But the weather that we experience is, of course, the weather that is here, right? And as I said, it was lashing rain here this morning, whereas, of course, there's forest fires raging in Turkey. And that doesn't help, right? We wish that the water that falls here would fall on Turkey instead. But it doesn't, right?
Okay, I have another question. People say that climate change is more influenced by the magnetism fluctuation of the Earth than the human activities. What do you think about, Richard?
Magnetism?
Magnetism fluctuation of the Earth.
Well, that's a new one to me. There's all sorts of stories, right, about what could possibly have caused the observed warming of the planet. Magnetism is a new one. I think this may be another version of the story of solar activity affecting the ionosphere.
Yeah.
Now, the physics of this story is weak. There is indeed an effect of changes obviously there's an effect of what is going on the sun, of what is going on with our climate, right? That's essentially the source of all our energy. The idea that the cycle in the 11 or so year cycle in sunspot numbers has an effect on the climate is a very old theory. And there is now some physical evidence that that effect is indeed not zero, but there's no reason to assume that the effect is large and that it can explain a substantial part of the observed warming. So that is one line of defense there. The second reason to discard this evidence goes back to Yule and Slotsky, essentially. And that is that the statistical evidence of an impact of the solar cycle on the climate is very, very weak. And the reason that people have found this over and over again is because they did not read the work of two Russian gentlemen, Slotsky and Yule, which show that if you pre-filter your data, if you do not look at your raw data, but you apply a Holdrake-Prescott filter, for instance, on your data, as geoscientists are likely to do, then you introduce spurious correlation in your data, and typically of a cyclical nature. And then cyclical co-integration will tell you that if you have one data set with a cycle in and another data set with a cycle in, then you will find the correlation. So in my mind, the studies that find this are based on people who do not quite understand how to do time series econometrics. So I don't believe a word of this, in other words.
Okay, Richard. So I thank you for your great presentation once again. I wish you all the best. I thank once again Professor Dinsen and all the organizing committee. I thank also Benjamin for the previous presentation and all the participants of to this keynote session. And I wish you all my best regards and best wishes. So have a nice time. Bye-bye.
Hi, Professor Dui. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just I want to talk to you to check my sound. Thank you. We can meet at 3:15.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Erol Gelenbe.
Merhaba hocam, ben İlgi Karapınar 9 Eylül Üniversitesi'nden.
Evet, memnun oldum. Ben hazırım, onu bildirmek istedim.
Tamam hocam, saat 15'te başlıyoruz. Evet, 15 saatimizde bir iki dakikamız daha var. Başlarız birazdan hocam. Teşekkür ederim.
Konuşmalar aşağı yukarı 40 dakika değil mi?
Evet, bir 40 dakika size süre veriyorum. Sonra bir 5 dakika soru cevap olursa onları yaparız hocam. Ortalama 45 dakikada bitiririz.
Oldu. Peki, çok güzel.
I have one question. According to the timetable and to the last email I received from the organizers, this should start at 3.
Yes, 3. Sorry, I said 3:15. Yes, we have a couple of minutes.
That's why I was confused, because I sent
yes. So
okay.
This is in 4 minutes, basically.
Yes, we have just 4 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon. Hi, Professor. Professor Gelenve, can you turn on your camera, please?
Let me see. Yep, my camera is on. Hello.
I'm glad to meet you.
Glad to meet you too.
Well, this is the second section about keynote speakers. And my name is İlgi Karapınar from 9 Eylül University, Turkey. The keynote speakers are Professor Nevan Duik, I hope I'm spelling correct, and Professor Erol Gelenve. I just want to give some information about the session. We have 90 minutes. And if you agree with me, you can talk about you can give your speech within 40 minutes and we can answer the questions for 5 minutes. Is it okay with you?
Yep.
Good. So we are going to start with Professor Duik, and I want to shortly introduce him. He's a professor at the Department of Energy, Power Engineering and Environment, University of Zagreb. He's president of the management board of the Center for Sustainable Development of Energy, Water and Environment System, CDEWEST Center. It's a well-known center. In fact, you are organizing lots of conferences. And he is a member of presidency of Adrian section of the Combustion Institute. In fact, you have a very long CV. I'm going to summarize it. He's editor of Energy Conversion and Management and member of editorial board of several journals, such as Smart Energy, E-Transportation, Applied Energy, and he's subject editor of Energy. He received several awards, the Great Medal for University of Zagreb, National Award for his outstanding achievements in science and for improvement of international relations. He's the author of over 150 scientific papers and also author of the 5 books. Professor Gelenve, I want to introduce you later when you start your speech.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. The word is yours, Professor Duik. Please, you go on.
Thank you very much, Professor Karapınar. So let me start with the lecture on decarbonization of energy systems with variable renewables. As you know, we have to start decarbonization very quickly because if we continue with the current growth of fossil fuels, we will end up increasing the temperature from 3 to 5 degrees. If we want to satisfy what was agreed in Paris Agreement, that we keep it under 2 degrees, we have to start now. And the only technology that is available quickly is renewables. Other technologies either need a long time to develop or they're not yet developed. So let us see about the resources. If you see the brown circle on the left side, this is how much energy we need. And this is all available energy that we can use. There is enough solar energy to cover our needs probably a few thousand times. So solar is obviously a solution. There are other renewables which are solution, and the finite energies which we use currently, fossil fuel and uranium, they're limited, but they still can cover our needs. If we look at the last 10 years, the price of variable renewables, meaning wind and solar, has fallen down very quickly. And they are now much cheaper than any other source, than any fossil fuel, and much cheaper than nuclear energy. So this is obviously the cheapest way to go. If you look at Breyer optimization for the global energy system, he divided the world in more than 200 areas. He found out that most of the world will be powered by mostly solar energy, while the moderate regions will have to have a mix of different energies, Europe included mostly in those moderate regions, which will need a mix of wind, solar, hydro sources, and some biomass. So what is the role of wind energy in energy system? It's a cheap renewable power. It's plentifully available nearly everywhere. The problem, it's intermittent, or maybe better to say variable. So it can cover maybe 15 to 20% of yearly penetration without storage. But that means that it could actually cover around 100% momentaneous penetration. There is wind energy practically everywhere, but not all the regions are similarly rich. Usually regions close to the seaside, and especially the North Sea, is where the resource is very bountiful. So we have to use it where we have it, but somewhere we can't because we don't have it. What about the solar energy? We have reached now the grid parity. So the own production from the roof is cheaper than grid electricity in most of countries. And roofs can produce around 30% of national needs, but only 10% is easy to integrate. It's well fitting to cooling demand, and with climate change, the cooling demand will grow. It's plentifully available nearly everywhere. Wherever you see green biomass, it means there is sunshine, because otherwise you would not have it. But of course, it's not the same level everywhere. For example, Dubai has double solar energy than Copenhagen, which is not such a big difference. And optimal wind and solar ratio for integration is 2:1 for moderate regions. We can see solar energy. Turkey, for example, is very rich in solar energy. So that would be obviously a way to go in Turkey. Northern Europe is not so good, but it's still a good resource in at least in half of the year when it's a lot of solar energy. What about the biomass? The biomass is competing with other land uses. For example, food, wood for construction, furniture, biodiversity, etc. What about the efficiencies of biomass? Biomass has around 2% photosynthesis efficiency. Then if we want to produce electricity, we have 20% Rankine cycle efficiency, which makes around 0.4% efficiency. If we are using PV, we get around 17% efficiency, or now even more than that. So if we have to use land for energy, for electricity, it's much more efficient to do it with PV. What about the transport? Again, 2% photosynthesis efficiency, 50% conversion to fuel efficiency, 20% IC engine efficiency. That makes around 0.2%. Compared with solar electricity, which has 17% of efficiency, transmission is 70% efficiency, and then the car efficiency is around 90%, which makes it 11% efficiency. So it is around 50 times more. So if we want to decarbonize transport, we should use electricity and not biofuels. This is quite obvious for this, because we don't have infinite amount of land. Sustainable use of biomass mostly means using biomass waste from other uses. Biogas is probably the more efficient way to do it. Sometimes co-production with other products makes sense. And biomass is, on the other hand, good for employment and regional development, but it's very limited in the amount we can sustainably use. We will need it, but we have to be very careful about how we use biomass. Okay, then we come to a situation in which we, for example, have 25% wind and 25% solar energy in one day. The pale blue line is the load. And these are different technologies. Green is the wind, yellow is the solar, and the base load is black, and blue is middle and peak load. And then we have excess of base load in the night and in the midday because of wind and solar. Obviously, we have to do something with this excess. We can, of course, store it, but that's very expensive. We can sell it to somebody else, but they will also have such excess most probably. Or we can not produce it, which is the best way to do because in that means lower emissions. But that means that there is actually no place for baseload in the future energy systems. The middle and peak load is still here. So how do we actually solve this problem of variability or intermittency for renewables like wind and solar? Of course, we need more grid interconnections. We need to flexibilize thermal power plants. We will need wholesale market coupling in order to make it as cheap as possible. And we will need demand response technologies and integration of power, heating, cooling, transport, and water systems in so-called power to X. Dedicated electricity storage is the last resort technology. There will be a lot of it, of course, but it's expensive. It's an additional cost. If we can solve it with the previous method, demand response and integration, then it will be a cheaper outcome. So how to do it? We can see that in recent years, wind has grown quite significantly in some countries. And in some countries and states, it has reached already very high level. Look, for example, at Rio Grande do Norte. It's a Brazilian state of 4 million people, which has increased its share of wind from 0 to 260% in around 4 years. And it's still building wind. It used to import all of its energy, hydro from far away, and now it's exporting wind. So it can be done. There are no problems, no shortages of electricity in Rio Grande do Norte. Everything works very well, and it was done in 4 years. There are 2 other states in Brazil which are very high with wind, Piauí with 115% and Bahia with 72%. This is on a yearly level. Out of sovereign countries, it's Denmark who is the leader with around 48%. And then we have states in US like Iowa with 42%, Kansas 41%, Prince Edward Island in Canada, South Australia, Ireland, all these countries and territories have more than 40%. There are also a whole list of countries which have more than 20%. And as I said before, 20% is the limit of easy integration. So these countries did something more to their systems. Because they managed to integrate more than 20% wind into their power system. Croatia, my country, is at 10%, which is quite conservative. Turkey is similar with 8%. The world is on 5% of wind. Let us look at interconnections. The pale blue line is variability of wind on the scale of Netherlands. Netherlands is a very small country, and the wind on such small territory will be very intermittent. But if we look at the black line, which is European system, it shows that variability of wind on the continental level is actually relatively small. So if we integrate energy systems, power systems on continental level, we have solved a significant part of the problem of intermittency. We can look at wind generation in Europe in the last 3 years, and we can see it was never zero. So we can imagine if we build much more wind, then it's our load. The load is the red curve, the yearly load, but it's out of the proportion with the wind. Wind was exaggerated compared to the load, just to show that we can cover actually all the load of European power system with wind. But we are going to have huge excess, which we have to use somehow. What can we do with this excess load, excess wind? Let's look at this graph then. This shows both wind and solar energy in Europe. And then we have the red line, which is the legacy electricity demand. This is what we are spending now. If we add transport, electrified transport, then we can cover it under this blue line. It's all the electricity needed for electrified transport. And then we electrify also heating. And we cover all the heating in the winter by this additional excess energy. We can see that here there are white areas, so we will obviously need some backup, but not too much of this backup. It's a relatively small amount. And then we are still left with around half of energy, which is excess, which we can use to produce hydrogen, which can then be used to cover these white areas. Another method of integration of variable renewables is cycling of the thermal power plants. We can see here a week in Germany where German hard coal plants are cycling. That was 4 years ago. It is still continuing. Now it's even lignite coal power plants which are cycling, and even nuclear power plants which are cycling, means they're turning off and on twice a day because during the night, most of the electricity is supplied by wind, and during the day, most of electricity is supplied by solar energy. So we need thermal power plants only in the morning and in the evening. This is a very nice problem for mechanical engineers because you have to take care that there is no heating and cooling of components. So there is a need for additional investment in such plants, but it's not really a major issue. And we can see it's being used for a long time. Then we will need markets. In order to make everything cheap, we need markets which are segmented in time, and we will see later on also in space. So our main market is day-ahead market, which happens one day before, up to midday. All the bids for the next day are made and prices are reached for the next day for each hour. So this is this yellow market. But there are, of course, errors on the day-ahead market. Either you did not predict well the demand because something changed, maybe the weather changed or something happened, or wind or solar energy was not predicted well. So there is another market, which is intraday market, 1 hour intraday market, the black thing, which will enable participants in the market to correct their positions in order not to lose too much money. And then we have another market, which is 15-minute intraday market, which allows for another correction This is particularly important for wind because wind can quite much change in this 15 minutes period. Or this problem can be solved by tertiary reserve. Solving it by tertiary reserve is extremely expensive, but if we balance wind on a 15 minutes level using intraday market, it's actually very cheap. And then we have primary and secondary reserve, which take care that the system is balanced in any moment. In future, we will also need to solve the issue of inertia, but this will probably be done by capacitors or batteries or something like that. We will probably not have huge capacity markets, but this is being talked about. If we look at day-ahead markets, this was started a long time ago by Scandinavian countries. They founded so-called North Pole spot market, divided their large countries in zones because they're not so well interconnected. And then they started implicit trading between the zones. There is an algorithm called Euphemia that calculates how much does it make sense to move from one zone to another zone. And you can see the price in many zones is actually equal to the adjacent zones. That means there is sufficient transmission capacity to take the excess of cheap electricity from one zone to the more expensive zone. But there are also zones which are not able to transmit all the excess. Then the price in those zones like southern Norway will be lower than in other zones like northern Norway or Sweden. Or Finland will, for example, have more expensive electricity because it doesn't have enough transmission capacity available. So this approach was then copied all around Europe slowly during the last 10 years. And now all the Europe is connected, all European Union countries are connected. It happened in June this year that 4M countries of Central Europe were finally connected. The idea is also to connect further adjacent countries once they can implement the market rules. So that makes the system working very cheaply because the electricity is sent where it is more expensive from the regions where it's cheaper. In this way, we can integrate variable renewables in the cheapest possible way. Another issue which we have seen during the last 10 years is a huge fall of price of solar energy. That was something that probably never happened before, and solar energy is now cheapest energy possible. There is also grid parity reached for the roofs of most of the world countries. That means that it's cheaper to produce your own electricity from your own roof than to buy it from the utility, from the grid. Solar share in electricity demand, as I said before, can go up to 10%. It's easily to integrate up to 10%, but we can see countries which already have more than 10%. We already have the first autonomous state, Tokelau, which is 100% solar energy, so solar batteries, of course. It's in Pacific, and of course, it's very small, but we will see more of the islands going that way. But we also have one of the biggest economies in the world. California has 16% of solar energy. And some of the poorest countries in the world, Honduras and Yemen, they have 14%. So it's obviously not the question of money because they're poor. Yemen is also war ravaged. So these countries obviously are implementing some measures how to integrate those amounts of solar, which are above the 10%, which is easy to integrate. Turkey is at 3%. Croatia is unfortunately just at 0.5% in 2018, which is very low. World is around the 3%, but since this is the fastest growing technology, it will change relatively soon. If we can see, the EU market was going very fine in 2008, 9, 10, 11, based on the feed-in tariff. And then after the feed-in tariff was ended, the market collapsed, and now it's getting back again. And we have around 20 gigawatt of market per year. On the global level in 2019, solar energy was absolutely the biggest technology installed. Around 50% of the power plants installed on the global level were solar energy. About 1/4 were wind energy. So renewables were around 80% of new power installed in 2019. In 2020, the situation was even better, but I didn't find such a nice graph. We can also see what happened in the European Union with the generation capacity, which is online. Wind has grown and has become probably the biggest technology on the European grid since 2018. We have collapse of coal. Coal is closing down quite quickly. Solar is growing very quickly, and natural gas is more or less constant. But if we look what we will see in the next 30 years, we can see that coal is completely going to collapse in the next 5 to 10 years and practically disappear from European energy system. This is International Energy Agency outlook, so it's not really a green activist organization. And the main energy in Europe, according to them, will become offshore wind, with the second one being onshore wind. You can also see the natural gas will grow until 25, and then it will start collapsing quickly. One important thing of the markets is that if and when we have a large share of solar and wind energy in the power system, power mix, this is German market, then the price of electricity is low. It's currently not low because of very high CO2 prices. But it used to be quite often under 20 euros per megawatt hour. And since we are going to see further collapse of coal and gas generation and increase of wind and solar generation, then we can expect that low prices in parts of the day will come back in future. What can we do with such a cheap electricity price? When electricity is cheaper than 20 euros per megawatt hour, that means electricity is cheaper on the thermal basis than biomass. So it makes sense to use electricity for heating, for example. What is the price of balancing of these renewables? If we compare the prices on day-ahead market and on 1 hour and 15-minute intraday market, we can see the price is actually equal. So that basically means that the cost of balancing for now is about zero. If you implement intraday markets correctly, balancing wind and solar will not cost you much or will not cost you anything. That might change later on, but I don't really see changing it before we close all the current power plants, and we have probably excess of 100% of them. There is more than 1,100 gigawatts of installed power, and the peak in Europe is around 520 gigawatts. So we have currently no problem with balancing. What about wind forecasting? If you have good forecasting, you will have around 20% error on the head bids. And you have to correct that on hourly intraday market. And then you have still large 3 to 7% error on intraday bids, which you have to correct on 15 minutes intraday market. But your error on 15-minute intraday market will be actually very small, only 1%. And you can perfectly well cover it with secondary reserve, which is existing. So there is no need for increasing primary and secondary reserve, at least not at the moment. And then the next step is to go into demand response or power to X technologies. 20th century energy system was simple. Supply was following demand. 21st century energy systems will be completely different. Demand will have to follow supply because supply is something that depends on weather, wind and solar. So we have to build such demand which can, in a smart way, follow supply or smart energy systems. How shall we do it? Let's see how Danish are doing. Remember, they have 50% of wind in their energy system and around 5% of solar. So there is a district heating. This is one in Skagen. And this is quite an old graph, but it shows very well how we can solve this problem. So when the electricity price is high, which is the pale green line, that means that we have to produce, we can sell electricity to the market, and the CHP units are turning on, selling electricity to the market and storing heat, the red line, into heat storage. When electricity price is low, then this orange, which are electric boilers, are turning on, and they're utilizing the excess of cheap electricity from the market and storing it into heat. Another method of demand response is something that we will need to do related to transport electrification. It started. It's obviously going very fast. Last year, around 4% of the global sales were electric cars, around 10% of European sales were electric cars. So this will probably go on because countries are now starting to forbid internal combustion engine cars, starting from 2025 Norway. But that brings us to another issue. Let's imagine that everybody has an electric car and everybody has a fast charger at home, 70 kilowatts. I think it's too much, but this is what some researchers think. And then everybody comes back at 5 p.m. at home and plugs in empty car. And on the model of Austria, let's say 4 million cars, that would mean 20 times more than installed capacity. So this is obviously not possible. Of course, it will actually never happen because things don't happen at the same time. Cars are not empty at the same time. But anyway, we will need smart charging. And it will have to be market-based, and it will have to smooth the demand because we cannot electrify transport with only having dumb charging. So we did a model for a region in Croatia. Additional electricity demand for electrifying transport is actually very small. It's 5 to 20% additional electricity, depending on how much transport you have. And then if we charge it only in the times when there is excess of wind in the local region, we can actually cover all the transport needs. Remember that the cars are parked 96% of the time. So if they're plugged in 96% of the time, we can charge them only when we have excess of wind and solar. So how do we then progress with our integration of, let's say, wind? So on the x-axis, we have share of wind in the power system. And on the y-axis, we have critical excess of electricity production, which means the part of electricity that cannot be integrated. Once we reach 20% of share of wind, we lose around 5% of electricity and our economics start losing viability. If we combine power system with a heating system using power to heat technologies, we can easily integrate up to 40% of wind into the power system. This is what the Danish did. If we further integrate electric cars, we can go up to 80%. So we solve most of the problems. And then you add solar energy, hydro, biomass, and we did most of the task that was put in front of us. But there are still some difficult issues on the way. One thing is road freight, trucks. We may decide to electrify roads. This is now being tried in several countries in Europe, either by a trolley above the road or a rail inside the road. We will see which system will win. And in this way, we could easily electrify trucks and long distance buses. They would still need to have batteries, but only for the local loop. The reason why batteries for the full operation of such long distance heavy transport is not really viable is because the batteries would have to be very large and would reduce the amount of useful weight they could carry around. So this combination of electrified roads and local loop batteries would actually solve the road freight. This is one option. Another option is, of course, hydrogen. We will have lots of hydrogen because of excess of wind and solar in some hours. But for that, we will need to build hydrogen charging networks all around the continent. So that might be an issue. There is another possibility to stay with internal combustion engine, but to use electric fuels. For example, using hydrogen, we can hydrogenize CO2, which we can renewably take from atmosphere or from biomass combustion. And then we produce methane. We can then compress this methane or liquefy it, and then we can use this LNG or CNG in trucks. This is a renewable fuel. But then we would probably have to switch to either Otto engine for trucks or HCCI engine for trucks. Another option is to produce dimethyl ether, which is DME, which is a fuel that is compatible with diesel engines. So in this case, we could keep it running as they used to run. Also, shipping, we are looking at different options, but electricity will only electrify very short routes around the coast, coastal, maritime, and probably river transport. But for long distance, we will need some kind of fuel. It will be probably either renewable ammonia produced from hydrogen, or LNG, for example, or maybe also DME. Aviation is moving towards sustainable aviation fuel, which is mostly based on waste oils, biofuels. For the high temperature processes that cannot be electrified, we see the most important role of hydrogen. We can cover most of those processes with hydrogen if we cannot use electricity. And then we have windless weeks. You saw it, the white area, when there is no wind and no solar energy, so we need backup. It happens very rarely, but it does happen sometimes. So hydrogen may cover these needs. All of this.
Sorry for interrupting, but can you finish up within 1 or 2 minutes?
Yes, I'm on close to the end. Okay. So it's all about 20% of energy demand, and biomass can cover around half of it. And the rest will probably have to be synthetic or electric fuels, including hydrogen. We have made a system, 100% renewable system of Southeast Europe. I will not go into detail, but it's much less primary energy because we don't use coal, which is very inefficient. And electrolyzers will be spending nearly 50% of primary energy. Legacy demand is only around 1/4. The rest will be used for transport and for heating. This is electricity generation from different renewable technologies. And in order to conclude, I would like to say that wind and solar are obviously coming, but they're difficult to integrate. We need integration of power, heating, cooling, water, and transport systems. There will be no future for baseload. We will need smart energy systems, which will have to be cheap and simple. And it's a really great time for engineers. If you're interested in these topics, you may want to check on SDEV's series of conferences. We're going to have one in October. And with this, I would like to thank you very much.
Well, I thank you very much. It was a good comparison between different renewable energies, and some of them has certain advantages and some of them have certain disadvantages. Professor Gelembe raised hand, therefore I want to ask him if he has got any question.
Yes, definitely. I was intrigued by one of the slides. I mean, all the talk was very interesting, so I was intrigued by many other things. But there was one slide which showed that nuclear energy was much more expensive than practically every other form of energy. And that was kind of strange because currently, for instance, in Europe, France, which is heavily nuclear, has one of the cheapest electricities in absolute value. So in euros, the price of electricity in France is quite low. And in fact, France is the main buffer to help Germany in its movement towards wind and other forms of renewable energy. So it acts as a buffer, as does Belgium as well. So this seems to be strange because how come it's so expensive and yet for the customer it's so cheap?
Well, you have to take into account that French nuclear power plants were built in 1970s and their investment has been paid off a long time ago. So now what you have is just the fuel cost. But if you want to extend them for another 20 years, their life, then their cost, their price will be much higher. According to the EDF report, that will be around 40-45 euros per megawatt hour, which is still not terribly expensive. But if you want to build a new one, then you have to cover the investment cost. And this is this 120, 130 euros per megawatt hour. If you look at the new built nuclear power plants in France, there is zero. They're building Flamanville already for 20 years. And the price of it is as it is shown here. So nuclear is cheap if it's old, but even then it will have problems with renewables because its variable cost, although very cheap, very low, it's still higher than wind and solar. Well, so once wind and solar push out...
I have a kind of a question about what you said, because you said that, well, France has an excess of power. So that is why it is not building plants. On the other hand, if you go next door to the UK is building Hinkley Point, which is a huge nuclear facility, which would represent 10% of the UK's energy needs, electricity needs. And the UK is one of the countries where there's the most wind available. So that also is a bit in contradiction to what you said.
Well, France has to close down, I think, around 20 nuclear power plants in the next 10 years. Some of them will probably be extended to 60 years life. But they decided to reduce the share of nuclear from 75% to 50%, which means that they're really deciding to go away from nuclear.
Well, it's not
regarding UK.
It's not an economic or technological decision. That is a political decision. On the other hand, it is very much economic decision because nuclear is extremely expensive. New nuclear, Hinkley Point, is at the level of 130 euros per megawatt hour. I don't know why British are building. The only reasonable reason for that is if they want to covertly finance their military program. Otherwise, it doesn't make any economic sense to build nuclear power plants in Europe today.
Well, we have another question, if you don't mind. Professor Dinçer asks an interesting question. What is your view about the energy consumption by Bitcoin? Some countries like Indonesia are really demolishing such centers. Imagine they currently consume 80 terawatt per hour of electricity annually. So I think we need to add Bitcoin as an electricity consumer. So what do you think about it?
Well, it's obviously growing very fast, and the world will have to do something about it. We have other currencies, digital currencies, which may use less energy. And also one thing that should be taken into account that Bitcoin is very close to the maximum number of Bitcoins that can be issued. But I'm not expert in that problem. I see it as a problem. I don't see it as a huge problem if Bitcoin is mined in renewable countries or nuclear countries. But unfortunately, it's often mined in coal countries, which is then very bad for environment.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have another question. Cost of Hinkley Point C is £92 per megawatt per hour. I think it's a kind of information given by Professor Ravi Silva.
Yes, that's correct. That's according to the contract. And if you calculate that to euros, then you get around 120, I guess, at the moment.
Well, I just have an addition to your...
15%. The difference is 15%. It's not 120. It would be more like 110.
Okay.
But in any case...
Well, it's still 3 times more expensive than wind and solar.
Okay, I have an addition to the information you gave. You know that biomass, you said that biomass is not very efficient in terms of electricity generation because biomass is a waste. But third generation substrate or biomass is algae, and algae is plenty, grows very fast, and can be used as biomass for energy generation, biofuel generation. And I see the feature of algae in terms of the biofuels production. This is my comment to your presentation.
Well, we are waiting to see the results. The algae research is going for a long time, but I think they have one small problem is how to make dense energy out of the algae.
Yeah,
so
I agree with you.
We need more research in that area. It's not yet ready for the market.
Yes, yes, I agree with you. Again, thank you very much for your presentation. We developed lots of comments and questions. So the next speaker is Professor Gelenbe, and I want to introduce him. In fact, he has a CV with lots of success. I'm going to give a short introduction, Professor Gelenbe. He's a professor at Polish Academy of Science, Institute of Theoretical and Applied Informatics. He conducted his research activities and academic life at different universities, in fact, in Europe and in the United States, like University of Michigan, University of Central Florida, Imperial College, University of Liege in Belgium, and probably you spent quite a long time in Paris, Professor Gelenbe. He's in the editorial boards of different journals, such as he's co-editor-in-chief Springer, Natural Computer Science, Acta Informatica, Performance Evaluation, Computational Management Science, and the others. There is a long list of editorial boards you are responsible for, and he has got lots of awards and prizes. I'm going to give some examples from them. Dennis Gaber Prize, Hungarian Academy of Science, Budapest, Oliver Lodge Medal, Institute of Engineering and Technology, London, and Prix France Telecom, one of the 10 Grand Prix of the French Academy of Science, awarded every 2 years. And he was the first computer scientist to receive the award. And he's the author of numerous papers and author of the more than 10 books. I hope I summarized your CV, Professor Gelenbe.
No, I wouldn't expect you to try to do that. Just handling the countries is enough.
So your speak is about energy consumption by ICT, facts, measurements, and trends.
Yes. Well, first of all, I'd like to, Professor Karapınar, thank you very much for the introduction. And also thank you and your colleagues for inviting me. As you know, I'm also a member of Bilim Akademisi, and I used to be a member of TÜBA until I resigned in 2012, early 2012, but I was a member of TÜBA as well. But now I'm not. And I'm very happy to participate in this conference because it shows that we can all work together and discuss technical issues together and make progress. Finally, as a word of introduction, I'd like to thank the previous speaker because indeed he provided extremely interesting pieces of information, which are, I think his slides are going to be very useful to many of us. So thank you very much. In fact, I have the pleasure of collaborating right now with one of his colleagues from the University of Zagreb. This is Vladimir Mirza, who is a biologist, basically, a biological engineer. And with Vladimir, we're working on a report regarding innovation and research, the links between innovation and research. And we're doing this for the European organization that is the Association of Engineering Academies. In fact, I do a lot of that kind of work. I'm trying to show my slides right now. And I think I'm going to manage in a minute. Can you see my slides?
Yes, yes, we can.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So here we are. And in fact, I'm going to discuss things which are related to one of the questions. You know, some people said Bitcoin. Of course, it's not Bitcoin that's consuming energy. It is the computers that are mining Bitcoin or that are carrying out the operations in support of Bitcoin. The institute that I work for is not about energy. It's about computer science. It's about computer networks and systems and so on. And I'm involved in quite a few European projects related to computer science, computer systems. However, it's very interesting that in each of these projects that I've been involved in for the last 10 years, there's always a part regarding energy consumption by ICT. By that, I mean that everyone is concerned by the issue of energy consumption by ICT. A piece of information that you may or may not know, if you take the human body, approximately 20% of energy consumption for a healthy individual happens in the head. Okay, in the head, it's not just the brain, of course, we're also talking. So when we're talking, we exercise muscles and so on. But basically, it is related to sensing our eyes, ears, our taste, smell. These are sensing systems. If you wish, they are the internet, part of the Internet of Things of the human body, as is our skin, for instance, for sensing. But there's about 20% of our energy consumption that is in the head, which means that if we go in that direction for the whole world, we may be quite surprised in a few years to discover that about 20% of energy consumption is for information and communication and computing. Okay, so that's a big, big chunk. My talk will be essentially about this issue. And it's an issue which is controversial within the computing field, because as you can imagine, all of the ICT industry, if you look at Google, they say, oh, we're wonderful about energy because what we do is we buy renewable energy. Well, when they buy renewable energy, of course, they displace the carbonated energy to someone else. The other thing that's happening, and this is in relation to my question before regarding the previous talk, it's quite interesting to see that many countries are losing data centers and that a particular country is gaining in data centers. And guess which one it is? It's France, because their energy is decarbonated. So it is interesting for a lot of the computer industry companies, such as Atos in Europe or Google in Europe and so on, to put data centers in France, because then they can claim that their energy is decarbonated because they're using nuclear energy, essentially. So all of that is rather interesting. The picture that you have in front of you is kind of a generic picture of if you wish, the architecture of what we call sorry, I want to remain on the previous slide, what we call the world of information and communication technologies. So what most of you are aware of is what's on the left-hand side of the picture. You have base stations, wireless base stations. You have then a lot of connected devices, including your mobile phones. For most of you today, the mobile phone is the main access point to the internet. So you have mobile phones, and that's what you see. But behind this part, which uses a significant part of the energy, but not the majority, behind this part is, first of all, the backhaul network. The backhaul network is copper or fiber. Copper is still there. It's very funny. I had fiber installed some years ago at home in Paris. And then a few months ago, I discovered that my copper was still working. in the house. So they had not removed it. It's staying there as backup. So it's consuming energy, not just for fiber, but now also for copper in the same place. Okay, so that is, if you go to your homes, you may have some surprises like that. Fiber has come in, but has not displaced copper. And copper, of course, consumes more energy per bit than fiber does, because fiber has a much larger capacity. Okay, so you have a backhaul network, which is wired either in fiber or in copper. Then more and more, and this is, you have the radio access network, which is the base stations. And then you have the backhaul network that's connected to that. But more and more, right behind the base stations, you actually have wired networks. That's what we call the fog and the edge. Because as the demands become more stringent for performance, think of games, for instance. They're very popular in Asia, less popular, fortunately, in Europe, but still quite popular. So games that people play on their mobile phones, the games require very short interaction times with lots of data and pictures, images. Therefore, at the bottom of these base stations, you find more and more some rather powerful computers, which they too consume quite a bit of energy. Okay. Then towards the right-hand side, you will see the cloud. Okay, so right-hand side of the picture, you will see the cloud. At the cloud level, the cloud runs actually not in the cloud, unfortunately. It runs in data centers. And data centers are extremely energy-vorous systems. They run in the several megawatts, anywhere between, say, 1 and 10 or 20 megawatts of power running in one site. Fortunately, they're highly optimized because their power consumption is their main expense. The industry that runs the data centers is motivated to optimize things. The other industries are much less motivated to optimize things because they're not, they look at their budget and they say, well, after all, our energy consumption for ICT is not such a big portion of our expenses. Therefore, we don't really need to make a huge effort to optimize it. But for the cloud industry, whether it's Google or others, it becomes a big issue and they work very hard. Now, the internet itself is not virtual. So that's a bad word. Nothing is virtual. Everything is physical. Everything is based on physics. And there are routers, which are electronics devices. There are switches. There are SDN controllers, software-defined network controllers. These are controllers for the internet. There are interfaces, and so on. So a lot of hardware. Okay? And one interesting thing that you must keep in mind, the hardware gets renewed every 4 or 5 years or less. Why? Because technology changes, there are software upgrades, and especially because the needs, the demands placed on information technology are constantly growing. Okay? And of course, the machines are becoming more efficient, but nevertheless, things are growing. Now, I looked carefully at the data, and I can cite my sources if you require. I looked carefully at the data concerning the year 2019. Why did I stop on 2019? Because 2020 is an exceptional year. Okay, so for instance, in 2020, most of the world, including the United States, experienced a significant drop in electricity consumption of the order of 3 to 5%, depending on the countries in 2020. However, China, for instance, had an increase because they recovered from COVID much more rapidly. So they had an increase of 3%. But in any case, 2020 is a special year. So my figures here stop at 2019. And if you look at 2019, you see a worldwide electricity consumption of approximately 23,500 or perhaps 24,000 terawatt hours. Of course, electricity consumption numbers are not the same as the capacity numbers of the installed systems, which are always a little bit larger than consumption, of course. And then there are losses, which the customers pay for indirectly. So the electricity consumption is based on metered consumption at the end users and not about the power losses in the system. And in this 23,500 terawatt hours, about 8.5% today, anywhere between 8 and 9%, or at least in 2019, is due to ICT, to the picture I showed you before, okay? Which also includes the boxes, the TV boxes that you have in your homes, okay? So that includes, they're all digitalized after all, they're basically computers and communication interfaces. So 8.5%. Okay, so how about how this is shared in the system? Okay, how much of this and how much of that? Well, in this 8.5%, you have about 200 terawatt hours, which are the data centers. You might have expected more, but I said they are highly optimized. So they really do a lot of dynamic management to make them because each one is so expensive to run in terms of energy. They put a lot of effort into optimizing them, turning off part of the machines at night and all those things. This consumption also includes cooling, okay? Most ICT equipment today is not cooled, except for a fan. Even my laptop has a fan. But except for fans, most of the equipment is not cooled, but the data centers are obviously being cooled, and with some very sophisticated means. So you have this, and of course, some people move their data centers to Iceland because then they don't have to cool them as much. So you have that. So 200 terawatt hours is the data centers. The networks, including the radio access network, is 250 terawatt hours. The end users are 550. Now, manufacturing of ICT, the ICT industry that maintains, that keeps the system running, the ones who produce the machines, they consume the other half. So it's very interesting that manufacturing of ICT equipment is also very energy porous. Because why? Well, because it uses high definition X-ray lithography, it uses a lot of optics, it uses a lot of physics, it uses a lot of materials that have to be etched and so on. Now, in these numbers I give you, I have not included the extraction of the materials needed to produce this technology. So that is becoming also more and more energy porous, but it's very hard to associate numbers with it. Okay? Mining is the whole mining process and purification process for the materials is yet another part of the story, okay? Which I'm not mentioning. So we have these 2,000 terawatt hours, of which about 1,000 are related to manufacturing, and the rest are shared between data centers, networks, and the end users. And the end users, who is that? It's you and I, as well as the companies that have customer premises. They have their own small data centers. I mean, they have computers. In my home, I have several computers, as you can imagine. So, and we have the Wi-Fi boxes and so on. So there's a lot of stuff that is around running all the time at home, like your Wi-Fi router, and all of those, of course, consume energy. I'll be happy to tell you that your mobile phones are not a big culprit in the whole picture. They represent about all the mobile phones taken together, only represent about 1% of the mobile phone itself, the device, only about 1% of the whole energy consumption. This is interesting, okay? I've given you these figures. This slide is not identical to the previous one because it raises some questions. The second question, extraction of materials, rare earths, etc., I have not discussed. It would require a whole different presentation. It is something which is documented, well documented, but had to make a choice here. The main aspect that I'm not talking about here, which also needs to be talked, is decommissioning. Now, decommissioning, what do you do with your old computer? Oh, you just take it to the junk, or you give it to somewhere where you bought your computer, et cetera, et cetera. Now, basically, decommissioning has two parts. Either the computer is recommissioned. Okay, they change certain parts, repair certain things. If the memory was not working, they might put a new memory and so on. So there is recommissioning, and it may be resold, or it may be sent to a less developed country. And there are companies that do this systematically for their own equipment. You know, some telecom companies in France, they have agreements with certain African countries, and they send their old computers to the schools in these countries or to certain other, you know, users. But the decommissioning is a huge part of it, and it's a very, very dirty part of it. It happens, a lot of it happens in India. So it's good to know that I'm not mentioning it, but it is certainly extremely energivorous and important. And if you take ICT electricity as a whole, over a 4-year typical lifetime of a machine, 20% will be for manufacturing and 80% for usage. Why? Because if I'm a user, I'm responsible for part of the energy use in the internet, in the networks. I can't just say I'm just responsible for mine, because when I send email, my email travels over the internet and uses energy over the internet. So if you look at our responsibilities, we have about 20% for manufacturing, 80% for usage, based on a 4-year life cycle. The figures that I just mentioned also need to be related to emissions, okay? What's happening with emissions. And I'm sorry for the typo on my slide, on the right-hand side in red. If you look at the emissions, this maps using updated figures of, you know, average figures of energy production today, in 2019 rather, with respect to CO2 emissions. And I think the electricity as a whole represents 38% or represented approximately 38% of emissions in the world. So you apply those kind of ratios and you see that the 8.5% of electricity represents 3.23% of emissions. Now, what's interesting about that? Well, these 3.23% of emissions is higher than air travel. Air travel is around 2% of emissions. At least that's a figure that's reported. It may or may not be true. What is certain is that every industry tries to show itself as better than it is. So the air industry will tell a little lie to make itself look a little better. The computer industry will tell a little lie to make itself look better, and so on. So that is also happening. So, but the important thing is that we are above 3% emissions, and very likely then above the emissions related to air travel. Okay, so let's look at predictions. Now, there's a very funny thing that my energy experts often tell me about the International Energy Agency, for instance. They say all their predictions have always turned to be wrong. So that's, you know, people at EDF tell me that. They say, well, the Energy Agency, International Energy Agency, as you know, is a private organization based in Paris. Often they turn out these predictions for the next 10 years or 5 years. Generally, they turn out to be wrong. It turns out that the predictions that were made in 2007, 2012, that range of years, about ICT also turned out to be wrong. And here they are. Back in 2014, I wrote a report for the French Engineering Academy concerning energy consumption by ICT. I looked at the past and I made some predictions, okay? And who did I base myself on? I based myself on various organizations that were experts, such as the International Energy Agency. Well, it turns out their predictions are wrong. Now, if you look at this curve, it tells you how things evolved. These are detailed measurements, how things evolved between 2007 and 2012. In this period, the growth rate of energy consumption for ICT was about 4%, which is rather high, annual growth rate. And you see the numbers, how they look over a period of time. If you had assumed this type of tendency, then today the 2019 numbers would have been much worse. Okay? If you look at the numbers between 2010, for instance, and 2019, you see that after 2010, the average growth rate, I'm not saying the growth rate that you will then compound, but which is then, of course, much smaller, but the average growth rate over that period of time is 2.5%, while in the previous period, it was 4%. It is now 4 or 5%. Now it is 2.5%, okay? Why? Well, a number of reasons. One is that we are able to do electronics in a much more efficient manner in terms of its energy consumption. So the number of bits our electronics can process per joule is much higher than the number of bits that they could process per joule in 2007, 2008, etc. There's been an improvement in miniaturization. There's been an improvement in the way we do our microelectronics. So that's one of the reasons. There are other reasons as well, but that is the primary reason. And if you look then at the numbers 2010 and 2018, at the 19, as I indicated, the increase has been 25% over that time, rather than 40 or 50% over, say, 10 years, which would have been predicted in the past. Okay? So that is kind of reassuring. We're slowing down this growth. Well, the growth is slowing down. So what is what are the implications in terms of CO2 impact, emissions? Okay. Well, the predictions from 2012, the predictions that were given to us by these agencies, the expert agencies, was that in 2020, we would be up at 1.43 billion tons of CO2 emissions from ICT, okay? And the picture, the pie chart of usage, including the end users on the left-hand side of the pie chart, the telecoms up in the right-hand corner, and the data centers in the lower right-hand corner. This was the prediction. So the pie chart prediction is correct, was correct, more or less correct, except for telecoms, which are more than a quarter today. Telecoms have grown faster. On the other hand, data centers, it said 18%. Well, now it's not quite 18, it's more like 20%, but that's a detail, and so on. So the errors, if you wish, are acceptable at that level. But in terms of the errors at the CO2 impact, it's way off. And in 2019, our impact is much, much lower. And I think you can see it better this year, this way perhaps, because if you have on your screen, if you have the faces, I think you're not seeing part of the slides. But what you see here is 2019, it's just over 1 billion tons of CO2. So it's a lot better than the predictions, okay? And the energy consumption is also a lot better. So overall, we've had over 10 years or over 9 years, we've had a 25% growth. Now, if we move forward, one of the questions I'm sure you all have is, what is 5G going to do? So if you listen to the sales organizations about 5G, they say, oh, 5G is much more energy efficient. Okay? There is a part which is truth, but there's another part which is fake news. So the truth part is that per bit, it's more efficient. Okay? but it encourages, essentially 5G encourages the transmission of many more images. We also want to see pictures. We don't want to have a phone call. We want to have a talk call. We don't want to have an old-fashioned telco. We want to have a Zoom call. All of that is pushing the increase in energy consumption, okay? And if you look at what the GSMA says, now GSMA is very interesting because GSMA is only the organization founded by the network operators and by the network providers, so, or including hardware providers. So Huawei is a member of GSMA. And the estimate is that, in fact, we will have a significant growth in energy consumption, perhaps 3 times higher in the, not in the whole network, but in the wireless part of the network. So there will be an important increase. Then there will be a mitigation related to new techniques introduced, which should bring this down not to a 3 times increase, but to a 100% increase, which is pretty bad already. So this is what the GSMA says. The GSMA says, watch out, we are going to be increasing energy consumption. However, we will then reduce the increase somewhat in later years if we take the proper measures to mitigate this, okay? And the GSMA report is public. I mean, you can find it on the web. And if you look, for instance, at what electricity represents in the operating expenses of a telco, okay? In the operating expenses of a telco, and telcos have a lot of expenses, including what they pay the governments to get bandwidth. That is one of the biggest parts of their expenses. But if you look at their operating expenses, electricity represents 25%, which is a lot. It means that electricity is significantly cutting into their profit margin. So it's something for them to worry about. And 5G, they have to go there because it's hyped and everyone wants to have 5G. But the reality is that we're going to have an increase in energy consumption. So,
Professor Gedem, we have 8 minutes left, right, including questions, right?
You have 8 minutes left, but I started late.
All right, we can have a couple of minutes more.
Yeah, because I really started late in my presentation. But the question then is, how can we moderate the consumption of systems? It's not easy just to turn things off because these are like night and day effects in traffic. You cannot put things to sleep because you have to have the system on all the time. You must be able to cover traffic all the time. Then putting things to sleep and waking them up takes a lot of energy by itself. Why? Because you have to save data when you're going to sleep. And when you start again, you have to bring your data online. So these things are all very expensive. And furthermore, when you do actions on a network or in a system where you turn things on and off, you have, of course, response times which go up and down. So the quality of service gets lowered, but you also have a lot of data losses, packet losses. So you have a lot of things like that. And what I wanted to bring to you essentially is that one has to actually adaptively manage systems so that you trade off quality of service and energy consumption in a reasonable manner, which is what you're seeing on these two curves. This is the little cluster of machines, perhaps 10, 20 machines around a base station supporting, for instance, video exchanges between end users during games or through conversations and so on. And in this case, you can, by adaptive management, you can bring down quality of service to a certain extent, perhaps a few percent, and you can then save power and hence energy by about 15, 20, 30%. So that is the thing. And that is the general message I'd like to bring you. And same thing if you're operating, for instance, a data center. So operating it at its right workload, and here on the x-axis, you have the workload of the data center. And on the y-axis, you have the composite cost function, which includes quality of service and energy. And what you do is you learn to operate things adaptively in regions where their, if you wish, cost function is minimized. Well, how do you build these cost functions? Well, it's fairly simple. Look at this. What is the cost function? On the one hand, on the left-hand side, you have the response times. On the right-hand side, you have the energy per job. So, you know, what is the response time per job? What is the energy per job? And based on that, then you can adaptively run your systems to optimize. But there is no miracle solution to this. And the only solution is to look at things very carefully and to develop systems which adaptively operate so that they minimize cost functions, which include not just quality of service, which is what we've been doing so far, but quality of service and energy, okay? So I'll give you a few conclusions so that you can ask me a few questions. Of course, ICT systems are very complex, highly interconnected. It is becoming, ICT in general is becoming more energy efficient, but the presence of ICT is growing and the amount of software that each of these systems is supporting is increasing. So the net drift is towards an increase in energy consumption, and we don't know where it will stop. Someone said Bitcoin earlier. Cryptocurrencies in general, using techniques such as blockchain, which require a lot of encryption, are highly energivorous. It's not just Bitcoin, it's all of these applications. They're highly energivorous. For instance, if you look in 2020, Bitcoin is reported to have consumed as much energy, as much electricity, sorry, as the Netherlands. So that's a lot. The only way forward, I think, is to analyze, understand the quality service energy trade-offs and characteristics. And we have to come up more and more with adaptive management schemes so that we reduce energy consumption, because we cannot stop the use of ICT simply because it is, some people talk about the smart grid and dynamically managing the electricity system. Well, that is being done by data centers and by computer networks. So exactly the system that I discussed. So we will be increasing the load on such systems as we have smarter and smarter socio-technical technological systems, but we need to use them in a way that includes the energy effects of ICT so that their overall optimization is achieved. Thank you very much.
Well, I thank you very much. I learned a lot. It's not my area, but your presentation was so clear to understand the effect of ICT on electricity consumption. Thank you very much. We have some questions. I want to divert these questions to you. One of them is from Birol Kılkış, and he asks, regarding data centers, as long as PUE, power use effectiveness, remains to be the only metric carbon dioxide emission responsibility of data centers will not decrease. What about RUE, resource utilization effectiveness, for example? And your position, please. This is the question.
Well, that is precisely what I was saying. You can't just consider the energy effects or the CO2 effects. You have to consider, a data center will not consume any energy if you turn everything off, but then it gives no service. So you have to trade off the quality of service that you provide, which includes response times, which includes security levels. You have to trade that off against energy consumption and operate the center adaptively at the, if you wish, the threshold where quality of service remains acceptable, but energy consumption is minimized. That is precisely the message I'm giving. It's not just a matter of looking at energy aspects. You have to include quality of service. Okay.
Okay,
and that was shown in one of my slides. This is exactly what was shown in this slide. where you have a cost function along the y-axis, which is a composite, which is a sum of energy and a sum of quality of service. How do you bring these two together? You bring these two together through economic considerations, because quality of service is included in the service level agreements that the data center signs with its customers. Okay? And that is quality of service mapped into money. And then you have energy that can also be mapped into money, or CO2 that can also be mapped into money. So the two together enter into a composite cost function that you try to minimize. And this is the basic idea.
Well, Professor Gelenbe, in fact, Birol Kılkış raised hand. Can I want to allow he to talk, to ask his own question, because he has got another comment. So Birol Kılkış, you can talk to Professor Gelenbe if you like. Please turn on your microphone.
Do you hear me right now?
Yes, we can.
Dear Dr. Gelenbe, thank you so much for your presentation, but I think there is a misunderstanding. What I am trying to ask or to pinpoint that the carbon dioxide emissions of data centers, ICT systems, any system cannot be just revealed or metricated by the first law of thermodynamics, which deals with the quantity of energy. In the term PUE, what we measure is how much that data center is consuming versus how much utility, like you said, the service it's providing. PUE is a number greater than 1, ideally close to 1. But this doesn't make the system carbon dioxide efficient or inefficient, because we don't ask where the electricity comes from, PV, fossil fuel based, geothermal, or where, because this makes the largest impact of all systems, ICT included, about the carbon dioxide emissions. Plus, in my second question,
well, that's obvious. I mean, that's trivially obvious. I mean, we all know that. It depends on where you buy.
As a leader in this sector, you should develop new metrics like RUE, RU exergy, because PUE doesn't actually answer or respond to today's problems like you mentioned. You mentioned the problem, but we have to apply this determination to new metrics so that the sector may be able to recognize the importance of new metrics like resource utilization. PUE is just what electricity comes in and how much you use it for service. That's fine, but it doesn't describe everything.
Is it possible for me to answer, please?
Well, who should answer that?
A very easy answer. The first person in this talk to mention PUE is you. I never mentioned PUE. I don't use PUE. I never mentioned it. You mentioned it. So why do you talk about PUE? In my talk, I didn't mention PUE one single time.
But this is indirectly, you whether mention it or not, is directly affecting the carbon dioxide emissions responsibility of data centers. I am trying to be constructive. I am not trying to criticize you. We are discussing. Please be patient.
We're discussing, but I never mentioned PUE. So
but this is a meeting.
I never use PUE.
But this is a meeting. Everyone is
I never mentioned PUE.
Following the meeting, and this is a discussion platform. Of course, we will be discussing other authors or presenters mentioning also. We are discussing as a platform. I am not directing this question directly to your experience, but you must, as you said, you have already read the first speaker, the other speakers, so you must have an idea.
I told
that's
you
my
I
point.
don't use PUE, I just use energy consumption.
Well, that's the problem. Energy doesn't equal to PUE. PUE doesn't equal to energy. That's the mistake. That's the problem.
I don't
Thank you.
PUE.
Well, maybe we can ask to Professor Dinçer later to open another discussion on this subject at the end of the conference. It looks interesting and has received considerable attention on this subject. So thank you very much. I really enjoyed listening to you. Again, it's not my area, but I got lots of information about the electricity consumption of ICT. And I'm very glad to meet you, Mr. Duik and Professor Gelembe. Once more, thank you very much for your contributions.
As I finish, I would just like to thank you all, but also point out that simplistic metrics like DUE are not, they're just ways to talk to the great public. They don't deal with scientific facts and they don't deal with the details, which is why I never mentioned DUE in my talk.
All right. Okay. So that's why I said maybe we can discuss it at the end of the conference. So I'm closing the session. Thank you very much for your participations, audience, for your questions. And once more, I want to give my thanks to Professor Dinçer and his organizing committee for their great effort to realize this conference. Maybe we can meet in the next key session, in the next session. Okay?
Thank you very much again. And thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Professor Ravi Silva, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you very well. Thank you, President Duick.
Okay, you're ready?
Yep, I can share my screen just to check if you want. So hopefully that is being shared okay?
Yes, it works well. Okay, so we start according to schedule in 5 minutes.
Okay, absolutely fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we can start with the next session. And here with us is our next speaker, keynote speaker, Professor Ravi Silva. I would like to introduce him in the beginning. He is the director of the Advanced Technology and heads the Nano Electronics Center. The Institute has over 150 researchers working on multidisciplinary programs. His research has resulted in over 620 presentations and international conferences and over 600 journal papers. He has over 22,000 citations and the Google H factor is 74. In 2002, he was awarded the Charles Vernon Boyce Medal by the Institute of Physics. And in 2003, he was awarded IEE Achievement Award. In 2003, he was also awarded Albert Einstein Silver Medal and Javed Hussain Prize by UNESCO for his contributions to electronic devices. In 2009, he was elected as a Fellow of National Academy of Sciences of Sri Lanka, his home country. In 2008, he was elected a Fellow of the Royal Academy of Engineering, UK. So we can see it's a very rich CV. And I would like to ask you, Professor Silva, to start with your presentation. 40 minutes, please. Floor is yours, or cloud is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Duick. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And thank you to the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to present my work to this very erudite audience. It is indeed a pleasure to be able to do so, and particularly after the wonderful introduction given by our chairman to the committee with regard to renewable energy systems and its importance. My talk today would be on the net carbon world through innovation in energy materials. And I will probably go through quite fast the first few slides, simply because there's been a very nice, thorough introduction made already. A very quick word about my university. I'm from the University of Surrey, and we were set up nearly 120 years ago, originally based in Battersea in London, and then moved in 1966 to Guildford in Surrey. And one of the main reasons for showing this slide to you is that due to efforts by myself and my colleagues within the university, in the January of this year, we managed to get the university to pledge to become a net zero organization by 2030 based on science-based numbers. And these science-based numbers allows us to understand truly how we need to get to that point of net zero and what we need to achieve to get there. In terms of my own institute, this blue building shown is the Advanced Technology Institute. The work has been recognized by Her Majesty the Queen in terms of contributions to research activities. The university is well known in terms of having one of the few organizations that manufacture and control satellites. Our satellite center effectively controlled up to 40 satellites before it was sold to Airbus as Surrey Satellite Technology Limited. And within my own institute, some of the work that we have done on carbon nanotube was highlighted at the last Olympics, Winter Olympics in Pyongyang, South Korea. This building was covered with carbon nanotubes. Carbon nanotubes for this building came from Surrey Nanosystems, and that is a spin-out out of our university. And the idea of showing this is to say that even when you do produce a structure in the nanoscale, the impact of it could be much, much larger. And therefore, it also represents somewhat of us as people trying to make our own contributions for the world to become net zero and for us to have stability from that perspective. So within my discussions, I will start off by saying why we need to go to this net zero point, why at present it appears to be a distant dream. Now, this is despite the fact that just today, the IPCC launched its sixth assessment report. And within the sixth assessment report, it said that we probably will breach the targets of CO2 emission within the next decade. So this is quite serious. It means that we as people, we as nations need to do something quickly and do it effectively in order to get to that point. At present, we have been talking about reducing the CO2 emissions for over 30, 40 years. And unfortunately, that decarbonization has been quite slow. We do need to try and speed it up. And interestingly, if I take and contrast the first and second keynote talks that we've heard in this previous session, it's interesting because you have a multi-scale problem here. You've got the world looking at a terawatt problem, and then the IoT and the Internet of Everything possibly looking at a milliwatt problem, but billions of devices. Once more, we need to be able to try and connect the two and reduce the energy that is being used, or looking at it in a different way, try and make sure that energy that powers those items is powered by clean energy. So we need to look at how we optimize the solar energy, both in the large scale, as well as the IoT type, smaller wireless devices. And after that, I'll draw some conclusions. So just to recap, if we look at typically the energy supply 10 years ago, and the US energy effectively more or less mimics the world energy activities, there is about an 80% associated with fossil fuels and possibly another 10 to 12% renewables. Now, if we roll back and then say, let's see whether we've learned something since 2010. And if you look at some of the latest figures coming out from the US itself in about 2017, you look at that slide and you once more realize that the numbers are approximately the same for fossil fuels. And if you look at the world now, the world energy balance also shows that the fossil fuel usage is around 80%. Now, there must be a problem here, because if we have known there's a problem associated with climate change and other aspects, why is it that we are not changing this supply so fast? I think a percentage of 3 was mentioned previously in terms of renewable, but typically solar is less than 2% worldwide if you look at the total energy rather than just the electricity associated with it. If you look at the first full year of not COVID-based emissions, the 2018 year effectively indicated to us the problem associated with fossil fuel usage, in that there's something like 37 billion tons of CO2 emitted simply in order to power the world. And this needs to change. Within the next 10 years, we need to reduce this 37 billion tons to 20 billion tons. So it's a very significant ask, and we need to start moving along this if we are not to see the temperature rise that appears to follow the same pattern as the CO2 emission. Now, one could say that I've stopped at 2000 here, and if you look at the IPCC report that came out today, it carries on and shows that even with their computer simulation models, you have this very neat and almost identical connection between CO2 emissions and temperature rise. So we really do need to reduce or change the trajectory significantly if we are not going to breach the 1.5 degree mark in the next decade, let alone by 2050. We've seen the impact and the effects associated with this and the catastrophic nature of some of these, where within the last 10 years, within Europe, we've seen more extreme events than in the last 10 years. Within the last 9 months in the US, you've seen more extreme events than the last decade. So there is something happening. The extreme events may not be only associated with climate change, but certainly climate change appears to have a significant impact associated with some of these activities that are currently taking place. What we definitely know that we need to do is to get to carbon net zero. And what is carbon net zero? It's effectively coming to a point in which your anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions balance out the removals associated with the anthropogenic gases. And at present, there is a huge discrepancy between the emissions that are outgoing versus the emissions that can be naturally removed from the forest and bogs of this world. So we need to move from this current slide, left-hand side of the slide, to the right-hand part of it. And if we do not do so, there would be significant environmental changes that will impact millions of lives. Now, is it possible to solve this problem? Is this an intractable problem that really doesn't have a solution? When looking at it philosophically, if you start asking the question, what sustains life on Earth? It appears that the sun sustains life on Earth. If you think of foods, the livestock we eat, they're all based on your farming and plantations. This is maintained with the help of photosynthesis. And then if you start looking at the energy, 80% of the energy, as I said, is based on fossil fuels. And unfortunately, when we burn fossil fuels, we are removing a process which has taken millions of years in order to fossilize your CO2 and releasing that in a blink of an eye. So maybe the solution really is to do that, and we continue to eat and live on the sun's energies through farming and other means, but need to find a route in which we can harness the energy directly from the sun for the people on this earth. Now, within the first talk given today, it was very clear that there were two main renewable forms of energy that were shown to be efficient. One was solar and the other wind. If you think of wind too, wind also has a generation that is thanks to some of the solar activities that take place on Earth. And if you start thinking of the talk that preceded this with regard to electricity, if we can make electricity, electricity is probably the most versatile in terms of energy generation technologies available. So if we can make green electricity, we can not only use it to run our households, we can hopefully, with electric vehicles, start using that for our transportation sector. And again, in terms of energy provision, it can be used to power our industry. So if there is a way in which we can make cheap electricity, certainly that would help our route towards becoming a net zero emitter. Now, if we look at the energy coming from the sun, and we take a very simple black body approximation, the energy can be obtained by looking at the Stefan Boltzmann's constant times the temperature to the power of 4. And effectively, what you can do is, if you forget the reflections from the Earth and forget the waste of energies around it, you're effectively getting 173,000 terawatts of energy when the world currently uses probably about 15 terawatts. And by 2050, it will be about 50 terawatts. So effectively, there is something between 1,000 to 10,000 times oversupply of energy from the sun. And maybe the problem that we have is really a problem about engineering materials to be more efficient in terms of being able to scavenge and harness the energy that is coming from the sun. And secondly, being able to store that energy so that you can use it when you want to use it. Now, if all the energy was needed at the point of generation, then you do not have problems associated with storage or transmission. But looking at materials themselves, you can design materials in the nanoscale that allow you to have advantages when it comes to harnessing your energy as well as storing it. Recently, I've just got an editorial out in energy and environmental materials. And within that, what I have done is plotted out the cost of electricity. And the first speaker also showed this sort of graphic where there was a question with regard to nuclear. And I confirmed the numbers that were shown there, in that the numbers for nuclear in recent years has been very, very high. It's been closer to the $200 US. And if you were to compare the cost of solar and wind at present, it's significantly cheaper than any other type of energy available. Now, what is important here is the fact that up to now, most governments have indicated that they will not want to do something that will harm their population by getting the population to pay, society to pay more than what they need to do for electricity. At present, there is no excuse for any government to go for anything other than renewable energy. There was also the comment made by Professor Errol that many of these agencies have tended to get things wrong in terms of their prediction, in terms of costs. And I absolutely agree with him there, because these numbers going beyond 2020 are numbers that have been predicted within the IEA map or IRENA maps or some of the LASAD maps and BP reports. In my view, I believe that the energy, particularly solar-based energy, based on the deployment currently taking place and the increase in terms of terawatt scale that is being seen for solar deployment, the cost of electricity will continue to drop very much like it has been dropping in the last decade. And from that perspective, we will probably see costs of electricity at less than $10 or 1 cent per kilowatt hour. And already in Saudi Arabia, there has been auctions, a power purchase agreement that sold something like 700 megawatts at 1 cent per kilowatt hour. Now, what this means is very, very significant. In my view, I believe that it'll be difficult to charge people for electricity going forward. And much like the data revolution that took place with mobile phones, where initially in the case of mobile phones, you were charging per bit. It has now become a service as to the bandwidth or the frequency, the amount of energy that you can use. Similarly, electricity also will be a supply-oriented cost rather than the usage cost of electricity. So this is going to be very significant, and it is going to be much more supply-oriented model that is going to be used for that. Furthermore, if we do the costings associated with solar electricity at present, the cost of producing green hydrogen can go down to around $1.62 per kilogram of hydrogen. Now, this will completely open up the hydrogen economy that previously was considered to be too expensive to go down. So once more, there is a great opportunity that if you do have oversupply, and this is one of the comments made in the first talk with regard to the intermittency, and in some cases, what happens when you have too much solar or wind, maybe what needs to happen is using that energy, spare capacity, in order to produce hydrogen, which becomes a much greener form of energy that can be stored and transported more easily. So if we were to look at just the space that is requirement, previously there was a concern that the space requirement for solar would be so significant that you wouldn't have enough habitable or farming space available to people. What this map shows in the boxed area are the total areas that are needed with just 20% efficiency cells in order to power the world. So what it really shows is the fact that if you were to have solar electricity, you really do not need to have huge amounts of space as previously thought necessary in running these activities. And what you do need is a good stable network, and once more smart networks that are able to switch electricity suitably in the necessary quantities to the various areas becomes significant. So I believe if we do allow the silicon generation to continue, we will end up at a point where we will get very, very cheap electricity based on solar. But what we want to do at the university is to accelerate that point. And in order to accelerate that point, some of the materials that we are looking at are nanoscale design of materials in order to absorb more of the solar energy using less materials. So typically in the case of silicon, if you're talking about 200 to 300 micron thick silicon wafer absorbing all of that solar radiation that you want to convert to solar electricity, we are looking at using 100 to 200 nanometers of organic materials. So by moving from your 300 microns to 200 nanometers, you already have a saving in terms of volume. And something that we need to work on is the fact that we need to be able to absorb all of the energy and make sure that the excitons that you're absorbing are converted to electron hole pairs that can move to the two electrodes. And to do so, we believe you need to have mobile heterojunctions within your structure and modify the material in order to be able to absorb much of these that are converted to electricity. And in order to make these available to the mass populace, i.e. to be able to make them cheaply enough, we need to go to a solution processable route. And in that sense, what we are looking at is to make various inks of solar materials that can be used to deposit not just the active material, but also the metal electrodes that sit on either side. So from that perspective, we've been looking at different types of device structures in the last 15, 20 years. We start by looking at active materials and then putting structures such as carbon nanotubes that are functionalized on either side in order to get electrons and holes, to looking at materials that can act as good hole transport layers, materials that can be used for electron transport layers, and using all of these structures, being able to make these scalable devices. At present, if you think of the organic material systems, you can go up to 16, 17% efficient devices with some of the new non-fullerene acceptors. Within the work that we've done, we are hitting about 12 to 13% on 1 square centimeter structures where we are using PTB7 with a thiophene ring connected to COI8 DFIC. And this we are looking to scale up in order to start producing these plastic organic modules at a much larger scale. In terms of being able to make this available to the larger public, we've got a number of European Union grants that are helping us to looking at the scaling aspect. we started off with a project called Smartronics that allowed us to look at scalable structures for deposition and metrology of surfaces. That moved on to a second project called CoreNet. And we've just started our third project called MusicCode that is setting up an open innovation network within Europe that will allow us to come up with the necessary recipes within open innovation framework, share it with colleagues within Europe that allow the best exploitation of this plastic electronic sector. Already you can get large area solar panels, and these are some of the work highlighted from Armor and Heliatech. Obvious that previously used to produce this as part of the German energy company, RWE is now run as Armor. And therefore, there are large scale, scalable structures available already for OPV. And the new kid, as everyone knows, that is on the block is the perovskite area. Within the perovskite area, also there is significant movement in terms of the technologies that are available. The ability to change the band gap means that you can change the absorbability of the materials, and certainly it's extremely low cost. So as a result, there is further encouragement in being able to drop the cost of solar cells. And this will start effectively by looking at tandem solar cells with perovskites on silicon. Already perovskites have reached 25% efficiency, which is the same as silicon, and that has been done in less than a decade. We need to work towards the improved stability and the ability to have a very low payback time associated with these structures. So from that perspective, at the university, we are looking at different types of layered material structures that go with our triple cation systems. And these include looking at the whole transport layer. So for example, the previously used PTA is quite expensive. We can drop the cost by a quarter by using poly-TPD and still get similarly efficient structures by understanding not just the perovskite structure, but also the ionic charge transport within these materials that can be used in order to improve the charge transfer processes. And in doing so, you need to start understanding the material properties much more carefully, where you need to have optimization of not just the band structure of the materials being used on either side so that you optimize the open circuit voltage, but you also need to be able to have higher absorption and reduce the recombination within your materials to increase your short circuit current, and the engineering problem of making sure that your shunt and series resistance are suitably operated in order to improve things. In doing so, you need to start doping some of the perovskite materials also in order to keep moving these various structures. And generally speaking, although most people will show you your champion cells that work at 20 plus efficiencies, it takes probably a good 12 to 15 months in order to be able to come up with devices that are world beating. And at present, from inverted structures on double cation systems, we can get up to around 18, 18.5, which is some of the highest on the inverted structures that give you higher stability. And we've started looking at some of the triple cation structures also. And in looking at that, we need to understand the materials. In understanding the materials, you not only use atomic force microscopy, conducting AFM, and some of the structural materials that you can get topographically, etc., by using AFMs as well as SEMs. But combine that with TOF-SIMs in order to look at the permeation of some of the dopant molecules you have. And using that, you can then start pushing your devices beyond the 20% mark too. Moving on, in terms of mobile applications, the ones that are probably once more quite significant in terms of having mobile energy supplies that are needed, you need to start moving to the possibility that you might not have light, both outdoor or indoor, of sufficient quality. And therefore, then you need to start looking at technologies that give you energy through mechanical movements. And this energy could be in the wearable areas, or it could be on materials such as your e-skin. That can be a future technology that allows you to have body-centric networks as well as sensing activities of the humans. And this means that if we can start thinking of those types of energy, we can not only start looking at energy harvesting in the transportation sector, but also suitable for portable electronics and some home appliances. It's predicted that within the next 5 years, there will be something like 50 billion IoT or Internet of Everything devices around us. And if you start thinking about the human population and the number of devices per person, it is a significant step up from what we are currently used to, which is about 1.5 devices per person. This means that that device needs to get its energy through hopefully a wireless route. Otherwise, there'll be too many wires that keep connecting up to the IoT, and it won't be feasible. So from an IoT perspective, there are a number of areas that have been looked at. And at present, the area that is being targeted most is the wearable sector. And the idea being that if you can get the wearable sector operational, you can extend that to connected cars, to connected homes, to cities, and to the industrial internet. So by cracking the problem associated with the wearables, you should have the abilities to transfer the knowledge together with innovation across that whole supply chains that is needed in order to make industrial internet viable. So within these devices that are associated with IoT, I'll be only looking at the energy harvesting part, but there is clearly the interconnects and the storage that are needed if you want to mobilize all of the various functions. For example, you can connect up to a human being if you want to have better quality of life. These include the tactile sensors, potential speech systems, smell, hearing, etc. Already there are various skin-connected systems available, and these are images from John Rogers' group. And within this, what you see are very, very small electrical meshers that already have RF generators in there in order to power small LEDs and power some of the temperature sensors and strain gauges that are interconnected within this single tattoo structure. You can have externally connected integrated chips too, but having silicon or other material chips is not the best way of moving in these device structures if you want to look at next generation technologies, and most people are looking to have plastic associated with next generation technology. Some of the other more macroscopic technologies available include the color changing systems, and these could be associated with touch sensors or pH variations, etc. And having different pressures, giving different colors is something that can be formulated by designing the material systems that you have appropriately when connecting it up into your plastic electronic device structure. As a result, there is many groups working on solution processable platforms, and these solution processable platforms can be for energy scavenging, to storage, to interconnects, devices, and sensors. We as a group have looked at many of the carbon platforms, but there are many other quantum dot platforms and polymer platforms that others have examined and specialists in. Typically, when we look at these new systems, what you need to start examining as researchers and groups is to concentrate on new materials and new systems that enable you to be able to target these sort of applications and systems. And one of the areas, as I said, we've specialized in is looking at the carbon-based systems that afford us the opportunity of using graphene or diamond-like carbon films, carbon nanotubes, fullerenes, etc. And we've come to the point where we can not only start looking at transparent conducting films that are as good as your silver interconnects associated with transparent conducting surfaces based on carbon nanotubes, but we can also start separating out carbon nanotubes based on whether they are semiconducting and metallic, and we start utilizing them. Graphene is another of the carbon-based systems that are being pushed hard within the group. And this has a number of very special properties, including some of the toughest mechanical strengths available. And as I indicated earlier, we've looked at using gel electrophoresis and column electrophoresis to be able to get up to 98% separation of semiconducting and metallic. Moving on to the final section associated with energy scavenging, we are looking at using triboelectric nanogenerators for powering our Internet of Things structures. And this is effectively a new inductive form of energy where we are used to the inductive motor. In this case, what we do is something called contact electrification. And by moving charges close to each other, provided the charges have different surface energies involved in their barrier, you can get the charge to separate out. And by doing so, you can make devices. And those devices can be used to power IoT type structures up to a few hundred milliwatts. It doesn't go beyond that. So this is really about the IoT. And we have come up with the first fully model system based on Maxwell's equations that allow you to look at this thing called the distance-dependent model. As a result, we can start looking at now different fibers that have different surface energies associated with it in order to produce electrical charge that allows us to power small devices. And these devices can either power things or sense small movements. As a result, you can use this also with biocompatible structures. That means that it can be totally green in terms of what you want to do. So coming to the end of my talk, the carbon-based systems that we're using really are pretty versatile. It allows us not only to look at energy generation, but also fabricate devices that can be used for energy storage. And we can also start putting these things into integrated body structures within your carbon fiber reinforced polymers in order to produce energy storage. So in conclusion, the whole world needs to move towards a net zero. And in order to do that, we need to look at both the high end of large scale terawatt problems, but also the IoT that's going to have 50 billion devices connected up pretty soon. We believe that some of the plastic technologies offer some of those solutions. And really now it's a problem about working in teams in order to be able to exploit that technology to be able to come up with suitable solutions. So with that, I thank you for your attention and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Silva, for excellent presentation and lecture. Thank you very much for also answering the nuclear question. I would like to open now floor for discussion. I have one question already from Mehmet Sarikaya. He asks, what studies are being done in terms of structure-function relations, especially using local structures and functions, including defects, not just heat and beat approach to mechanically and thermally durable perovskite development?
It's a very, very interesting question. And really, this is something that certainly needs to be done before the perovskites can actually become mass-produced devices or a technology. And I think this is happening in a much, much smaller scale than in the large-scale production size modules that you need to do. So I think at the moment, many people are trying to improve on efficiencies of devices rather than looking at full holistic problem, as you've just highlighted. And certainly that needs to be done. But I think currently the simple question that is being looked at is, can we make barrier layers on your perovskite devices to stop moisture ingress? And if we do that, we can get 3-4 years of lifetime, and that is more than enough for your payback. So I don't think there's enough studies being happening in the bigger picture.
Thank you. When we are still at perovskite, I would like to ask you one thing. We are hearing a lot about perovskite being developed, but I don't see it yet on the market. When do you expect that perovskite will hit the market? And what is the market segments that would first be opened by the perovskite solar cells?
Thank you for the question. I believe that the first market segment that will come for perovskites will be on tandem cells. And the simple reason is that we can take silicon that currently probably is plateauing at about 25 lab-based, maybe 22 in practice. And you can probably get 3 to 4% more efficiency within the tandem devices by having a simple couple of micron thick perovskite layer on top of it. So I believe that's where this is moving to. You're absolutely correct that we do not have large scale perovskite structures. And I think that's partly due to the stability issues. The smaller scale structures that many of these champion cells comes in are in square millimeters. So as a result, when you try to scale it to square centimeters and then beyond that to hundreds and thousands of square meters, it becomes an issue. So I think that these are very real problems. In my view, it will probably be 2 to 3 years before the perovskites come in that will be part of the silicon modules. But like everything else, it's an engineering problem, and humans are brilliant engineers. They're there to engineer things, and if there's a problem, they will solve it. So from that perspective, it's something that will happen with the necessary either moisture barrier layers or being able to have more stable device structures being performed.
Okay, another technology we are hearing about a lot, but it's not really appearing, are solar roof tiles. What is the issue with them? Just price, or could the materials actually solve the problem of price? It's a dual use product because it has to offer coverage of the house, but also produce energy. What is the problem? Why it's appearing so slowly?
It's a very good question. And I think in my view, I believe the problem is actually the interconnect. It is the interconnect between the various tiles that is creating a problem to give the necessary timeline and the power. So it's a bit like many of solar modules. Whenever you connect it up, you need to have a suitable algorithm that if you have got clouds above certain areas, you try to compensate for that within your integrated circuit systems that's driving it in order to get the best power output. At present, the reliability associated, the linkages is just not as good as it can be if it is going to be laid down by many people, by the common people. And as a result, the built-in PV reduction in cost is not quite there because you need to have specialist people still connecting up these tiles appropriately. Now, Tesla have come up with their structures and they are selling tiles, But again, if you look at the cost associated with it, it's quite significant. It's a significant fraction of the module cost. So the advantages you get in from the built-in part of it is not quite there, because you're actually paying for the same costs as your modules putting on your roof. So I think that cost reduction still hasn't been seen there in the mass production yet.
Thank you very much, Professor Silva. With this answer, I would like to thank you again, because now we have our next speaker, Professor Mark Rosen is with us. Professor Mark Rosen is a professor at the University of Ontario, Institute of Technology in Oshawa, Canada, where he served as founding dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Applied Science. Mark is here with us. Great to see you. I will now read a couple of sentences about him. He has served as president of the Engineering Institute of Canada and president of the Canadian Society of Mechanical Engineering. He is a registered professional engineer in Ontario and has served in many professional capacities, including editor-in-chief of several journals and a member of the board of directors of Oshawa Power and Utilities Corporation. With over 60 research grants and contracts and 700 technical publications, Dr. Rosen is an active teacher and researcher in sustainable energy, environmental impact of energy and industrial systems, as well as energy technology, including renewable energy and energy efficiency improvement. Much of his research has been carried out for industry, and he has written also numerous books. There is a long list of companies he worked for, which is quite impressive. And he has also received numerous awards and honors. And he is also a fellow of Engineering Institute of Canada, the Canadian Academy of Engineering, Canadian Society of Mechanical Engineering, American Society of Mechanical Engineering, the International Energy Foundation, and the Canadian Society for Senior Engineers. Mark, please, the floor, or better to say, the cloud is yours for the next 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Nevin. I appreciate the kind introduction and the kind words. It's a pleasure to be here. I thank the organizers for asking me to deliver an invited talk. And of course, I'm going to present on a topic that's near and dear to my heart, energy sustainability as a general piece of sustainable development. For me to deliver my talk, I'll try to put my slides up. Let me do that right now. Let's make sure I get the right screen. All right, I'll do a quick check. Can my slides be seen?
Yes, perfectly, it works.
Good. I've gotten partway through presentations only to find out the slides were not in fact being seen. All right, thank you. Energy sustainability for sustainable development is the topic I want to talk to you about today. This conference on energy science and technology and engineering is, I think, a very appropriate venue for such a talk, given, and I think the general thrust of the conference is very timely. It's more important than ever that we address energy issues properly, holistically, and in a way that benefits society as a whole. And from my perspective, helps us move towards sustainability through sustainable development. And that latter point is what I'll focus on. As was mentioned, I'm a past president of the Engineering Institute of Canada. That is the umbrella society organization for all the learned societies in engineering in Canada. So the Mechanical Engineering Society, President is a member of the board, chemical, civil, etc. We talk about cross-disciplinary issues. When I was president of that organization, we actually ran a climate change conference, being a multidisciplinary topic that required input from all the engineering disciplines. I'm also professor of engineering at Ontario Tech University, formerly, well, officially called and formerly commonly known as University of Ontario Institute of Technology. We've opted for a shorter name finally. All right, let me move on. There we go. Here's an outline of what I'm going to talk about today, and it also presents in a way a motivation, an explanation of the motivation of what's behind my thoughts in giving this presentation. I'll give you a bit about the scope, what I will talk about, what I won't, what I'll exclude. I'll then focus on sustainability as a whole, the general concept. I'll move in from there to energy sustainability, and after that onto the requirements for energy sustainability. Sustainability can mean many things to many people. Energy sustainability equally can mean many things to many people. When I sit down with a class of students and ask them what they think it means, I get a wide variety of responses, some that I expect, others that come completely off the wall and surprise me, making it always interesting to hear the out-of-box thinking of students. I'll then go on to some examples of what I think are good cases of energy sustainability measures. There are many more, but these are just some examples I'll talk about. And finally, some closing thoughts. All right, so let me move on to the next part of my talk, the scope. Energy sustainability and sustainable development are huge topics, so I have to narrow the scope down a little bit. First, I'll mention energy is broad. Energy, of course, affects many, many things. We use energy in our daily lives without thinking about it. Here's a shot of the city of Toronto from where I'm speaking to you today. And you can see just by looking at this picture, energy use in action, energy to light up the buildings, energy to heat and cool the buildings, energy to transport people from one side of the city to another or out to the suburbs, energy use by industry, which isn't located in the downtown core, but some of it is on the lakefront here off to the right. Other is far away inland. A lot of energy use going on in an urban setting. Urban settings make up the majority of where people live, the majority of our energy use, although rural energy use nonetheless is important. So energy is broad, energy is pervasive, energy affects our lives in so many different ways. The impact of energy, well, that's beyond the local, that's global. Some issues related to energy are indeed local. Smog pollution tends to be problematic when it stays near the city in which it's formed, like in Los Angeles, you have a bit of a bowl effect and smog tends to stay local. Other issues like greenhouse gas emissions leading to global climate change are in fact global in nature. Carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases get into the atmosphere, traverse the globe. It makes it very challenging to address, of course, without international agreements and treaties. Canada, for example, represents about 0.5% of the world's population. We're responsible for about 1 to 1.5% of the global carbon dioxide emissions. If we were to cut to zero tomorrow, 98.5% of the emissions would still be emitted around the globe, and we would see basically almost no effect over Canada or over the rest of the world, just a 1% change. So we do want to take action. We are taking action in many areas, but it demands global response. So energy's impact can be quite often global. The approach I'll take is a little bit engineering and a little bit not. Why do I say that? Well, I like to take an engineering approach to many problems. I'm an engineer professor, served as work with industry on an engineering perspective. I've been in charge of engineering bodies. I've been an administrator, a past dean at my university in engineering. I like the engineering approach, the logic that it brings to problems. And I think for energy sustainability, taking an engineering approach helps us understand many of the issues involved. But it's not just an engineering problem. Sustainability and energy sustainability go beyond engineering. So by necessity, we have to traverse outside of engineering, and I'll do that as well. All right, let me move on to the next part of my talk, which is on sustainability generally. Very broad topic. Sustainability is not just an engineering problem, not just an energy problem. It relates to almost all disciplines. It's incredible how even disciplines that I think may not have an interest or stake in sustainability seem to. Sustainability can be viewed many ways. It can be defined many ways. One way I like to look at it, and this has been shown many times, I did not create it, is this three-way intersecting Venn diagram where sustainability is viewed as having three foundations or pillars: an environmental core or pillar, a social core or pillar, and an economic core or pillar. To many people, sustainability is simply environment. Being good towards the environment helps us towards sustainability. And that indeed is a key aspect, but it's not what sustainability means overall. It's much broader. It also involves achieving economic sustainability, being able to afford protection measures for the environment, not causing undue economic disruptions to societies at the expense of the environment. And on top of that, social sustainability, acceptance by people. People have to be happy with their situation, their lot in life. Cities, civilizations, countries have to be happy. Cultures have to be allowed to develop. If not, you'll have unrest, you'll have revolts. Sometimes you can have wars, civil wars or external wars without social sustainability. So the idea here is if you can achieve simultaneously environmental, economic, and social sustainability, you get the intersection of these three, and that's a sustainable way of developing. If you can achieve any two, you get close, but you're not quite there. This is difficult because these are often at odds. For example, to achieve environmental sustainability, we might want to spend a lot of money, put severe restrictions on what industry can do, and that may be very expensive, causing disruption to the economic sustainability side on the right. Hence, there's a tension. Trying to find an appropriate balance is a challenge. All right, sustainability. The importance of sustainability has been emphasized in many ways. I experienced it directly as president, a past president, but president at the time. We did a visioning exercise of the Engineering Institute of Canada. That's an old organization for Canada. It's basically the first engineering organization. It dates back to 1887. Canada was only confederated as a nation in 1867. And the vision that we came up with, in short, was engineering for a prosperous, safe, and sustainable Canada. That was a short, succinct version. There was a longer version, but I point this out because out of the three adjectives here, prosperous, safe, and sustainable, one of them, in fact, is sustainability related. So there was a newer recognition of the importance of engineering contributing to sustainability. And that was not just for Canada, but for Canada and then to export knowledge internationally. The interest is growing in sustainability. An example I can present is the journal Sustainability. This is the logo for it. It's an international multidisciplinary open access journal. I was the founding editor-in-chief, and we've been running for over 10 years now. The number of papers have grown, sometimes doubling in a year. It's phenomenal. The impact factor is growing, but the number of contributions comes from areas where you would expect: environment sciences, ecology, environmental policy, but then it goes beyond it. All sorts of engineering, all sorts of science, physics, chemistry, geology, geography contribute. And then non-technical areas, we have papers from law professors, from ethicists, from economists, from business folk, all contributing to sustainability, interested in sustainability more and more as the years go by. So the interest is indeed growing. Let me move on now to narrow down sustainability to energy sustainability, the main focus of my talk. Energy sustainability, what does it mean? As I mentioned earlier, I go around my classroom sometimes and ask students this question, and I get so many answers that are different that I realize I can be talking about it to any audience and mean one thing while the audience is perceiving it to be something else. So let me try to define it. In doing so, I went to the dictionary, Webster's, Oxford, and struck out. I couldn't find energy sustainability defined. I Googled it online, but I couldn't find any single common universally accepted definition. Excuse me. And so I had to come up with my own. Energy sustainability, what would I define it as? I kind of played around, thought about what energy is, what sustainability is, tried to merge them together, and I came up, but keep this short and simple, and I came up with this: the provision of energy services in a sustainable manner. And what I mean by that is energy services, that's what people want. They don't care about energy. People care about the services energy can provide for them. Lighting up the room, making the computer operate, moving me from point A to point B. I don't care typically as a general lay person in the population, whether you do that with gasoline or whether you do that with nuclear energy or solar energy. I mean, some people care, but I just want to get the job done first and foremost. I want my computer to operate, for instance. I thought this was sufficient for me to move ahead. Then a linguist caught me in a presentation and said, no, you can't define a term like energy sustainability and use a word like sustainable in the definition. That becomes circular and meaningless. There's no additional information. So I had to expand. What do I mean by in a sustainable manner? I mean the following: provision of energy services in a manner that is sufficient to provide the necessities for everybody on the planet, that is affordable so that the options and solutions provided aren't beyond the economic affordability of people, that are environmentally benign, that cornerstone of sustainability, protecting the environment, and that are acceptable to people, communities in which they live and work. That's the social aspect of sustainability coming into play. That last one may not seem important, but you think about trying to place a nuclear reactor in a certain site. If you don't have support of the population, you can have a battle that will go on for decades, and finally the proponent will lose and give up. Why put something in where people are that opposed to it? In the area where I'm presenting from, east side of Toronto, we actually have 12 of my province's 20 nuclear reactor units in 3 different stations. There's a fairly strong support for nuclear energy. It creates jobs. It's never created an environmental problem. It's not located on an ocean where you have tsunamis that might strike. So there's a degree of support. Try placing it in some other countries that are very heavily anti-nuke. Problem. Same with wind turbines. You can put wind turbines up and they may be viewed as a wonderful view because they offset fossil fuels by some. Others see them as an eyesore on the environment or in the water. If you don't have that acceptability, it's hard to get energy sustainability measures in place. Sustainability implies a time longevity. Things will last. If people are opposed to what you're doing, it's hard to say things are sustainable, will last in the long run. All right, let me move on to energy sustainability requirements now. I've talked about energy sustainability. What do I think is required for us to achieve energy sustainability? I have 5 main points I want to touch on here, although I'm cheating a little bit. That last point will cover many sub-points. But let me move on to what I think are the main energy sustainability requirements. And again, I'm taking this from an engineering perspective as much as I can. First, using sustainable energy sources. We all know fossil fuels have many non-sustainable characteristics. They're a finite resource in the environment. They take millions and millions of years to create from biological matter degrading. We're using it almost instantaneously on a millennium scale. So for all intents and purposes, they're finite in resource quantity. We can dig deeper and look further afield to find them, but there simply are a limited amount of them available on the Earth. Other energy sources are and they create, as fossil fuels lead to environmental problems like contributing to climate change as well as other environmental issues. Some of those can be devastating in the long run. Climate change and the concerns about what those effects will be in the long run range from serious to very devastating. So fossil fuels hardly fit the sustainability requirement. They, of course, are relatively inexpensive compared to many other energy sources, so they may fit on the economic sustainability side, but hardly covering the other sides. Sustainable sources, though, may include some of the other options we have, and I show several of them here. Upper left, wind, and lower left, wind and solar energy, certainly your classic renewables, usually fall into the sustainable envelope. There are concerns about whether we can get enough material to build all the solar collectors that would be required if we were to shift off of fossil fuels. And those issues are real, but I think they can be dealt with. And they're one-time expenses or requirements, then the collectors can last 20, 30 years. Same with wind turbines. In the middle, we have geothermal energy represented by geysers in Iceland and them being hooked up to provide steam from the ground, from hot regions in the ground for generating thermal energy, heat if you need it, electricity if you prefer that. Hydroelectric, that's Niagara Falls in the bottom. In the center, a lot of energy generated from Niagara Falls going back more than a century. And on the biofuel side, those are oil palms in the upper right, oil palms in Malaysia from which we can get biofuels. And there's other types of bioenergy, of course, that we can produce. Again, sustainable potentially. If we chop down biomatter and use it faster than we can regrow it, it's hardly sustainable. But if we manage the reproduction and the utilization, we indirectly can be using solar energy via biomass materials. And I've added to sustainability nuclear energy at the bottom right, knowing that's contentious. Some will agree, some will not agree. This is the Darlington station in Ontario, about 50 kilometers from my university, in fact. You can argue that present-day nuclear reactors are not sustainable, and I would agree with you. I would agree very much, in fact. They use uranium. Uranium, if you look at the worldwide reserves, we have about 150 years worth of known and likely available uranium reserves accessible on the planet. Hardly sustainable. Coal, we have about 150 years reserves as well available. But with advanced breeder technologies and other technologies to reuse spent fuel, because we use so little of the energy in uranium when we fission it, we can extend those reserves to maybe 1,000, 1,500 years, which starts to become far more in the sustainability envelope. Okay, that's the first requirement for sustainability. Let me move on to the second. I view it as appropriate energy carriers, ways of transporting or carrying energy that facilitate the use of these sustainable energy sources. And of course, some are very familiar. Electricity, not a resource that we find. We create it. We create it because it's a convenient way of moving energy in electrical form. On the right, district heating and district cooling, we can move heat produced at a central plant through underground or above ground pipelines, or cold fluid through underground pipelines to where it's needed, say in buildings and in industry and residential areas, provide heating or cooling, and return the spent fluid for regeneration. Thermal energy, therefore, can be used as an energy carrier. It can carry energy produced in a central fossil fuel plant, but it also could be a central solar thermal plant. And on the chemical side, in the middle, I've shown a hydrogen-fueled vehicle. Hydrogen is like electricity, an energy carrier, not a resource. We don't find it in the ground or in the environment. We create it either by splitting water or getting hydrogen from other hydrogen-containing substances like fossil fuels, and producing hydrogen, which can serve chemical needs where electrical energy may not be as supportive. Hydrogen is a fossil fuel and a hydrocarbon, with zero carbon, all hydrogen. So by avoiding carbon, it avoids carbon-related emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, and avoids the climate change issues that we face. It is presently produced from fossil fuels mainly, but it can be produced from non-fossil fuels and other sustainable energy sources. Okay, so with the right sustainable energy carriers, we can help facilitate the right sustainable energy resources being used to move us towards energy sustainability. Moving on to point 3. Oh, sorry, one example before that. The hydrogen economy, something many will hear in this audience no doubt have heard of. I put this in to discuss for those who may not be familiar, but the general thrust here is that we can start at the bottom with primary renewable energies, end up at the top with useful energy delivered using hydrogen as the fuel and intermediate, where we might produce hydrogen by taking water from the environment and splitting it into hydrogen and oxygen through an electrolyzer or through a thermochemical water decomposition process. The hydrogen can be transported, stored until it's eventually used to provide useful service. On oxidation of the hydrogen, water comes out. A byproduct of hydrogen production is oxygen. We put it as a byproduct that gets used, or we dump it into the environment. We will need it later for oxidizing the hydrogen. Water, as I said, was the product of that back into the environment from which we take the water in the first place. We have a closed loop in the middle. Basically, hydrogen as a chemical carrier, chemical fuel allowing us to draw on renewable and other sustainable energy sources. Okay, the third requirement, increased efficiency. Efficiency in itself does not get us sustainability, but it does give us time. It does put less stress on resources. If we can double the efficiency of everything we do, and we have a limited quantity of energy sources, we basically double the time frame that those energy sources will last. So if we can use fossil fuels more efficiently, we can stretch out their time frames, give us more time to shift to a more sustainable energy basis. And by increased energy efficiency, I don't mean just device efficiencies, much more. I do mean device like a pump, make the pump more efficient, use less electricity in driving the fluid through it. Also system efficiency like a power plant that has a pump and many other devices, making it more efficient helps move us towards sustainability. Better energy management so as to facilitate efficiency is part of increased energy efficiency in my mind. That is managing supplies and demands, having storage where it's appropriate to manage energy flows more efficiently. Also matching supply and end use. I do a lot of work in exergy analysis, and that uses the second law of thermodynamics to point out some obvious inefficient uses, and matching supply and end use quality can be one. If you're heating a home to 21 degrees centigrade in winter, you could do that using a fossil fuel like natural gas and burn it, combusting at 800 degrees centigrade, a much higher temperature than you potentially need to heat a home to 21 degrees centigrade. You could instead choose a lower quality energy form like maybe low temperature thermal energy on a flat plate collector, or waste heat from a local industry and meet that demand, matching the temperature requirements much better. Still, the source would be warmer, but it need not be hundreds and hundreds of degrees warmer. So that can help us increase efficiency. Integration, being efficient by looking around and saying, here's wastes that would normally be discarded, but here's an industry that could use them. Let's transfer the waste so they become an input to that university, that other industry, so it doesn't use fresh resources, become more efficient through careful integration. And finally, designing systems for efficiency. That is not just power plants, industrial operations. Even cities can be designed to be more efficient. You can design cities so that you have areas where people tend to live, areas where industry operates and people tend to work, good mass transit between them, leave larger areas environmentally intact and undisturbed rather than having this urban sprawl where cities just grow and chew up all the natural land, and achieve more efficiency that way. And many communities and cities are starting to think that way now. Okay, my fourth requirement for energy sustainability, reduced environmental impact. It's important to reduce environmental impact. Of course, it's a cornerstone of sustainability. We have tools to help us do that, like LCA, life cycle assessment, to give us a broader picture of the footprint of any activity or system. CCS, carbon capture and sequestration, shown on the right, which is, of course, the dream of the fossil fuel industry, that rather than emitting carbon, we can capture it, convert it to something that can be put underground or stored in the ocean or stored in another manner, thereby allowing fossil fuels to be less detrimental in terms of climate change. And speaking of climate change, I show a thermogram of the Earth in the middle here, showing the temperatures. We've seen about a 1 degree temperature rise in the average temperature of the Earth over the last 70 years or so, since about 1950. And predictions are for 2, 3 or more degree temperature rise from those points in the future. The fifth requirement for sustainability goes outside of engineering. The first four basically had a technical basis, but there are other facets of energy sustainability that are non-technical that we need to address to achieve sustainability overall, especially on the economic and social fronts. And I show some of them here. Economics, starting at the left, we need to make sure things are affordable. Options are affordable. If they aren't, it's hardly sustainable. Ethical issues come into play. Is it fair the way we deal with energy? Is it fair that about 75% of the 25% of the global population in the most advanced countries is responsible for using about 75% of the world's energy resources? Policies and laws, policies perhaps to promote sustainability on the energy front. Maybe we need to go as far as laws to make sure we have a level playing field. We have to look out for lifestyles and living standards shown at the bottom, because people generally don't want to accept the idea of achieving sustainability by going back and living the way we did 100 or 200 years ago, and using less. Yes, that can help, and some people support that, but most people don't want to give up the comforts of modern day life. As well, maybe education to improve both experts in sustainability's knowledge, as well as the knowledge of the general population and the political culture, so that it can adapt to more sustainable futures, maybe change attitudes through better education. And there are other items within here. So we need to satisfy all these other facets of sustainability in the energy side to achieve energy sustainability. Moving forward now, I'd like to talk about some examples. On the energy production part of the equation, we can look at multi-generation and polygeneration systems, like a trigeneration shown on the left here, where instead of producing electricity and heat and cool in 3 separate processes, we can in fact carefully design a process that produces all 3 at once. And if we do that carefully, we can usually make a much more efficient system, a much less environmentally emitting system. So, and this can go beyond 3, you can go back to 2, like a cogeneration system, or on to 4 or 5 products from a single process through polygeneration. On the right, we can have clean hydrogen production. Hydrogen is produced 95% today from fossil fuels because that's the cheapest way to produce them. Split the H out of the hydrocarbon in a fossil fuel, add H from water, and you end up with hydrogen. But we can do it from cleaner sources. We could do it using nuclear energy. And in my university, we're doing a lot of research on using nuclear heat to thermochemically split water in a thermochemical cycle to hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen becomes the fuel. But that could also run, and we need temperatures for the process we're looking at about 550 degrees centigrade. Next generation reactors may produce those temperatures, but we could also use high temperature solar concentrating collectors to produce those temperatures in the long run. So the work we're doing on clean hydrogen production may work off renewables as well as nuclear. Energy storage is very important. So on the energy tools side, this is a large thermal storage tank. It's about 6 meters across and 2 meters deep, meant to go in the ground to allow a solar thermal system on a building to collect heat all winter, store it in the tank all winter and all summer, and use it all winter long to heat the building. The point here is energy storage is key to any use of sustainable energy forms due to the intermittency of many of them. Using advanced tools like exergy analysis, exergy methods is important. If we just look at things from an energy perspective, we often miss a lot of information. Exergy provides much more insights. I'd love to have a whole talk to go into exergy, but there's no time. On the energy user fronts, we can have net zero energy buildings. The previous speaker was talking about net zero energy utilization. I'm part of a net zero energy network, where I was. We completed the network for 5 years, looking at net zero energy buildings. My university, actually, this is a picture of it on the left, is pushing towards net zero energy. This is a borehole thermal energy storage. So UOIT is University of Ontario Institute of Technology. BTES is borehole thermal energy storage system. Those are 400 tubes going into the ground. Cold or hot fluids go into those tubes and store heat or cold in the rock mass surrounding the tubes, saving us about $1 million per year, making us much more energy efficient. You can have sustainable cities shown on the right. Many cities are making inroads to becoming more sustainable, trying to be leaders in energy sustainability. On the energy user side, this is an interesting example in Canada. It's in Alberta, near Calgary. Calgary had the 1988 Winter Olympics, I think it was. So some of you may remember that. Those are the Canadian Rocky Mountains in the distance. So this is about an hour from the mountains. This is a Drake Landing solar community, both diagrammatically on the left and a picture of it on the right. You have large thermal collectors in the picture over the garage, small thermal collectors on the houses for hot water. The large thermal collectors on the garage heat up a fluid. It's stored in central tanks for all the houses, put underground in underground storage if it's a long time storage that's needed, and then used to heat the homes. The design was aimed at 52 homes in a 1,000 home community, achieving a 90% solar fraction for heating. And it actually achieved that. To keep the costs even lower, they're looking at an example where they have maybe 2,000 homes built this way. Last example, I don't have time for, so I'm going to skip over them, but rather go to my closing remarks and mention that I think sustainability is essential. That's why I'm talking to you today. Energy sustainability is a critical quest. If we can resolve energy sustainability questions, we move a long way towards overall sustainability. And I think it's our responsibility, both environmentally, societally, and economically, to look towards sustainability. Lastly, we've talked about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for 2015 to 2030. I put them here for those maybe not familiar with them, although I think this audience is very familiar with them. Point out that number 7, renewable energy, which to me I think of as sustainable energy, is central, but other related areas to energy like responsible consumption, sustainable cities and communities, climate action, all relate to energy sustainability. And with that, I come to the end of my talk. I thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions or criticisms if there's any time.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much for excellent talk. I'm opening now floor for discussion. There are two questions pending from Mehmet Sarikaya. His first question is the three key aspects of sustainability, economic, social, and environmental, are a good way to describe sustainability, but each is at a higher level. Can they be described at a more fundamental level? Do you understand the question? I'm not completely sure I do.
Okay, I think I do. The diagram, the three-way Venn diagram I showed certainly is higher level. It's talking about the general concepts. If you were to bring that down to practical levels where we actually do things on environmental sustainability, we'd be talking, of course, of all the measures for better efficiency on devices, less environmental emissions associated with devices. It can be using renewable energy forms. It can be making lighting systems more efficient, and on and on and on, making industries more efficient. So that would break down many ways there. On the economic side, it's being sure that people can afford what we provide. On the societal side is keeping aware, are people willing to accept these answers? If not, we don't have sustainability. It may mean educating better. I know the nuclear energy goes to great lengths when it's going to launch anything new to meet with the community many times, explain what they're doing, explain the benefits, explain the negatives, talk about how they're handling the negatives, rather than just show up.
There is another question just in that line, so let me read it. If there is time to, what is your opinion on using nuclear energy sustainably and going into compact nuclear power devices?
And as I mentioned, very contentious. Some people are quite supportive of nuclear, some strongly anti-nuclear. I am a proponent of nuclear power when handled correctly, when managed correctly, when located correctly. It's a very good way of generating electricity, no emissions to the environment. The only emissions are the spent uranium, which has a lot of energy, can be stored in very small space, a number of Olympic-sized swimming pools for all of the fuel we've used in Canada since 1960s. Our first generation nuclear reactors came on board. Yes, there are concerns about accidents, but managing the system correctly, I think, leads to a far safer system than, say, using fossil fuels. And if you look at the number of deaths due to coal emissions per year, for instance, I think nuclear fits in the sustainability envelope actually fairly well, provided we can move to advanced breeder reactors. You mentioned
in one of your first slides that one of the aspects of sustainable energy is affordability. And nuclear energy has become very expensive. According to Lazard, for example, its price now is around $160 US per megawatt hour. So it's not really affordable. It's 4 times more expensive than wind and solar. So how do you solve that issue? Because it's in your definition of sustainability.
Yes, and I understand what you're saying, and I think it's jurisdictionally varying. In Canada right now, in Ontario, my province, we generate a little more than 50% of our electricity from nuclear. It's a cheaper option. Next to hydroelectric, it's the cheapest baseload option. Solar and other renewables for us right now are 2 to 3 or 4 times more expensive. So in different jurisdictions, it's different. But fossil fuel prices, of course, will vary.
When they were built, when your nuclear power plants were built, I think they have paid off the investment cost. I mentioned the cost of building new ones. Of course, the old ones are very cheap or quite cheap, but the new ones, if you want to build it today, And we need to build, according to Bloomberg report, we need to build 6.5 terawatt until 2050 if we want to completely solve the climate problem with nuclear energy. So how do you comment on the high investment cost of nuclear?
Again, that seems to be jurisdictionally related. We're hearing talk in Canada of new build because our 1960s generation stations are being decommissioned. They've extended their life several times. They're talking about building new replacement plants, and they're still arguing they can keep the costs in line with what they have today. It may be more expensive, but cheaper. Not more expensive than renewables are right now for us. Now, whether they can actually live up to that and build for the costs they're quoting right now, time will tell.
Yeah, that's an issue in Europe. We are building currently two nuclear power plants, one in Flamanville and the other in Olkiluoto, France and Finland. And both of them are 4 times over the design cost. So yes. For some reason, nuclear has become hugely more expensive. It seems that China can do it very cheaply, but it's mainly because they can do it very quickly. For some reason, we cannot in Europe. I don't know, in Canada, can you do it? What about Vogtle nuclear power plant that is being built in Georgia? It's also around 20 years and the price, the cost is ballooning. So maybe you are very special in Canada. Yes?
No, the time frame is very long. To get all the environmental approvals can be a 10-year, sometimes 20-year if you're not careful, process. So it starts early. They're working on it. Whether they can hold the cost down, everybody's looking. Everybody knows nuclear plants have a terrible reputation for coming in with one cost estimate and when it's all said and done, being well over that. Part of that is the long time effect. Part of it is often the additional over that time of new requirements, new safety measures from the public or from politicians that are required. Going to the sustainability front, I'm not saying we have to go nuclear. If renewables win out on cost, on convenience, on other, that's fine. It's moving towards a sustainability envelope that I think is important. If nuclear fits in some jurisdictions and can achieve the same ends, great. So I think it will be different.
One more question regarding issue that is now putting into conflict sustainability of climate sustainability on one side and the local environmental protection issues related to biodiversity on the other side. We are now witnessing in Europe quite a lot of Greens actually slowing down the energy transition process by putting into question all the new projects that are necessary to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. How do you see what is the best approach to try to solve it? European Union has came out with new taxonomy that is trying to solve this problem, but we will see how it works. I don't know, what is your expert view on how to balance these two huge issues for humanity?
It's a tough issue to balance, no doubt. I think a lot of this comes down to getting information out in an understandable form by people, because if you simply say, solar is great, electric cars are great in terms of the benefits they can provide, but you don't point out, well, so electric cars need a lot of material for battery. If we switched over every car to electric, the amount of material we have to draw on would be huge, and the environmental ramifications of obtaining that can be problematic. And we neglect that. we leave avenue for people to talk about it's not as good as you claim. If we're open and clear on the positives as well as the negatives and point out that the balance is still positive, I think we can get more support. But if we try to hide or downplay the negatives of any renewable or sustainable options, we give ammunition to those who are just trying to often stifle things for the sake of stifling it. So I think a lot of it is getting the full explanation out. It's confusing, it's complex, sometimes it's hard for the public and politicians to understand, but I think when it can be presented more clearly.
Thank you very much. And since there are no more questions, I would like to thank you, Mark, for your excellent presentation. I would also like to thank Professor Silva for his presentation. And with this, I would like to close this session. Thank you very much to all, and looking forward to see you soon somewhere else. Thank you. Bye.
And thank you for sharing it.